In this video, we'll explore the Hunger Games book and compare it to its movie adaptation. We'll highlight key differences using movie footage on the right alongside images to illustrate scenes exclusive to the book. One significant difference is that the book is told entirely from Katniss's perspective, leaving readers in the dark about President Snow and what the other districts are doing. Additionally, the film simplifies the mutts, portraying them as oversized, mutated dogs, while the book describes them as having the facial features of deceased tributes, so one of them even looks like Rue. If you enjoyed The Hunger Games and want to see a video on Catching Fire, be sure to like and subscribe so you won't miss it. Anyway, let's begin. Chapter 1: The Tributes. Katniss wakes to an empty, cold bed and assumes Prim went to their mother because of nightmares, as it's reaping day. Katniss sits up and sees Prim nestled against their mother, their faces touching. Her mother seems younger while sleeping, still fatigued but not as battered. Prim's face is bright and delicate, like the flower she's named after. Katniss recalls being told her mother was once beautiful. By Prim's knees is a scruffy cat with a flattened nose, torn ear, and dull yellow fur. Prim named him Buttercup, saying he resembled the flower. He distrusts Katniss, likely recalling her attempt to drown him. He was a frail, worm-infested kitten, but Prim's begging made Katniss relent. Now, a skilled mouser, Katniss feeds him entrails, and he no longer snarls at her. Katniss puts on her boots, trousers, and cap, tucking her braid inside. She grabs her food sack, takes Prim's goat cheese wrapped in basil, and slips it into her pocket before heading outside. Katniss's area is District 12, known as the Seam, is usually filled with pit workers heading to their shifts, their bodies worn and covered in coal dust. But today, the streets are empty, shutters closed on the ashen dwellings. With the reaping at 2, most are staying in bed, if they can. The house Katniss lives in is near the edge of the Seam, only a short walk past a few gates to reach the rough field known as the meadow. A barbed wire separates the woods from the meadow. The electrified fence surrounds all of District 12. It's meant to be live all day, but with limited power, it's usually off. Katniss always listens for the hum of electricity, but today the fence is silent. Hidden by bushes, she slides under a loose section that's been there for years. Though there are other weak spots, she usually uses this one as it's closest to home. Inside the trees, Katniss retrieves her bow and arrows from a hollow trunk. The fence keeps predators out, but in the woods, they roam along with snakes and rabid animals. Though there are no trails, food is there for those who know where to look. Her father, who died in a mine disaster, taught her these skills. Even 5 years later, she still wakes up screaming for him to escape. Though hunting unlawfully is forbidden and severely punished, more would risk it with arms. Katniss's rare bow and arrow, handcrafted by her father, was hidden deep in the woods. He could have made a profit selling bows, but arming the Seam carried the threat of execution. Peacekeepers often turn a blind eye to hunters, craving fresh meat and even becoming their best customers. But arming the Seam was strictly prohibited. In autumn, a few daring people gather apples in the woods, staying close to the meadow for quick refuge in District 12. Katniss notes that District 12 is where one can die of hunger while supposedly safe. She glances around, wary of being overheard. When Katniss was younger, her offhand comments about District 12 and Panem's rulers frightened her mother. Realizing this could cause more problems, she learned to hide her true feelings and maintain a neutral expression. At school, she works quietly, engages in polite small talk in public, and only discusses trades in the black market, the hob. Even at home, she avoids sensitive topics like the reaping, food shortages, and the Hunger Games to prevent Prim from echoing her words. Gale is the only person Katniss can truly be herself with in the woods. As she climbs to their hidden rock ledge, her face relaxes and she quickens her pace. His presence brings a smile to her face. Gale observes that she only smiles in this place. Gale greets her as Catnip, a name he misheard from Katniss due to her soft voice. The nickname stuck after a lynx began following her for food. She eventually had to kill the lynx, which was scaring away game, but she sold its pelt for a decent amount. Gale presents Katniss with a loaf of bakery bread impaled by an arrow, causing her to laugh. She removes the arrow and enjoys the aroma, noting the rarity of such fine bread. Katniss comments on its warmth and guesses Gale must have traded early. Gale mentions it cost only a squirrel and that the baker was feeling sentimental. Katniss remarks on feeling a bit closer today because of the reaping. She then produces a piece of cheese from Prim, which pleases Gale, and he suggests they'll have a feast. Gale mimics Effie Trinket with a dramatic capital accent, wishing them a happy Hunger Games and tossing a blackberry to Katniss. She catches it, relishing its tangy sweetness, and completes the capital-style wish with enthusiasm. They joke to cope with their fear, finding humor in the exaggerated capital accent. Katniss watches as Gale takes out his knife and slices the bread. He could easily be mistaken as her brother, with straight midnight hair, olive skin, and steel-colored eyes. Yet they aren't related. Many families working in the mines share similar features. Katniss notices that her mother and Prim stand out with their blonde hair and azure eyes. Her mother's family was part of the merchant class, running an apothecary shop in a wealthier area of District 12 and serving officials, peacekeepers, and occasional customers from the seam. Katniss's father, a hunter, supplied medicinal herbs to her mother's shop. Katniss reflects on how her mother must have deeply loved him to abandon her home for the seam. For her father's sake, Katniss tries to forgive her mother for not being more present during their hardships. But Katniss admits she struggles with forgiveness. Gale spreads goat cheese on bread slices and adds basil, while Katniss picks berries. They sit in a rocky nook with a hidden view of the lively valley. The day is sunny and the food is delicious. Despite enjoying the moment, they must soon go to the square to wait for the names to be called. Gale quietly suggests they could escape the district, live in the woods, and make it on their own. The idea seems absurd to Katniss. Gale quickly adds that it would be possible if they didn't have so many dependents, his siblings, Prim, and their mothers, all of whom rely on them. Despite their daily hunts, they often trade game for essentials and go to bed hungry. Katniss states she never wants children, while Gale admits he might if circumstances were different. Katniss's irritation leads Gale to dismiss the idea abruptly. The conversation seems off to Katniss. How could she leave Prim, the one she truly loves? Gale, dedicated to his family, couldn't leave either. The talk of having children surprises her, as there's never been anything romantic between them. She was a thin 12-year-old when they first met, and Gale, though only 2 years older, already seemed like a man. They grew from constant disputes into friends. Gale, attractive and skilled, will easily find a wife, and the girls at school clearly admire him. This makes Katniss jealous, but not for the expected reasons. Finding a good hunting partner is rare and precious. Katniss asks Gale what they should do, suggesting to hunt, fish, or gather. Gale proposes fishing at the lake and then foraging in the woods for a special meal. While the evening is meant for celebration after the reaping, with many relieved that their children have survived for another year, at least 2 families will retreat behind closed doors, facing the agonizing weeks ahead. They fare well as predators ignore them while easier prey is around. By late morning, they have a handful of fish, a bundle of greens, and a quart of strawberries. Katniss found the patch years ago, but Gale added mesh nets to keep animals away. While heading back, they stop by the Hob, an underground market in an old coal warehouse, which emerged after a more efficient transport system was introduced. Although most businesses are closed on reaping day, the market is still bustling. They trade 6 fish for bread, 2 for salt, and a portion of greens for paraffin with Greasy Say, the elderly woman who sells hot soup. They maintain a good relationship with her as she reliably buys wild dogs, which they acquire in self-defense. Greasy Say jokingly says she'll refer to it as beef after it's added to the soup, knowing that while the Seam accepts it, peacekeepers are pickier. After leaving the market, Katniss and Gale head to the mayor's house to sell half their strawberries. Madge, the mayor's daughter, answers, dressed in a white reaping dress with a pink ribbon in her hair. Despite her status, she isn't a snob. She tends to stay reserved, much like Katniss. With no close friends, they often find themselves sitting together at school, sharing lunch and partnering for activities, though they rarely talk. Gale compliments her dress and Madge hesitates, unsure if he's teasing. She replies that if she goes to the capital, she wants to look nice. Gale notices her gold pin, something that could feed a family for months. He coldly remarks she won't be chosen, noting she only has 5 entries compared to his 6 at 12. Katniss defends Madge, but Gale shrugs, saying it's just how things are. Madge's expression turns distant as she hands Katniss the money, wishing her luck. Katniss returns the wish and the door closes behind her. They walk quietly towards Seam. Katniss dislikes that Gale took a jab at Madge, but she knows he's right. The reaping system is unjust, especially for the poor. Once a child turns 12, their name is entered into the reaping pool once. At 13, it's entered twice, and the number increases each year until it's entered 7 times at 18, the final year to qualify. This rule applies to everyone across Panem. The true cruelty lies in the tesserae system. For those who are destitute, like Katniss's family was, they can choose to add their names more frequently in exchange for tesserae, small yearly rations of grain and oil per person. This can be done for each family member. At 12, Katniss's name went in 4 times, once by requirement and 3 more for tesserae for herself, Prim, and her mother. Each year, the entries pile up. Now, at 16, her name appears 20 times in the reaping. Gale, at 18, has his name in 42 times after years of providing for his family of 5. It's easy to understand why a person like Madge, who's never needed a tessera, frustrates Gale. Her chance of being drawn is lower than those in the Seam. Even though the capital, not the districts or Madge's family, is responsible for the rules, it's hard not to feel resentment toward those who don't rely on tesserae. Gale knows his resentment toward Madge is unfair. On different days, far in the woods, Katniss has listened to him rant about how the tesserae system is designed to sow misery and foster hatred between the starving workers of the Seam and those who can rely on regular meals, ensuring they never trust each other. He often says the capital thrives on keeping them divided, though he only speaks this way when no one else is around. If it weren't reaping day and a girl wearing a gold pin who never needed tesserae hadn't made what she thought was an innocent remark, Gale might not be this angry. Katniss glances at Gale, his face burning beneath a cold expression. His outburst seems futile to her, though she never says it. She agrees with him, but shouting about the capital in the woods changes nothing. It doesn't bring fairness or fill their stomachs. It only scares off the prey. Still, she lets him vent. Better here than anywhere else. Gale and Katniss split their haul. 2 fish, fresh bread, greens, strawberries, salt, paraffin, and some money each. Katniss mentions seeing him in the square, and Gale, with little emotion, suggests she wear something nice. At home, her mother is dressed in a gown from her apothecary days, and Prim wears Katniss's old reaping outfit, slightly too big but pinned neatly. Prim struggles to keep her blouse tucked in, but her effort touches Katniss. A warm bath is waiting, and Katniss washes away the grime from the woods. To her surprise, her mother has set out a lovely blue dress with matching shoes. Katniss asks if she's sure, still adjusting to accepting her mother's care after years of distance. Her mother reassures her and helps braid her hair. In the mirror, Katniss barely recognizes herself. Prim tells her she looks beautiful, but Katniss feels like a stranger in her reflection. She hugs Prim, knowing how hard the next few hours will be. It's Prim's first reaping, and though she's only entered once, Prim is more worried about Katniss and the dangers she faces. Katniss does everything she can to protect Prim, but when it comes to the reaping, she feels helpless. The ache she feels when Prim is hurting swells inside her, almost breaking through to her expression. Noticing her sister's blouse untucked at the back again, she compels herself to stay calm and gently reminds Prim to fix it, affectionately calling her a little duck as she smooths it back into place. Prim lets out a soft giggle and mimics a quiet quack. Katniss chuckles in response, a sound only Prim can bring out of her. She suggests they eat and gives the top of Prim's head a peck. Their fish and greens stew is simmering, but they've saved the strawberries and bakery bread for later to make it special. For now, they sip goat's milk and eat the coarse tessera grain bread, though none of them has much of an appetite. At the strike of 1, they head to the square. Attendance is mandatory unless someone is gravely ill. Officials will check later, and if you're found healthy, imprisonment awaits. It's unfortunate that the square is used for the reaping, as it's one of the few places in District 12 that actually feels welcoming. The square is lined with shops, and on market days, especially in nice weather, it has a festive atmosphere. But today, despite the vibrant banners draped from the buildings, a somber mood hangs over everything. People quietly enter to register their names, allowing the capital to track the population. Children aged 12 to 18 are grouped by age, with the oldest in front and the youngest, like Prim, in the back. Families stand around the edges, holding hands, while others, more indifferent, blend into the crowd, placing bets on which names will be called. The odds take into account factors like age, background, and whether the chosen will cry. Most avoid the gamblers, who often double as informants. Nearly everyone has broken the law. She could be executed for hunting, but those in power protect her for their own reasons. Not everyone is so fortunate. Katniss and Gale agree that a bullet is faster than starving. The area becomes more crowded as people continue to gather. Even though the square is large, it can't hold all 8,000 residents of District 12. Latecomers are sent to nearby streets to watch the live broadcast. Standing with other 16-year-olds from the seam, they exchange brief nods before turning their attention to the stage in front of the Justice Building. It holds 3 seats, a podium, and 2 glass bowls for the names. She focuses on the girl's bowl, knowing that 20 slips bear the name Katniss Everdeen. Madge's father, Mayor Undersea, a lanky, balding man, and Effie Trinket, District 12's escort, occupy 2 of the 3 seats. They exchange brief murmurs and then glance uneasily at the empty chair. The town clock strikes 2, prompting the mayor to step up to the podium and begin his speech. It's the same every year, recounting the history of Panem, the nation that rose from the ashes of what was once North America. He describes the catastrophes and the brutal war over scarce resources, which led to the formation of Panem, a shining capital surrounded by 13 districts that fostered harmony and prosperity. The Dark Days marked the uprising of the districts against the capital. 12 districts were defeated, and the 13th was obliterated. The Treaty of Treason established new laws to ensure peace and introduced the Hunger Games as an annual reminder to prevent the Dark Days from ever happening again. The Hunger Games operate under clear rules. As punishment for the rebellion, each of the 12 districts must send 1 girl and 1 boy, called tributes. These 24 tributes are placed in a vast outdoor arena, which can range from a scorching desert to an icy wasteland. Over the course of several weeks, they must battle until only 1 survives. The capital's tactic of taking children from our districts and forcing them to kill each other for entertainment starkly reminds everyone of their utter helplessness and the slim chances of surviving any future rebellions. Despite the rhetoric, the message is clear. The capital demonstrates their control by forcing children into deadly competition, proving that any resistance will be met with complete destruction, just as with District 13. To add humiliation to the suffering, the capital turns the Hunger Games into a spectacle. The last tribute alive earns a life of luxury, and their district receives food prizes. While the capital flaunts these rewards, the rest of the districts continue to battle hunger. The mayor calls it a time for both repentance and gratitude. He announces the past District 12 victors, only 2 in 74 years, and only 1 still alive. Haymitch Abernathy, a tipsy, middle-aged man, stumbles onto the stage and collapses into a chair. The crowd offers polite applause as he, confused, attempts to hug Effie Trinket, who awkwardly tries to fend him off. The mayor appears worried. With the event broadcasted, District 12 becomes the object of ridicule, and he knows it. He hurriedly redirects the crowd's attention to the reaping by calling on Effie Trinket. Effie, always cheerful, steps up to the podium and delivers her usual line, "Happy Hunger Games," and "May the odds be ever in your favor." Her pink wig sits slightly askew after her earlier encounter with Haymitch. She speaks about the honor of her role, but it's clear she longs for a district with more respectable victors. Katniss spots Gale in the crowd, sharing a brief, knowing glance. Her thoughts turn to his 42 entries in the boy's drawing, realizing how slim his chances are. Gale's expression darkens as he likely worries the same for her. Effie heads to the girl's glass ball, pulls out a slip, and the crowd falls silent. Katniss desperately hopes it isn't her. Effie reads the name. It's not Katniss, it's Primrose Everdeen. So, Chapter 1 of the book starts out with Katniss hunting in the woods with Gale. Meanwhile, the movie starts out with Caesar Flickerman interviewing the game maker about the upcoming Hunger Games, and Prim having a nightmare about being picked in the reaping. The film doesn't go into detail about how Katniss and Gale hunt daily and sell to the Peacekeepers, with only a brief mention. One major difference between book and film is the mayor of District 12 and his daughter, who are not seen or mentioned in the movie. The mayor's speech in the novel is replaced with a live broadcast of President Snow talking about the war that divided Panem. All in all, the film did a very good job adapting this chapter with its limited budget and really captured the feeling of the novel. Chapter 2. Once, while waiting in a tree for game, Katniss had drifted off and plunged crashing to the ground, landing hard on her back. The fall had knocked the air from her lungs, leaving her gasping and paralyzed. Now she feels the same way, struggling for breath, words lost as the name echoes in her mind. A guy catches her arm, possibly stopping her from collapsing. Katniss refuses to believe this is happening. Prim had been just one name in a sea of thousands. The likelihood of her being picked is so slim that worry hadn't even crossed her mind. She had done everything, taking Tesserae herself, forbidding Prim from doing so. Yet, one slip of paper was all it took, and the odds meant nothing. In the distance, the crowd stirs uneasily, as they often do when someone so young is called. Prim, pale and trembling, walks forward with her fists tightly clenched, her steps small and rigid. As she passes, Katniss notices the back of Prim's blouse has come untucked, forming a ducktail over her skirt. That small, almost insignificant detail snaps Katniss back, giving her the strength to act. She cries out for Prim, her voice strained. The crowd parts without hesitation, clearing a path. Katniss reaches Prim just before she steps onto the stage and, with a swift motion, pulls her behind her. Katniss steps forward, gasping that she volunteers as tribute. Confusion spreads across the stage. Volunteers have been so uncommon in District 12 that the process is almost forgotten. The rule allows another eligible person to step forward. But in District 12, where being chosen is nearly a death sentence, volunteers are practically non-existent. Effie, flustered, mentions that the reaping winner should be introduced first but trails off, unsure of the exact procedure. The mayor, with a pained expression, waves off the formalities. He vaguely recognizes Katniss, perhaps as the girl who sells strawberries, the one awarded a medal after her father's death, or possibly the girl his daughter mentioned in passing. He simply allows her to come forward. Prim clings to Katniss, screaming wildly, her thin arms locked around her, begging her not to go. Katniss speaks firmly, telling Prim to let go, determined not to cry. She knows if they air her tears during the reaping replay, she'll be seen as weak, a target. She refuses to give anyone that satisfaction. Katniss feels someone pulling Prim from her back and turns to see Gale lifting Prim off the ground as she thrashes. His unsteady voice softly urges Katniss to head up as he carries Prim toward their mother. Steeling herself, Katniss ascends the steps. Effie Trinket excitedly praises the district's energy and asks for Katniss's name. After Katniss speaks, Effie comments that she surely mustn't want her sister to take all the glory, then calls for the crowd to applaud District 12's newest tribute. In a testament to the people of District 12, not a single person claps. Even those with betting slips, usually indifferent, remain still. Perhaps they know Katniss from the Hob, remember her father, or have met Prim, whom everyone is drawn to care for. Katniss stands frozen as the crowd offers the strongest protest they can. Complete silence, which speaks louder than words, saying, "We stand against this." Something surprising happens as Katniss realizes that District 12 now looks at her differently after she volunteered for Prim. The once unconcerned crowd now views her as someone valuable. One by one, people press 3 fingers to their lips and extend the gesture toward her. It's an ancient symbol, rarely seen, except at funerals. It speaks of gratitude, admiration, and a silent farewell to someone cherished. Haymitch stumbles onto the stage, saving Katniss from breaking down. He throws an arm around her, surprisingly strong despite his drunkenness, praises her. After struggling to find the word, he declares she has more grit than the audience. Then, as he points into the camera, Katniss wonders if he's taunting the Capitol before he stumbles off the stage, knocked out. Though repulsive, she is grateful for the distraction. With the cameras focused on him, Katniss quietly releases a choking sound and pulls herself together. Placing her hands behind her back, she stares into the distance, seeing the hill she climbed with Gale earlier that morning. For a fleeting moment, Katniss longs for the idea of leaving the district and living in the woods. But she knows her decision to stay was right. No one else would have come forward for Prim. Haymitch is quickly taken away on a stretcher, and Effie, eager to restore order, announces it's time to select the boy tribute. She swiftly grabs a slip, and before Katniss can hope for Gale's safety, the name is called. Peter Mellark. Katniss instantly recognizes the name, though they've never spoken. She knows the odds aren't in her favor today. Peter, with his solid physique and waves of ashy blonde hair, walks steadily to the stage. Though shock is clear on his face, his striking blue eyes reveal the fear she sees in hunted animals. Yet, he climbs the stage with quiet strength. Effie asks for volunteers, but no one steps forward. Katniss knows Peter's brothers won't volunteer, a typical choice on Reaping Day. What she did for Prim was truly bold. As the mayor begins the annual recitation of the Treaty of Treason, Katniss's mind drifts, too preoccupied to listen. Katniss wonders why it had to be Peter, but tells herself it doesn't matter. They aren't friends or even neighbors, and their only real interaction was years ago, something Peter has probably forgotten, but Katniss knows she never will. It was during the darkest time of her life, months after her father's death in a brutal January. The numbness had passed, leaving her with sudden waves of grief that hit her out of nowhere. Crying out for him in her mind, though no answer ever came. The district gave them a small sum as compensation for his death, just enough to cover a month of mourning, after which her mother was expected to find work. But she didn't. She either sat motionless in a chair or lay under the blankets, staring blankly into space. Occasionally, she'd stir as if driven by a sudden need, only to fall back into silence. Not even Prim's desperate pleas could reach her. Fear consumed her. She now knows her mother was trapped in grief, but back then, it felt like she had lost both parents. At 11, with Prim only 7, she had to take over, buying food, cooking, and keeping them presentable. If anyone found out her mother couldn't care for them, they'd be sent to the community home. She had seen the children there, haunted faces, bruises, and hopeless slouches. She couldn't let that happen to sweet Prim, who cried with her, brushed their mother's hair, and polished their father's mirror. That place would break her spirit beyond repair. So she concealed their struggle from the world. But the funds dried up and starvation crept in. With weeks to go before her 12th birthday, when she can sign up for Tesserae to receive food, she fears they may not survive until then. In District 12, it's all too common to witness people collapse in the streets. The elderly, children from large families, and injured minors are often seen weakly staggering through the streets. One day, they are found sitting lifeless against a wall or lying in the meadow, and the peacekeepers arrive to take away the body. Though the cause of death is never listed as starvation, everyone knows the truth. On the day Katniss encounters Peter Mellark, icy rain pours as she attempts to trade Prim's old baby clothes at the market. With no interest from anyone and nothing but fear keeping her from entering the hob alone, she is left with nothing. Her father's hunting jacket is soaked through and she shivers from days of only drinking boiled water with mint leaves. By the time the market closes, she's so frail she drops the clothes into the mud, unable to pick them up for fear she might collapse. Returning home is unthinkable. Her mother's blank stare and Prim's hollow cheeks and chapped lips are too much to bear. The fire from damp branches barely offers warmth, and her hands are empty without hope. Instead, she stumbles behind the wealthier shops, passing unused garden beds, a few animals, and a dog, huddled in the mud, all as defeated as she feels. In District 12, stealing is punishable by death, but Katniss briefly considers rummaging through trash bins, hoping to find something. Maybe a discarded bone or rotten vegetables that only her family would be desperate enough to eat. Unfortunately, the bins have already been emptied. As she passes the bakery, the smell of fresh bread overwhelms her. Mesmerized by the warmth and the scent, she momentarily forgets the cold rain until it jolts her back to reality. Lifting the bakery's trash bin lid, she finds it empty. Suddenly, the baker's wife yells at her, threatening to call the peacekeepers, furious about children from the seam going through her trash. As Katniss replaces the bin lid and steps back, she notices a blonde boy, someone from school, watching her. His mother returns to the bakery, still grumbling, but the boy remains. Exhausted, Katniss retreats behind the pig pen and slides down the trunk of an apple tree, realizing she has nothing to bring home. Weakened and overwhelmed, she contemplates letting the peacekeepers take them away, or even dying right there in the rain. A crash echoed from the bakery, followed by the woman's screams and the sound of a blow, causing Katniss to vaguely wonder what was happening. Footsteps splashed toward her through the mud. She braced herself, expecting the woman to chase her away. But it wasn't the baker's wife, it was the boy. In his arms, he carried 2 large loaves of bread with scorched crusts, as if they had fallen into the fire. His mother's voice echoed, scolding him to feed the burned bread to the pigs since no one would buy it. The boy began tearing off the charred parts, tossing them into the trough, while the bakery bell rang, and his mother went to help a customer. He didn't look at Katniss, but she watched him, noticing the red mark on his cheek. What had she hit him with? Katniss couldn't imagine it. Her parents never raised a hand to her. The boy glanced back at the bakery, making sure the coast was clear, then threw a loaf of bread in her direction, quickly followed by another. Without a word, he returned to the bakery, closing the door behind him. Katniss gazed at the loaves in shock. Despite the charred crust, they were flawless. He must have meant for her to take them. She quickly hid them under her shirt, wrapped her jacket tightly, and hurried away before anyone could notice. The warmth of the bread seared against my skin, but I held it closer, holding on to survival. By the time she reached home, the loaves had cooled, but the insides were still warm. When Prim reached for a piece, Katniss made her sit and insisted their mother join them. She scraped off the burned parts, sliced the bread, and served it with warm tea. Together, they ate the entire loaf, enjoying the hearty bread filled with raisins and nuts. Afterward, Katniss dried her clothes by the fire and collapsed into bed. It wasn't until the next morning that she wondered if the boy had burned the bread on purpose, knowing the punishment he might face. She dismissed the thought. He didn't even know her. Still, giving her the bread was an act of kindness that could have resulted in a beating, and she couldn't understand why he did it. Katniss and Prim eat the bread for breakfast and head to school, where the air feels like spring has arrived overnight. At school, Katniss notices Peter with a swollen cheek and bruised eye, but he doesn't acknowledge her. Later, as she walks home with Prim, she catches him watching her from across the yard. Their eyes meet for a moment before he turns away. Embarrassed, she looks down and sees the first dandelion of the season, and a memory of her father teaching her to gather food in the woods hits her. She knows now how they'll survive. Even now, Katniss can't separate Peter from the bread that gave her hope, or the dandelion that reminded her they weren't defeated yet. She often catches him looking her way in school, though he quickly looks away. She feels indebted to him, but hates the feeling. She thought of thanking him, but the right moment never came. Now, with them headed to the arena to fight to the death, she wonders how she could possibly thank him. It wouldn't feel sincere while planning to kill him. After the mayor reads the Treaty of Treason, Peter and Katniss are told to shake hands. His grip is firm and warm, like the bread he once gave her. He looks directly at her and gives a light squeeze, perhaps reassuring or maybe just nervous. As the anthem of Panem plays, Katniss thinks, there are 24 of them. The odds are someone else will kill him before she does. Then again, the odds haven't been very reliable for her lately. The film and the book are very similar here, but one difference is, Effie fumbles over her words when Katniss volunteers as tribute. Another difference from the book is Haymitch was at the reaping ceremony when in the movie, Katniss and Peter met him on the train to the capital. In the book, we learn the meaning of the three-finger salute. In this chapter, Katniss also goes into detail about the death of her father and remembers the burnt bread Peter gave her, which the film can only show as a short flashback. Chapter 3. After the anthem, Katniss is escorted into the Justice Building by peacekeepers. Although they don't handcuff her, the strict escort hints at previous escape attempts, though she's never seen it happen. Inside, she's led to a luxurious room, the most opulent place she's ever been. It has plush carpets and a velvet couch, which reminds her of the collar on her mother's dress. She sits and strokes the fabric to calm herself. Katniss mentally prepares for the hour of goodbyes, determined to stay composed to avoid appearing upset for the cameras waiting at the train station. Prim and Katniss's mother enter first. Prim climbs into Katniss's lap, hugging her neck and resting her head on her shoulder as she did when she was small. Their mother sits beside them, holding them both close. After a moment of silence, Katniss starts giving them instructions. Katniss firmly states that Prim must never take Tesserae. They can manage by selling goat milk and cheese and through her mother's small apothecary business. Gale will gather herbs for them, though Katniss advises caution, as he's not as knowledgeable about them. He'll also provide game as they agreed some time ago, and while he may not ask for anything in return, they should offer an exchange, like milk or medicine, as gratitude. Katniss doesn't suggest Prim learn to hunt. Previous lessons ended catastrophically. The woods scared Prim, and whenever Katniss made a kill, Prim would tear up, insisting they could save the creature if they got it back quickly. Instead, Katniss shifts her focus to Prim's skills with her goat. After discussing essentials like fuel, trading, and school, Katniss grabs her mother's arm, demanding her full attention. She warns her not to abandon them again. Her mother looks down, beginning to say she understands but couldn't control what happened. But Katniss interrupts, insisting she must stay present this time. Without Katniss, there's no one else to keep them alive. She makes her mother promise to endure whatever happens on the screen, her voice rising with the pent-up anger and fear from her past abandonment. Her mother pulls away, now angry too, arguing that she was ill and could have helped herself if she had the medicine she has now. Katniss knows this might be true, as she's seen her mother help others with the same deep sadness, but she insists they can't afford another collapse. She tells her mother to take the medicine if needed and to look after Prim. Prim then clasps Katniss's face, asking her to take care of herself too, suggesting she might have a chance to win because of her speed and bravery. Katniss knows the odds are against her. She will face well-trained opponents from wealthier districts who have prepared their whole lives for this, but she can't tell Prim that. Instead, she promises to try, hinting they could be as rich as Haymitch if she wins. Prim insists she doesn't care about the wealth. She just wants Katniss to come home and pleads with her to really try. Katniss swears she will, knowing she has to for Prim's sake. A peacekeeper arrives, signaling their time is up. They embrace tightly, exchanging rushed "I love yous." As they are ordered out and the door closes, Katniss buries her head in a velvet pillow as if it can shut out everything that's happening. Peter Mellark's father, the baker, enters the room, surprising Katniss. She finds it hard to believe he's there, given that she will soon be trying to kill his son. However, they know each other, and he knows Prim even better, often trading her goat cheese for bread at the hob when his unpleasant wife isn't around. Katniss is certain he would never have treated Peter harshly, unlike his wife. The baker, broad-shouldered and marked with oven scars, likely just having said goodbye to his son, perches uneasily on a plush chair. He takes out a white package and hands it to Katniss. She opens it to find cookies, an indulgence they can't afford. Katniss thanks him. Normally quiet, the baker says nothing today. Katniss mentions having his bread this morning, which Gale traded for a squirrel. He nods in acknowledgement. She remarks it wasn't the best trade, but he shrugs it off. With nothing left to say, they sit in silence until a peacekeeper signals the end of the visit. Before leaving, the baker promises to look over Prim and make sure she eats. His words ease some of the weight in Katniss's chest. While people may interact with her out of necessity, they truly care for Prim, and she hopes that affection will be enough to keep her safe. Madge arrives unexpectedly, walking directly to Katniss. Her tone is urgent as she explains that tributes can take one item from their district into the arena. She offers a small gold pin, a bird in flight. Without waiting for an answer, Madge pins it to her dress and insists that she promise to wear it. Katniss agrees. Cookies, a pin. Katniss is receiving many gifts today. Madge adds one more, a kiss on the cheek. Then she leaves, and Katniss is left wondering if Madge truly has been a friend all along. Gale finally arrives. There may be nothing romantic between them, but Katniss doesn't hesitate to embrace him. His presence is familiar, how it moves, the scent of wood smoke, even the rhythm of his heartbeat from their quiet hunts. But this is the first time she truly feels the strength of his lean, muscled frame against hers. Gale says getting a knife is effortless, but insists she needs a bow for her best chance of survival. Katniss argues that bows aren't always available, recalling a year when tributes only had spiked maces. Gale suggests making one, reminding her that even an imperfect bow is better than none. Katniss doubts her skills, mentioning her failed attempts to replicate her father's bows and the chance there might not be wood. Gale reassures her, saying there's almost always some wood now, especially after a year when tributes froze to death without firewood. Katniss agrees. Gale then tries to boost her confidence, comparing the games to hunting. Katniss counters that it's not the same. The others are armed and think strategically. Gale insists she's had more real practice and knows how to kill. When she replies that she has never killed people, he grimly asks how different it can be. Katniss realizes that if she can detach herself from the fact they are people, it truly won't be any different. The peacekeepers return too quickly, and Gale requests more time, but they begin dragging him away. Katniss panics, clutching his hand and pleading not to let her family starve. He reassures her that he won't, trying to tell her something important. Before he can finish, they pull him away and slam the door, leaving her to wonder what he wanted her to remember. The trip from the Justice Building to the railway platform is brief. Katniss has never traveled by car and has rarely used wagons, as they mostly get around on foot in the seam. She is glad she hasn't cried. The station is packed with reporters, their cameras fixed on her face. With years of practice, she wipes her face void of any emotions and glances at a nearby screen, satisfied to see herself looking almost indifferent. Peter, however, has visibly been weeping and makes no effort to hide it. Katniss wonders if this might be his strategy in the games, to seem weak and scared so others underestimate him, much like Johanna Mason of District 7 did years ago. No one took Johanna seriously until there were only a few tributes left, and she proved to be a ruthless killer. However, this tactic seems unusual for Peter, a baker's son, strong from years of lifting bread trays. It would take a lot of tears to make others overlook his strength. They stand in the train's doorway for a few minutes as cameras capture their images. Once inside, the train moves immediately. The speed is startling. Katniss has never been on a train before, as travel between districts is restricted to official duties like coal transport. This capital train is high speed, averaging 250 miles per hour, making the journey take less than a day. At school, they learned the capital was built where the Rockies once stood. District 12 lies in an area formerly known as Appalachia, where coal mining has been practiced for centuries, forcing miners to dig ever deeper. Their education, aside from basic reading and math, focuses mainly on coal. Weekly lectures on Panem's history emphasize what they owe the capital. Katniss acknowledges there must be more to the rebellion's history, but doesn't dwell on it, focusing instead on finding ways to get food. The luxurious tribute train, even fancier than the Justice Building, provides each of them with their own quarters, including a bedroom, dressing area, and a private bathroom with hot and cold running water. A luxury they don't have at home unless they boil the water. The drawers are stocked with fine clothes, and Effie Trinket instructs Katniss to use whatever she wants and wear anything she likes, reminding her to be ready for dinner in an hour. Katniss removes her mother's dress and takes a hot shower for the first time, describing it as a warmer version of summer rain. Afterward, she puts on a dark green shirt and pants. At the last moment, Katniss remembers Madge's small gold pin and, for the first time, examines it closely. The pin features a tiny golden bird encircled by a ring, attached only by the tips of its wings. She suddenly identifies it as a mockingjay. Mockingjays are unusual birds and serve as a subtle jab at the capital. Several genetically modified animals known as mutations or mutts were engineered by the capital during the rebellion. One of these was the jabberjay, a bird capable of memorizing and repeating entire human conversations. They were male homing birds released into areas where the capital's enemies hid. They would return to their bases with recorded conversations. However, once people realized their conversations were being transmitted, they began feeding false information to the capital. This led to the closure of the recording centers, and the jabberjays were left to perish in the wild. The jabberjays didn't die off. They bred with female mockingbirds, creating a new species. Although they lost the ability to mimic words, they could still imitate bird calls and human tunes, ranging from a child's sharp pitch to a man's low voice. They could even recreate full songs if they liked the singer's voice and the singer took the time. Katniss's father had a special bond with mockingjays. During hunts, he'd whistle or sing complex songs, and the birds, showing rare respect, would fall silent, captivated, before singing back. His voice was so beautiful that it filled the air with life. After he passed, Katniss couldn't sing to them anymore. Yet, the mockingjay itself brings her comfort, like having a part of him still watching over her. She fastens the pin to her green shirt, imagining the bird soaring through the trees. Effie collects Katniss for dinner. She follows her through the narrow corridor into a dining room with polished walls and a table set with fragile dishes. Peter is already seated with an empty chair beside him. Effie asks about Haymitch, and Peter says he went for a nap. Effie seems relieved, calling it a tiring day. The dinner is served in multiple courses: soup, salad, lamb chops, mashed potatoes, cheese, fruit, and cake. Effie repeatedly reminds them to pace themselves, but Katniss eats heartily, not having experienced such food before and thinking she needs to gain weight before the games. Effie then comments on their good manners, unlike last year's tributes, who ate with their hands and upset her stomach. Katniss knows they were from the seam, where eating properly isn't a concern when food is scarce. Irritated by Effie's remark, Katniss finishes her meal using her fingers and wipes them on the tablecloth, causing Effie to purse her lips. With the meal over, Katniss struggles to avoid getting sick and sees Peter looking queasy. Unused to such rich food, she recalls managing Greasy Sayer's dish of mice meat, tree bark, and pig entrails, and is determined to handle this meal too. They then move to watch the recap of the reapings across Panem. The broadcasts are staggered, mainly for the capital's viewing pleasure. They watch each reaping: a large boy volunteering from District 2, a fox-like girl from District 5, a boy with a crippled foot from District 10, and a 12-year-old girl from District 11 who reminds Katniss of Prim, but no one steps forward to take the girl's place. Finally, District 12 is shown. Prim's name is called, and Katniss sprints forward to volunteer, her voice frantic as she shoves Prim behind her, fearing no one will hear in time, but they do. Gale pulls Prim away while Katniss steps onto the stage. The commentators are baffled by the crowd's silence and the salute, calling District 12 backward yet quaint. Then, as if on cue, Haymitch collapses off the stage, prompting groans. Peter is called next and quietly joins Katniss. They shake hands, the anthem blares, and the program ends. Effie complains about her wig, criticizing Haymitch's lack of presentation. Peter laughs, saying Haymitch was drunk, a yearly habit. Katniss adds he drinks daily, smirking at Effie's naive view of him. Annoyed, Effie reminds them that Haymitch is crucial to their survival in the games, responsible for guiding and securing sponsors. Just then, Haymitch staggers in, slurring about missing supper, and vomits on the carpet before collapsing. Effie snaps at them to keep laughing, carefully steps around the mess, and quickly leaves the room. Chapter 3 of The Hunger Games has small differences from the movie. As Katniss and Peter are whisked away from the reaping ceremony, she has visitors. Her mother, Prim, Gale, and Peter's dad, who promises to ensure Prim gets fed. Another change is the Mockingjay pin. In the book, it's given to Katniss by Madge, the mayor's daughter, while in the movie, she receives it from the old lady in the market. Peter has a major personality shift. In the chapter, he cries and appears weak. But in the film, he's more confident despite his doubts. Chapter 4, Peter and Katniss stand silently, watching Haymitch struggle to rise from a pool of vomit. The stench nearly makes Katniss sick. They exchange a glance, acknowledging that despite his state, Haymitch is their only support in the arena. Without speaking, they each take one of his arms and lift him. Haymitch mumbles about tripping and wipes vomit across his face. Peter insists they get Haymitch back to his room to clean him up. They half drag him to his cabin, unable to place him on the bed, so they maneuver him into the bathtub and switch on the shower. Haymitch barely responds. Peter tells Katniss he'll handle the rest. Relieved, Katniss figures Peter might be trying to earn Haymitch's favor before the games, though it's clear Haymitch will remember none of this by morning. Katniss offers to send one of the Capitol attendants to help, but Peter refuses. She understands his dislike for them and heads to her own room, thinking that making the Capitol staff handle Haymitch would be a small act of payback. As she reflects on why Peter insists on helping, it becomes clear. He is showing the same compassion he showed when he gave her the bread. This realization alarms her. A kind Peter is far more dangerous than a cruel one, as kind people can reach her emotions. And she can't afford to let him do this, especially with what's ahead. Determined, she decides to keep her distance from him from now on. Katniss returns to her room as the train stops to refuel. She quickly opens the window, throws out the cookies Peter's father gave her, and slams it shut, determined to cut ties. The cookies hit the ground and burst open among dandelions by the track. The brief image jolts her memory of a time when hope seemed possible. Years ago, after noticing Peter's bruised face, she saw a dandelion that gave her a glimmer of hope. She took it home, grabbed a bucket, and with Prim in tow, headed to the meadow filled with golden weeds. After gathering dandelions, they searched along the fence until the bucket was full. That night, they ate dandelion salad and bakery bread. Prim asked about other foods they might find, and Katniss assured her there were many. She just needed to recall them. Katniss recalls a book her mother brought from the apothecary shop, filled with ink drawings of plants and handwritten notes detailing their names, where to find them, their blooming seasons, and medical uses. Her father had added entries about edible plants like dandelions, pokeweed, wild onions, and pines. Katniss and Prim stayed up through the night, absorbed in those pages. The next day, with no school, Katniss lingers near the meadow before gathering the courage to slip under the fence. It's her first time there alone without her father's weapons for safety. She retrieves a small bow and arrows he once made for her from a hollow tree. Venturing only about 20 yards into the woods, she spends most of the day perched in the branches of an old oak, waiting for game. After several hours, she manages to shoot a rabbit, her first successful hunt without her father's guidance. They hadn't tasted meat in months. The rabbit stirs something in Katniss's mother. She wakes up, skins it, and makes a stew with the meat and greens Prim collected. Then, as if lost again, she retreats back to bed. When the stew is ready, they make her eat a bowl. The woods become their lifeline, with Katniss venturing farther each day. She steals eggs, catches fish, shoots squirrels and rabbits, and carefully gathers plants, always cross-referencing them with her father's notes to avoid deadly mistakes. Any hint of danger, a distant howl, or the sudden snap of a branch initially had her sprinting back to the fence. Over time, she learns to climb trees to avoid wild dogs. Bears and larger predators stay deeper in the forest, likely avoiding the district's smoky odor. Katniss goes to the Justice Building on May 8th to claim her tesserae, bringing back oil and grain in Prim's toy cart. She repeats this monthly as it wasn't enough to live on, and they also need essentials like soap, milk, and thread. What they didn't strictly need to eat, Katniss started trading at the Hob. Entering the market alone is daunting without her father, but his earned respect allows her acceptance. Game is game, no matter who hunts it. She also sells to the wealthier townsfolk, trying to remember her father's tips while picking up new tricks. The butcher buys rabbits, but won't take squirrels. The baker enjoys squirrels, but only when his wife isn't around. The head peacekeeper has a taste for wild turkey, while the mayor craves strawberries. Katniss washes in a pond during late summer and notices tall plants with arrowhead-like leaves and three-petaled white blossoms. She kneels, digs into the mud, and pulls out small bluish tubers that can be boiled or baked like potatoes. She calls out her name, recognizing the plant she's named after, remembering her father's words about never starving. If she can find this plant, she spends hours gathering more. That night, they eat the Katniss roots and fish, feeling full for the first time in months. Her mother gradually becomes involved again, cleaning, cooking, and preserving the food Katniss brings in for winter. People begin trading with them or paying for her mother's medical remedies. One day, Katniss hears her mother singing. Prim is delighted by their mother's return, but Katniss remains wary, expecting her mother to withdraw again. She feels resentment for her mother's past weakness and neglect, which left them struggling. While Prim forgives easily, Katniss distances herself, building an emotional barrier that changes their relationship permanently. Now, facing death, Katniss regrets not mending things with her mother. She recalls yelling at her earlier in the Justice Building, but also saying she loved her. She hopes these conflicting moments might somehow balance out. Katniss stares out the train window, wishing she could open it but uncertain of the consequences at such high speed. In the distance, she spots the lights of another district, though she can't tell which one. She imagines the people inside preparing for bed and envisions her own home with its shutters tightly closed. She wonders if her mother and Prim ate the fish stew and strawberries, or if the meal remained untouched. Katniss pictures them watching the day's recap on their old, worn TV. She worries if her mother is staying strong for Prim or if she's already beginning to withdraw, leaving the burden on Prim's frail shoulders. She knows Prim will likely sleep beside their mother, and the thought of Buttercup, the cat, standing guard over Prim brings her some comfort. If Prim cries, Buttercup will nuzzle into her arms until she drifts off to sleep. Katniss is grateful she didn't get rid of the cat. Thinking of home fills her with a deep sense of loneliness. The day feels endless. She remembers eating blackberries with Gale that morning, now a distant memory twisted into a nightmare. Katniss hopes that sleep might take her back to District 12, where she belongs. She undresses and slips into the soft, warm bed, surrounded by silky sheets and a plush comforter. If she were to cry, now would be the time, but the tears don't come. She's too drained, too numb to shed tears. All she feels is the longing to be anywhere else. So she allows the train to lull her into a deep, empty sleep. Pale light filters through the curtains as the sound rouses her. Effie Trinket's voice rings out, urging her to get up, excitedly announcing that it will be a big day. Katniss briefly wonders what goes through Effie's mind, what thoughts occupy her days, and what dreams fill her nights, but she can't imagine. She puts on her slightly wrinkled green outfit from the previous night and runs her fingers over the Mockingjay pin, thinking of the woods, her father, and her family managing without her. Her hair, still braided from the reaping, looks fine, so she leaves it as is. With the Capitol approaching, she knows her stylist will soon take charge of her appearance for the opening ceremonies, hoping they don't see nudity as the height of fashion. As Katniss steps into the dining car, Effie Trinket passes her with a cup of black coffee, quietly muttering curses. Haymitch, his face swollen and red from yesterday's drinking, laughs to himself, while Peter, clutching a roll, appears slightly uncomfortable. Haymitch waves Katniss over to sit down. As soon as she does, she's served a huge platter of food: eggs, ham, and fried potatoes. There's fruit in a chilled bowl and a basket of rolls that could feed her family for a week. A fancy glass of what she assumes is orange juice, though she's only tasted it once during New Year's when her father got one as a rare treat. Katniss sees a cup of coffee, something her mother loves but they couldn't afford, though she finds it bitter and weak. Another cup holds a rich brown drink, which Peter calls hot chocolate. She takes a sip, captivated, finishes the entire cup before touching the rest of her meal. Katniss eats all she can, being cautious with the richer foods. She recalls her mother once saying she always eats like it's her last meal, and her response, "She won't unless she brings it home," which ended the discussion. When Katniss is full, she leans back and observes her companions. Peter is still eating, dipping pieces of roll into hot chocolate. Haymitch ignores his food, drinking red juice mixed with a clear liquid that smells like alcohol. Though Katniss doesn't know Haymitch well, she has seen him at the Hob buying liquor and assumes he'll be drunk when they arrive at the Capitol. Katniss realizes she detests Haymitch, understanding why District 12 tributes struggle. It's not just their undernourishment and lack of training. Some have still been strong enough to compete. However, they rarely receive sponsors, and Haymitch significantly contributes to this issue. Wealthy backers, whether betting or seeking bragging rights, expect someone more refined than Haymitch to represent them. Katniss asks Haymitch for advice, and he humorously suggests they simply stay alive, laughing afterward. She shares a glance with Peter before recalling her decision to cut ties with him, surprised by the intensity in his eyes. Peter responds sarcastically and suddenly shatters Haymitch's glass, spilling the red liquid, stating that this isn't funny for them. Haymitch takes a moment to consider before punching Peter in the jaw, sending him crashing to the floor. He then turns to grab the spirits and Katniss drives her knife into the table between his hand and the bottle, narrowly missing his fingers. She braces for a counterattack, but instead, he leans back and squints at them, expressing surprise that he has 2 fighters this year. Peter stands and grabs ice to press against his jaw, but Haymitch advises him to let the bruise show to suggest he's already fought. Peter objects, citing the rules, but Haymitch explains it only matters if they get caught, and a visible bruise will work to their advantage. Haymitch then turns to Katniss, questioning her knife skills. While her main weapon is a bow and arrow, she's also practiced with knives. Sometimes, if she has injured an animal with an arrow, it's better to use a knife on it before getting closer. Realizing this is her moment to impress, she yanks the knife from the table and throws it at the wall, where it lodges between 2 panels, enhancing her image. Haymitch directs Katniss and Peter to stand in the middle of the room, circling them and inspecting their bodies and faces. He notes they seem fit and that they will be attractive enough once stylists get involved. They understand that while the Hunger Games aren't a beauty contest, good looks can attract more sponsors. Haymitch offers a deal. If they don't interfere with his drinking, he'll remain sober enough to help them, but they must follow his instructions. It's not a great deal, but it's a significant improvement from no guidance at all. Peter agrees, and Katniss asks about strategies for the cornucopia in the arena. Haymitch interrupts, saying they need to focus on one thing at a time. He explains that they will soon arrive at the station where they'll meet their stylists, warning them they won't like what happens next. He insists they should not resist, despite Katniss starting to protest. As he leaves with a bottle of spirits, the compartment goes dark as the door swings shut behind him. Katniss realizes they are in a tunnel leading to the capital, a natural barrier that historically made it hard for rebels to approach. This geographical advantage contributed to the districts losing the war, leaving her as a tribute today. As the train speeds through the tunnel, Katniss feels claustrophobic, recalling her father trapped in the mines, buried in darkness and unable to see the sun. The train slows and bright light fills the compartment. Katniss and Peter rush to the window to see the capital, the ruling city of Panem, which they've only seen on television. The cameras fail to capture its true grandeur, featuring towering buildings in vibrant colors, shiny cars on wide streets, and well-fed people in eccentric clothing and painted faces. The colors seem artificial, deep pinks, overly bright greens, and painfully vivid yellows, reminiscent of candies they can't afford in District 12. The crowd eagerly points at the arriving tribute train. Katniss steps back from the window, sickened by their excitement, knowing they can't wait to see them die. In contrast, Peter waves and smiles until the train reaches the station and blocks their view. Noticing Katniss's stare, Peter shrugs, suggesting that some in the crowd might be wealthy. Katniss misjudged him. She reflects on his behavior since the reaping, his supportive squeeze of her hand, his father's visit with cookies for Prim, and whether Peter orchestrated that. She recalls his tears at the station, his willingness to wash Haymitch, and now his attempt to win over the crowd. As she pieces it all together, she senses that Peter has a plan. He hasn't accepted his fate and is fighting to stay alive, which also implies that the kind Peter Malark, who once gave her bread, is determined to kill her. The film didn't show Katniss reminiscing about Prim and her mother and how her father left her a bow and arrows that he made. Instead, it briefly mentions their father and shows him in a flashback. Katniss talks about edible plants, knowledge learned from her father. While this was left out, she still knows about nightlock berries later. Katniss stabbing the table is humorous, especially when Effie notes the mahogany wood it's made from. She realizes Peter is acting, but the film misses showing him crying at the reaping to contrast his cheerful entrance to the capital. Katniss thinks he has a plan to stay alive and kill her. While the film lacks her inner thoughts, this is hinted through her glances and looks she gives Peter. Chapter 5, Venia, a woman with blue hair and golden tattoos over her brows, pulls a fabric strip from Katniss's leg, tearing out hair. Katniss clenches her teeth. She apologizes in a silly capital accent, remarking on Katniss's hairiness. Katniss wonders in her mind why these people speak in such a high pitch, keep their jaws barely open, and end sentences as if they're asking questions. She observes their odd vowels, clipped speech, and the constant hiss on the letter S, realizing it's difficult to avoid imitating them. Venia puts on a compassionate expression, stating this is the last strip. Katniss grips the table and nods. The final pull yanks the hair from her leg painfully. Katniss has spent over 3 hours in the remake center without seeing her stylist, who is waiting for Venia and the prep team to fix several issues. They scrub her with gritty foam, stripping away dirt and layers of skin, shaping her nails and removing hair from her torso, arms, legs, underarms, and parts of her eyebrows. She feels like a stripped bird, bare and defenseless. Despite her sore, tingling skin, she keeps her silence, sticking to her deal with Haymitch. Flavius tells Katniss she's doing well, shaking his orange corkscrew hair while applying purple lipstick. He mentions they can't tolerate whining and instructs the others to oil her down. Octavia, a stout woman with a light pea-green body, and Venia massage lotion onto Katniss, which initially stings and then calms her raw skin. They lift Katniss from the table, taking away the thin robe she has worn. Standing completely exposed, she watches as the three circle her with tweezers to eliminate any remaining hair. Though she recognizes she should feel embarrassed, their unusual appearance makes her feel as unself-conscious as if brightly colored birds were pecking at her feet. The three step back and behold their craftsmanship. Flavius exclaims that Katniss nearly resembles a human being now, and they all laugh. Katniss forces a smile to express her gratitude, thanking them and noting that there's little reason to look nice in District 12. This pleases them. Octavia expresses sympathy for her situation, while Venia assures her that Cinna will make her absolutely gorgeous. Flavius adds that now that they've removed the hair and dirt, she's not bad at all and suggests calling Cinna. They rush out of the room. Katniss finds it hard to dislike her prep team. Despite their foolishness, she recognizes their sincere attempts to help her. Katniss gazes at the frigid, pale walls and floor, resisting the urge to grab her robe, knowing Cinna will likely make her remove it. Instead, her hands move to her hair, the only area her prep team was instructed to leave untouched. She strokes the silky braids her mother carefully arranged. Thoughts of her mother flood her mind. She recalls leaving her blue dress and shoes on the train car floor, never considering retrieving them or holding on to a piece of home. Now she regrets that decision. A young man, likely Cinna, enters, surprising Katniss with normal appearance. Unlike most stylists who are stenciled, dyed, surgically altered to look grotesque, Cinna has brown hair and wears a plain black shirt and trousers. His only change is light gold eyeliner, highlighting flecks in his green eyes. Despite her disdain for capital fashion, Katniss finds him unexpectedly appealing. Cinna introduces himself to Katniss in a quiet tone, lacking the usual capital affectations. Katniss cautiously replies, "Hello," and Cinna asks for a moment while he circles Katniss's naked form, observing without contact. She fights the impulse to cover herself, and Cinna questions who styled her hair. Katniss says, her mother. Cinna compliments the hairstyle, describing it as beautiful and classic, and notes it suits her profile well. Katniss expected a flamboyant stylist, an older person trying to appear young, or someone who sees her as mere meat to be prepared. Cinna is none of these. Katniss sees that he is new, as most stylists are familiar faces in the tribute pool. Some present her entire life. Cinna confirms this is his first year in the games. Katniss notes that newcomers usually get assigned to District 12, the least desirable area. Cinna states he requested District 12 and suggests she put on her robe for a discussion. Pulling on her robe, Katniss follows him through a doorway into a lounge with 2 scarlet couches arranged around a low table. 3 walls are bare, the 4th all glass showing the city. Katniss observes the light indicating it's around noon, despite the sunny sky shifting to grey. Cinna invites her to sit and takes a seat opposite her. He presses a button on the table, causing the top to split and reveal a second surface that rises, presenting their lunch. Chicken and orange chunks in creamy sauce on a bed of white grain, green peas and onions, flower-shaped rolls, and a honey-colored pudding for dessert. Katniss imagines preparing this meal at home. Chickens are too expensive, but she could manage with a wild turkey and would need to hunt a second to swap for an orange. Instead of cream, she could use goat milk, grow peas in the garden, and forage for wild onions. The grain is unfamiliar, Her tessera ration results in unappetizing brown mush. Fancy rolls would require another trade with the baker, maybe for a few squirrels. Regarding the pudding, she can't guess its contents. Days spent hunting and foraging would yield this meal, which would still fall short of the capital's version. Katniss contemplates what it would be like to live in a world where food appears at the push of a button. She questions how she would use the hours currently spent foraging in the woods if obtaining food were so simple. Katniss wonders what the capital residents do all day, aside from adorning their bodies and waiting for new tributes to arrive for their entertainment. Katniss looks up to find Cinna's gaze fixed on hers. He implies they must seem despicable to her. She wonders if he has seen her expression or read her thoughts. He's correct. She finds the entire group repugnant. Cinna dismisses her concerns and discusses her costume for the opening ceremonies. He mentions his partner, Portia, styles Peter, and that they plan to dress Katniss in complementary costumes, as it's traditional to reflect the district's essence. For the opening ceremonies, tributes must wear outfits that represent their district's main industry: agriculture for District 11, fishing for District 4, and factories for District 3. This means Katniss and Peter from District 12 will don coal miner attire. Since baggy jumpsuits aren't flattering, tributes typically end up in revealing outfits with hats featuring headlamps. One year, their tributes were completely naked and smeared in black powder to mimic coal dust, which never wins the crowd's favor. Katniss braces herself for the worst. Katniss asks if she'll be in a coal miner outfit, hoping it won't be indecent. Cinna responds that it won't be exactly that, explaining that he and Portia believe the coal miner theme is overdone, and that their goal is to make District 12 tributes unforgettable. Katniss thinks she'll end up naked. Cinna explains they will focus on the coal itself. Katniss envisions being naked and smeared with black dust. Cinna then states that coal is burned and asks if she's afraid of fire, grinning at her reaction. Some hours later, Katniss is dressed in what might be either the most eye-catching or the most dangerous costume for the opening ceremonies. She wears a plain black unitard that covers her from ankle to neck, complemented by shiny leather boots that lace up to her knees. The outfit is defined by a fluttering cape made of orange, yellow, and red streams, along with a matching headpiece. Cinna intends to set them ablaze just before their chariot rolls into the city. Cinna explains that the flames aren't real, but synthetic fire he and Portia created, assuring Katniss she'll be perfectly safe. However, she worries she might end up roasted by the time they arrive at the city center. Her face is nearly bare of makeup with just a touch of highlighting. Her hair is smoothed out and styled into a braid that falls down her back in her typical fashion. Cinna expresses his wish for the audience to recognize her in the arena, calling her Katniss, the girl who was on fire. Katniss thinks a complete madman might be hidden behind Cinna's calm demeanor. Despite the morning's insight into Peter's character, Katniss feels a sense of relief when he arrives in the same outfit. As the son of a baker, he should have some understanding of fire. His stylist, Portia, along with her team, joins him, and everyone is buzzing with excitement about the impression they will create, except for Cinna, who appears somewhat fatigued as he receives congratulations. They are taken down to the lower level of the Remake Center, which resembles a massive stable. The opening ceremonies are imminent, with pairs of tributes being loaded into chariots drawn by teams of 4 horses. Their horses are a deep black, so well trained that no one needs to hold their reins. Cinna and Portia guide them into the chariot and meticulously adjust their positions and the arrangement of their capes, before stepping aside to discuss. Katniss whispers to Peter, asking what he thinks about the fire. He responds through clenched teeth that he'll tear off her cape if she tears off his. She agrees, thinking that if they can remove them quickly enough, they might avoid serious burns. It's concerning. They'll be thrown into the arena regardless of their condition. Katniss knows they promised Haymitch to follow orders, but feels he didn't consider this aspect. Peter notes Haymitch's absence and mentions he should be protecting them from such situations. Katniss remarks that with all the alcohol in him, it's probably unwise to have him near an open flame. Suddenly, they both laugh, realizing that their nerves about the games and fear of becoming human torches are causing them to act irrationally. The opening music plays, echoing throughout the capital as huge doors open, unveiling the streets lined with spectators. The ride lasts around 20 minutes, ending at the city circle, where they will be welcomed, the anthem played and led into the training center, their homes confinement until the games commence. District 1 arrives in a chariot drawn by snow-white horses, looking stunning in silver paint and elegant tunics decorated with jewels. They craft luxury goods for the capital, and the crowd's excitement is palpable. They are perennial favorites. District 2 positions itself to follow. Soon, they reach the entrance, and Katniss notices that the light is fading due to the overcast sky and evening hour. District 11's tributes are just making their appearance as Cinna arrives with a torch. He ignites their capes, and Katniss gasps, expecting heat, but only feels a light tickling. Cinna climbs in front and lights their headdresses, sighing in relief and confirming it works. He lifts Katniss's chin, reminding her to hold her head high and smile, assuring her the audience will love her. Cinna jumps down and shouts something, but the music drowns him out. He gestures again. Katniss asks Peeta what Cinna is saying. She sees he looks stunning with the fake flames and thinks she does too. Peeta suggests they hold hands, takes her right hand, and they glance at Cinna for validation. He nods and raises his thumb in approval, the last sight Katniss has before they enter the city. At first, there is shock at their appearance, but it quickly shifts to cheers and calls for District 12. All attention moves toward them, drawing focus away from the chariots ahead. Katniss freezes momentarily, but soon sees them on a large screen, amazed by how stunning they look. As twilight deepens, firelight outlines their faces, creating the illusion of flames trailing from their capes. Cinna's minimal makeup choice works perfectly. They look striking, yet easily recognizable. Cinna's voice echoes, telling Katniss to lift her head and smile, promising the crowd will adore her. Katniss raises her chin, smiles brightly, and waves with her free hand. Grateful to have Peeta's steady presence for balance, she gains confidence, even blowing kisses to the crowd. The capital citizens go wild, throwing flowers and shouting their names, taking the time to look them up in the program. The music, cheers, and admiration fuel Katniss's excitement. Cinna has given her a major advantage. No one will forget her appearance or name. For the first time, hope rises within her as she considers the possibility of gaining a sponsor. With some extra help, food, and the right weapon, she starts to believe she has a real chance in the games. Katniss catches a red rose thrown her way, giving it a light sniff before blowing a kiss towards the person who tossed it. The crowd eagerly reaches up as if they could actually catch her kiss. Her name echoes from all sides, with people calling for her attention. As they enter the city circle, Katniss realizes she's been squeezing Peeta's hand tightly. Loosening her grip, Peeta quickly holds on, asking her not to let go, worried he might fall from the chariot. Katniss agrees to keep holding on, but feels uneasy about being presented as a pair, knowing they'll soon be forced into the arena to fight. The 12 chariots move into the city circle, where capital elites crowd every window. Their horses stop directly in front of President Snow's mansion, and the music ends dramatically. President Snow, a slender man with snow-white hair, delivers the official welcome from the balcony above. As he speaks, the camera traditionally cuts to the tributes' faces, but Katniss notices District 12 gets significantly more airtime. The darker it grows, the more they seem to capture the crowd's attention with their flickering flames. Even during the national anthem, when the camera tries to focus on all tributes, it lingers on District 12 as their chariot circles the city circle and enters the training center. As soon as the doors close behind them, the prep teams rush in, babbling praise. Katniss notices the other tributes glaring at them, confirming they've outshone everyone. Cinna and Portia help them down, carefully removing the flaming capes and headpieces, with Portia using a spray to extinguish the flames. Katniss realizes she's still holding Peeta's hand and forces herself to let go. They both massage their stiff hands. Peeta thanks her for holding on, admitting he got shaky, but Katniss reassures him that no one noticed. Peeta compliments her, saying the flames suit her, and smiles in a way that feels sweet and shy, stirring an unexpected warmth in Katniss. A warning flashes in her mind. She reminds herself that Peeta is her competition, likely planning how to kill her. Not wanting to be outplayed, she stands on tiptoe and kisses his cheek, right on the bruise. This chapter begins with a montage of Katniss being stripped naked as the prep team waxes, shaves, and plucks every last bit of hair from her body. The movie presents a shortened version of this scene. In the book, Cinna specifically chooses District 12 for her, but this detail is omitted in the film. Cinna is polite and recognizes Katniss's aversion to capital residents. Unlike in the book, where Katniss fears the fire in her costume, the movie portrays her as unafraid, highlighting her bravery and strength. Additionally, in the book, Cinna instructs Katniss and Peeta to hold hands, whereas in the film, Peeta initiates this gesture, and they raise their hands together. Cinna is also the first to refer to Katniss as the Girl on Fire in the book, a title later echoed by Caesar Flickerman in the movie. Chapter 6, the tributes and their teams reside in a specially designed tower at the training center, their home until the real games begin. Each district occupies a floor with a simple elevator system based on district numbers. Katniss recalls using the Justice Building elevator in District 12 twice, once for her father's medal and recently to say goodbye to her loved ones. That old elevator was slow, creaky, and unpleasant. In contrast, the crystal-walled one here offers a thrilling view as people below turn tiny while it descends. The thrill tempts her to ask Effie for another ride, but she dismisses the idea as immature. Effie Trinket's duties extend beyond the station, as she and Haymitch will manage the tributes until the arena. Effie is reliable and keeps them on schedule, while Haymitch hasn't been seen since the train, likely unconscious somewhere. Effie, excited by their success, says they're the first team she's chaperoned to make a strong impression at the opening ceremonies. She praises their costumes and behavior, and claims she's been promoting them to important capital figures all day, working to secure sponsors. Effie, squinting her eyes, explains she's been secretive since Haymitch hasn't shared their strategies. Still, she's promoted them with what she knows, highlighting Katniss's sacrifice for her sister and how they've risen above the savage nature of their district. Katniss finds it ironic, considering Effie is preparing them for death, and wonders if their success is judged by mere dining etiquette. Effie proudly recalls how she responded to doubts about them being from the coal district by saying that pressure turns coal into pearls. She beams, and Katniss and Peeta feel obligated to react positively, even though it's wrong. Katniss knows pearls come from shellfish, and perhaps Effie meant diamonds, but even that's incorrect. Machines in District 1 can turn graphite into diamonds, but even that's incorrect. Machines in District 1 can turn graphite into diamonds, but District 12 doesn't mine graphite. That was District 13's job before they were destroyed. Katniss wonders if the people Effie's been promoting them to even know or care about the mistake. Effie grimly says she can't secure sponsor deals, only Haymitch can, but promises to get him to the table, even if by force. Despite her flaws, Katniss admits Effie has a certain determination she admires. Katniss's quarters are more spacious than her home in District 12 and filled with luxurious gadgets. The shower offers over 100 settings for water, soap, and scents, while a mat blow-dries her body. Instead of dealing with wet hair, she uses a device that untangles and dries it instantly. She selects an outfit with the closet's programming, commands the windows to zoom in on the city, and orders food with a whisper. Katniss moves around the room, eating goose liver and bread, until there's a knock at the door. Effie is calling her to dinner. Katniss, feeling hungry, enters the dining room where Peeta, Cinna, and Portia stand on a balcony overlooking the Capitol. She's relieved to see the stylists, especially knowing Haymitch will join them. A dinner with only Effie and Haymitch would be a catastrophe. The focus of the meal isn't food, but strategy, and Cinna and Portia have already proven their worth. A silent server offers them wine. Katniss hesitates, having only tried homemade wine her mother uses for coughs, but takes a sip. The tart, dry taste leaves her thinking it could use a bit of honey. Haymitch arrives just as dinner begins, surprisingly clean and sober. He accepts wine but focuses on his soup, which Katniss realizes is the first time she's seen him eat. Cinna and Portia seem to bring out a more civil side in Haymitch and Effie, as they now speak to each other politely. Both offer nothing but compliments for the stylist's work during the opening ceremonies. While the others make small talk, Katniss focuses on the meal: mushroom soup, bitter greens with tiny tomatoes, paper-thin rare roast beef, noodles in green sauce, and melting cheese with sweet grapes. The young servers, all dressed in white tunics like the one who offered the wine, move silently around the table, keeping the plates and glasses filled. Halfway through her wine, Katniss's head feels foggy, so she switches to water, disliking the sensation and wondering how Haymitch manages to live like this constantly. As the conversation shifts to interview costumes, a server brings a beautifully lit cake. The flames flicker before going out, and Katniss hesitates, asking if alcohol fuels the fire, not wanting any more. Suddenly, she recognizes the girl. Katniss can't place the girl's name or when they met, but she's certain she recognizes her. Dark red hair, striking features, and pale skin. Anxiety and guilt rise as she realizes a bad memory is connected to this girl. The girl's terrified expression only deepens Katniss's unease before she quickly shakes her head and hurries away. When Katniss looks back, the adults are watching her closely. Effie dismisses the idea that Katniss could know an Avox. Confused, Katniss asks what an Avox is. Haymitch explains it's someone who committed a crime and had their tongue cut out, making it unlikely Katniss would know her. Effie then reminds her not to speak to an Avox unless giving an order. Haymitch adds that she's likely a traitor, sparking Katniss's memory of where she knows the girl, though the truth is too dangerous to admit. She awkwardly backtracks while Peter snaps his fingers, suggesting the girl looks like Deli Cartwright to explain the familiar face. Deli, however, is as different from the server as a beetle is from a butterfly. Pale, lumpy, with yellow hair and always smiling, even at Katniss. The red-haired girl has never smiled. Still, Katniss quickly agrees with Peter's suggestion, attributing it to the hair. Peter adds that it might be something in the eyes. As the tension eases, Cinna remarks there's no concern, then reassures them that the cake, made for their fiery debut, has no alcohol left as it burned off. Afterward, they move to a sitting room to watch the replay of the opening ceremonies, where their impressive debut stands out among the others, even drawing admiration from their group. Haymitch asks about the hand-holding, and Portia reveals it was Cinna's idea. Haymitch compliments the move as a subtle rebellion, and Katniss realizes their united front set them apart from the other stiff, distant pairs. Haymitch tells them to meet for breakfast before training to discuss strategy and sends them off to bed. As Katniss and Peter walk to their rooms, Peter leans against her door, hinting at the Deli Cartwright cover-up. Katniss considers telling him the truth about the girl, especially since Peter had covered for her, thinking it likely wouldn't cause much harm since they both lied. Katniss realizes she wants to talk to someone about the red-headed girl, someone who might help her figure out the story. She wishes she could talk to Gale, but knows she'll likely never see him again. She weighs whether sharing this secret with Peter would give him an advantage, but decides it might help him see her as a friend. The thought of the girl with her maimed tongue terrifies Katniss, reminding her of her true purpose here, not to showcase costumes or enjoy fine food, but to face a brutal death as the crowd cheers for her killer. Reveal the truth or stay silent. Her mind, still foggy from the wine, searches the empty corridor as if the answer awaits her there. Peter senses her hesitation and suggests they visit the roof, mentioning that Cinna showed it to him and the view is impressive, though the wind is loud, hinting they won't be overheard. Katniss agrees. They step onto the roof through a small dome-shaped room, and Katniss is awestruck by the view. The Capitol glows like a field of fireflies, a stark contrast to District 12, where electricity is scarce and often only available for airing the games or government broadcasts. They walk to the railing, looking down at the busy streets below. Cars, shouts, and metallic tinkling fill the air. In District 12, it would be time for bed. Peter mentions asking Cinna if they were concerned about tributes jumping off the roof. Cinna had explained it was impossible due to an electric field that throws anyone back. Katniss sarcastically notes how they're always concerned about safety. She wonders if they're being watched, and Peter admits it's possible before inviting her to see the garden. On the other side of the dome, a garden filled with flower beds and potted trees comes into view. Wind chimes hanging from the branches create the soft tinkling sound Katniss heard earlier. The noise is loud enough to muffle their conversation. Peter waits for her to speak, and Katniss pretends to examine a flower before quietly telling him about a day hunting in the woods. She and Gale had been hidden, waiting for game, when all the birds went silent except one, as if it were warning them. Then they saw a girl and a boy, exhausted and in tattered clothes, running like their lives were at stake. Katniss is sure it was the same girl. Katniss pauses, recalling how she and Gale had been frozen. Watching the strange pair, clearly not from District 12, running through the woods, they later wondered if they could have helped, hidden them if they had acted faster. As hunters, they knew the pair was in danger, but they didn't move. Katniss tells Peter how a hovercraft suddenly appeared, soundless, and dropped a net on the girl, lifting her quickly, while a spear attached to a cable shot through the boy, pulling him up. She's certain he was dead. The girl likely screamed the boy's name before the hovercraft disappeared, and the birds resumed singing as if nothing had occurred. Peter asks if they were seen, and Katniss replies that they were hidden under a rock shelf, but she knows the truth. Before the hovercraft arrived, the girl had spotted them, locking eyes with Katniss and silently pleading for help, a plea she and Gale ignored. The wind and the memory of the girl's scream drained all the warmth from Katniss' body, and she wonders if that scream had been the girl's last. Peter notices her shivering and wraps his jacket around her, and for a moment she accepts both his warmth and kindness, thinking a friend would do the same. He asks if the pair were from the capital, and Katniss nods, recalling their distinct look. When Peter wonders where they were headed, Katniss admits she doesn't know, as District 12 borders only wilderness and the ruins of District 13. She reflects on Haymitch calling the Avoxes traitors, questioning why they would rebel when they had everything. Peter suddenly blurts out that he'd leave the capital, then quickly covers, laughing nervously and commenting on the food, making his remark seem like the words of a scared tribute instead of someone questioning the capital's authority. Peter suggests they head inside as it's getting chilly. Once inside the warm dome, he casually brings up Gale, asking if he's the one who took Katniss' sister at the reaping. Katniss confirms, and Peter mentions hearing girls talk about Gale, assuming they were cousins due to their similar looks. Katniss clarifies they aren't related. Peter then asks if Gale came to say goodbye, and she confirms, adding that Peter's father also visited, bringing cookies. Peter raises his eyebrows, but Katniss doesn't put much stock in it, knowing how smoothly he lies. Peter remarks that his father likes Katniss and her sister, wishing he had daughters instead of sons. The idea of being discussed at Peter's house surprises her. He also mentions that his father knew her mother when they were kids, which catches her off guard but seems plausible. As they reach her door, Katniss returns Peter's jacket, and they exchange goodbyes before Peter walks down the hall. When Katniss opens her door, the red-headed girl is picking up her unitard and boots. Katniss wants to apologize for earlier, but knows she isn't supposed to speak unless giving an order. Instead, she asks the girl to take the clothes to Cinna, expressing regret for not doing it herself. The girl nods and leaves without meeting her eyes. Katniss realizes her apology goes beyond the dinner incident. She's ashamed she never tried to help the girl in the woods, letting the capital kill the boy and mutilate her. It was no different than watching the games unfold. Feeling the weight of guilt, Katniss climbs into bed, still shivering. She knows the girl remembers her, just as she won't forget the face of someone who was her last hope. As Katniss pulls the covers over her head, she wonders if the girl will take satisfaction in watching her die. This chapter emphasizes the dinner Katniss and Peter have with Cinna, Haymitch, and Effie, a scene omitted in the movie where they go straight to the training center with the other tributes. While the book shows Katniss and Peter being treated well, they remain aware of their status. During the dinner, Katniss encounters the Avox girl, a plotline that's missing from the film. This absence likely stems from the complexity of the Avox concept, which would have required more time to explain. Chapter 7. Katniss's sleep is tormented by nightmares. The red-headed girl's face blends with bloody Hunger Games scenes, her distant mother, and a terrified Prim. She bolts up, screaming for her father as the mine explodes in a burst of deadly light. Dawn breaks, casting a misty glow over the capital. Katniss's head aches, and she tastes blood from biting her cheek. She reluctantly leaves her bed for the shower, hitting buttons on the control panel. Jets of freezing and scalding water hit her, followed by a deluge of lemon-scented foam that she scrubs off with a stiff brush, invigorating her. After drying and applying lotion, she discovers an outfit laid out for her. Tight black pants, a long-sleeved burgundy tunic, and leather shoes. She braids her hair, noting it's the first time she looks like her normal self since the reaping. Simple, reminiscent of her ready-for-the-woods look, which soothes her. Without a specified time for breakfast and no morning contact, Katniss heads to the dining room, driven by hunger. The space is empty except for a sideboard filled with various dishes. She asks the Avox to serve herself and gets a nod. She loads her plate with eggs, sausages, batter cake, and slices purple melon. As she eats, she gazes at the sunrise over the capital and has a second helping of hot grain with beef stew. Finally, she takes rolls, dipping them in hot chocolate, reminiscent of Peter on the train. Katniss's thoughts drift to her mother and Prim back home, picturing them at their morning tasks. Her mother making breakfast, Prim milking the goat. She can hardly believe she was there just 2 days ago. From afar, she feels the emptiness of her house and speculates on her family's reaction to her dramatic games debut, questioning whether it brought them hope or deepened their fear given the brutal truth of the competition. Haymitch and Peter enter, wish her a good morning, and begin filling their plates. It sparks a bit of annoyance seeing Peter dresses identical to her. Thinking to address this matching outfit issue with Cinna, she worries it could backfire once the games start. However, recalling Haymitch's insistence on adhering to the stylist's guidance, particularly Cinna's following his recent triumph, she decides to withhold her objections. She's apprehensive about the upcoming 3 days of joint training with all tributes, culminating in individual performances before the game makers. The idea of confronting the other competitors directly unsettles her, and she loses her appetite, nervously fiddling with a roll from the basket. After Haymitch finishes eating, he leans back, takes a swig from his flask, and rests his elbows on the table. Haymitch offers to coach them separately and asks them to decide. Katniss questions why separate coaching would be necessary. Haymitch suggests it could be beneficial to keep certain skills hidden from each other. Peter responds that he lacks hidden talents and is well acquainted with hers since he consumed the squirrel she's hunted. Katniss is surprised, having only pictured the baker, Peter's father, preparing the squirrels for his own consumption, not from selfishness, but because town dwellers typically eat more expensive meats. Katniss tells Haymitch they can be coached together, and Peter agrees. Haymitch asks about their skills. Peter jokes that his only skill is baking bread, which Haymitch dismisses. Katniss mentions she hunts with a bow and arrow. Haymitch probes how skilled she is, leading Katniss to reflect on her proficiency. She's been providing for her family for years, not as practiced as her father, but more accurate than Gale, who excels with traps. Peter interjects, praising her exceptional skill, noting how her arrows always hit the squirrels and rabbits right in the eye, and even mentions her success in hunting deer. Peter's praise surprises Katniss, first because he noticed her skills, and second, because he's promoting her abilities. She confronts him, questioning his motives. Peter advises her not to underestimate herself and to share her full capabilities with Haymitch. Annoyed, Katniss points out Peter's strength in the market, where he lifts heavy bags of flour, suggesting it's a significant skill. Peter retorts sarcastically that the arena is unlikely to offer bags of flour as weapons, highlighting the difference between physical strength and combat skills. Katniss tells Haymitch that Peter can wrestle, having placed second in their school competition. Peter dismisses wrestling's usefulness in life or death situations. Katniss argues that hand-to-hand combat is possible, and having a knife could provide a chance for survival, emphasizing that without one, she'd be vulnerable. Peter counters that she will likely be safe in a tree, living off raw squirrels and using her archery skills. He recalls his mother's parting words hinting that District 12 might finally have a winner, realizing she meant Katniss, not him. Katniss dismisses Peter's remark about his mother implying she is a survivor. Peter insists that his mother said so, which surprises Katniss as she questions why she would be favored over him. Noticing the pain in Peter's eyes, she realizes he is truthful. She suddenly recalls a moment behind the bakery, feeling the rain and hunger, and speaks like a child, stating that her survival is due to others' help. Peter acknowledges this memory, glancing at the roll in her hand, but simply shrugs. He reassures her that people will support her in the arena, eager to sponsor her. Katniss retorts, suggesting she won't have as many sponsors as he will. Peter rolls his eyes at Haymitch, expressing that Katniss is unaware of her potential impact, while he fidgets with the table's wood grain, avoiding her gaze. Katniss questions Peter's claim that people will help her, recalling that during their starvation, only he offered assistance. After acquiring goods to trade, her situation improved, but she wonders if she's perceived as weak and needy. She doubts Peter's suggestion that her good deals stem from pity, considering if merchants were generous because of her father's connections. Ultimately, she feels insulted and glares at the roll in her hands. After a moment, Haymitch tells Katniss that while there's no guarantee of bows and arrows in the arena, she should showcase her skills during the private session with the game makers. He advises her to avoid archery until then and asks if she knows anything about trapping. Katniss replies that she understands a few basic snares. Haymitch notes that this knowledge could be valuable for securing food. Haymitch tells Peter not to underestimate the importance of strength in the arena, as physical power often gives an advantage. He advises them to conceal their strength from other tributes and focus on mastering new skills like spear throwing, mace swinging, and knot tying during group sessions. He emphasizes reserving their top talents for private demonstrations with the game makers. After they agree, Haymitch mandates that they stay together in public and maintain a friendly appearance. When they begin to object, he slams his hand on the table, stating it's not up for debate. He instructs them to appear friendly and reminds them to meet Effie at the elevator at 10 for training. Katniss bites her lip and strides back to her room, ensuring Peter hears the door slam. She sits on the bed, reflecting on her frustrations with Haymitch and Peter while regretting her mention of their past. The idea of feigning friendship and promoting each other's strengths feels absurd. She recognizes they will eventually need to accept their roles as rivals, a reality she can confront if not for Haymitch's insistence on their partnership in training. She laments her decision to decline separate coaching, not wanting to constantly team up with Peter, who also seems reluctant to work with her. Peter's voice echoes in Katniss's mind, highlighting her unawareness of her influence. She thinks his remarks aim to belittle her, yet a part of her wonders if there's an underlying compliment, implying that he finds her appealing. It's surprising how much he has noticed, particularly her hunting skills. Evidently, Katniss recognizes her own awareness of him, the flower, the wrestling, the boy who gave her bread. However, as the moment nears, her anger dissipates and her nerves resurface. When she arrives at the elevator to join Effie and Peter, she notices herself biting her nails but stops immediately. The training rooms are below ground, accessible by elevators in under a minute. The doors open into a vast gymnasium filled with an array of weapons and obstacle courses. Though it's not yet 10, Katniss and Peter are the last to arrive. The other tributes form a tense circle, each wearing a cloth square with their district number pinned to their shirts. As someone attaches the number 12 to Katniss's back, she notices that she and Peter are the only ones dressed alike. Upon joining the circle, Katniss and Peter encounter Atala, the head trainer who is tall and athletic. She explains the training schedule, noting that experts will remain at their stations while they are free to move between areas according to their mentor's directions. Some stations will focus on survival techniques, while others will cover combat skills. Engaging in any combative activities with fellow tributes is prohibited, but assistance will be available if they want to practice with a partner. As Atala starts to read the list of skill stations, Katniss's eyes drift to the other tributes. It's the first time they are gathered on level ground in plain clothing, and her heart sinks. Most of the boys and nearly half of the girls are taller than she is, despite many having been poorly nourished, which is evident in their bones, skin, and vacant eyes. Although she is naturally smaller, her family's resourcefulness provides her with an advantage. She stands tall. While she is slim, she possesses strength. The meat and plants from the forest, combined with the effort needed to collect them, have given her a healthier physique than many of those around her. The exceptions are tributes from more affluent districts, volunteers who have received training and proper nourishment for this moment. Those from districts 1, 2, and 4 showcase this advantage. While training tributes before reaching the capital is technically prohibited, it occurs annually. In District 12, they are known as the Career Tributes, or simply the Careers, with one often emerging as the victor. Katniss's small advantage entering the training center, along with her dramatic arrival the previous night, quickly fades in light of her competition. While the other tributes envied them, it stemmed from their stylist skills, not their own talents. She sees only contempt in the Career Tributes' eyes, each likely 50 to 100 pounds heavier. They exude superiority and savagery. After Atala dismisses them, the Careers move to the most intimidating weapons in the gym, wielding them effortlessly. As Katniss reflects on her speed as a runner, Peter nudges her arm, causing her to jump. He remains by her side, following Haymitch's instructions, his expression serious. He asks where she would like to start. She glances at the career tributes, who are trying to intimidate everyone, then at the underfed tributes, shakily beginning their lessons with knives or axes. Katniss suggests starting with knot tying, and Peter agrees. They move to an empty station where the trainer seems eager to have students. The knot tying class doesn't appear to be the main attraction of the training. When the trainer realizes Katniss has knowledge of snares, he demonstrates a simple yet effective trap that can leave a competitor dangling by a leg from a tree. They focus on this skill for an hour until both have mastered it. Next, they transition to camouflage, where Peter takes pleasure in mixing mud, clay, and berry juices on his fair skin while crafting disguises from vines and leaves. The trainer at this station is full of enthusiasm for his work. Peter reveals that he makes the cakes, catching Katniss's attention just as she watches the boy from District 2 throw a spear into a dummy's heart. He clarifies he means the iced cakes for the bakery, the fancy ones displayed in the windows for birthdays and New Year's Day. Prim often drags Katniss over to admire them, even though they can never afford one. With so little beauty in District 12, Katniss struggles to deny her sister this small joy. Katniss inspects the design on Peter's arm more closely. The alternating light and dark pattern resembles sunlight filtering through leaves. She questions how he knows this, considering he may have never ventured beyond the fence or just learned it from the scraggly apple tree in his yard. The entire situation, his talent, the elusive cakes, and the praise from the camouflage expert, irritates her. She remarks that it's beautiful, sarcastically adding that he could frost someone to death. Peter counters by pointing out that anything could happen in the arena, even if it were a giant cake. Katniss interrupts, suggesting they move on. Over the next 3 days, Katniss and Peter quietly progress through various stations, picking up valuable skills like starting fires, knife throwing, and building shelters. Despite Haymitch's advice to appear average, Peter shines in hand-to-hand combat, while Katniss easily passes the edible plants test. They steer clear of archery and weightlifting, planning to save those for their individual training sessions. The game makers, around 20 men and women dressed in plum robes, arrive early on the first day. They occupy the elevated stands surrounding the gymnasium, occasionally moving around to observe the tributes, taking notes, while at other times enjoying the endless feast laid out for them, ignoring the tributes entirely. However, they appear particularly attentive to the District 12 tributes, as Katniss has caught one staring at her multiple times. They also confer with the trainers during meals, gathering together upon their return. Breakfast and dinner are provided on their floor. But for lunch, the 24 tributes dine in a room adjacent to the gymnasium. Food is arranged on carts, allowing everyone to serve themselves. The career tributes congregate loudly around one table, trying to assert their dominance and showing no fear of each other, treating the rest as insignificant. Most of the other tributes sit alone, resembling lost sheep. No one speaks to them. Katniss and Peter eat together, and since Haymitch keeps pushing them to engage, they try to maintain a friendly conversation during meals. Katniss struggles to find a topic, as discussing home causes her distress and talking about the present feels unbearable. Peter takes the bread basket, displaying various breads from the districts alongside the capital's refined options. He points out the fish-shaped loaf from District 4, tinted green with seaweed, and the crescent moon rolls from District 11, dotted with seeds. These breads look far more appetizing than the plain drop biscuits she's used to. After returning the breads to the basket, Peter jokingly highlights his knowledge, prompting Katniss to share a laugh with him despite the curious stares around them. He suggests maintaining a friendly demeanor and encourages her to talk. Following Haymitch's orders to be sociable feels exhausting, especially with the lingering tension from when Katniss slammed her door. To break the ice, Katniss asks Peter if he knows about the time she was chased by a bear, sparking his intrigue. He responds enthusiastically, encouraging her to share. As she reminisces about the reckless day she boldly confronted a black bear for a beehive, she works to animate her expression. Peter's laughter and perfectly timed questions reveal his storytelling talent, making Katniss feel her own efforts fall short. Yet, she relishes the moment they share. On the following day, as they practice spear throwing, Peter whispers about a shadow watching them. Katniss throws her spear accurately and notices a small girl from District 11 observing from a distance. The girl, reminiscent of Prim in size, is about 12 but appears even younger. With bright, dark eyes and smooth brown skin, she stands poised like a bird ready to take flight. Peter softly mentions that her name might be Rue. The name strikes a chord with Katniss, evoking memories of a small yellow flower that grows in the meadow, reminding her of her sister Primrose, both fragile and light. Katniss asks Peter what they can do about the girl watching them, her tone sharper than intended. Peter replies that they can't do anything, just engaging in conversation. Now aware of the child's presence, Katniss finds it difficult to ignore her. The girl begins to join them at various training stations, displaying skills similar to Katniss's. She excels with plants, climbs quickly, and consistently hits targets with her slingshot. Yet, Katniss wonders how effective a slingshot is against a heavily armed opponent. During meals in the District 12 floor, Haymitch and Effie relentlessly question them about their day, pressing for details on their actions and observations of the other tributes. With Cinna and Portia absent, the atmosphere lacks balance, and Haymitch and Effie seem united in their mission to mold them into skilled competitors. While Peter maintains his patience, Katniss grows increasingly frustrated and irritable under the constant scrutiny and directives. On the third day of training, Katniss and Peter wait in the dining room for their private sessions with the game makers, watching as tributes from each district are called one by one. District 12 is always last, leaving them feeling uncertain and alone as others leave. The atmosphere shifts and the pressure to maintain a friendly facade eases. When Rue is summoned, they sit in silence until it's Peter's turn. As he stands to leave, Katniss instinctively reminds him about throwing the weights, echoing Haymitch's advice. Peter acknowledges her with a grateful nod and advises her to shoot straight. Katniss feels a sense of confusion about why she spoke up, but deep down, she realizes that if she has to lose, she'd prefer Peter to emerge victorious rather than the others, knowing it would be better for their district and for her family. After a 15-minute wait, Katniss hears her name called. She smooths her hair, straightens her shoulders, and steps into the gymnasium, immediately sensing the tension in the air. The game makers, weary from watching 23 tributes, are eager to leave and likely craving their comforts after indulging in too much wine, putting Katniss at a disadvantage. Determined to stick to her plan, she strides to the archery station, excitement bubbling within her at the sight of the various bows, crafted from wood, plastic, metal, and other unfamiliar materials, and arrows with perfectly cut feather fletchings. Selecting a bow, she strings it and slings a matching quiver over her shoulder. The shooting range feels too limited, consisting of standard bullseyes and human silhouettes. Katniss moves to the center of the gymnasium, selecting a dummy meant for knife practice as her first target. As she pulls back on the bow, she immediately senses something amiss. The string is tighter than her familiar bow at home, and the arrow feels stiffer. Her first shot veers off, missing the dummy by inches, and she feels a wave of humiliation as she loses the game maker's attention. Shaking off the embarrassment, she returns to the bullseye, shooting repeatedly until she adjusts to the new equipment. In the center of the gymnasium, Katniss takes her position and accurately shoots the dummy, piercing it right through the heart. Next, she slices through the rope holding a boxing sandbag, causing it to crash to the ground with a loud thud. Without skipping a beat, she rolls forward, rises on one knee, and fires an arrow into one of the hanging lights above. A shower of sparks erupts from the fixture. Her shooting is impressive, yet as she glances at the game makers, she sees most of them transfixed on a roast pig arriving at their banquet table. Suddenly, a wave of fury washes over Katniss. With her life at stake, the game maker's indifference feels insulting. She cannot believe she's being overshadowed by a dead pig. Her heart races and heat flushes her face. Driven by impulse, she nocks an arrow and shoots it straight at the game maker's table. The arrow strikes the apple in the pig's mouth, pinning it to the wall behind. Silence falls as everyone stares at Katniss in disbelief. With a smirk, she expresses her gratitude for their attention. gives a slight bow and strides confidently toward the exit without waiting for dismissal. In the film adaptation, Katniss and Peeta train with the other tributes, which was a very good change since it helped introduce their adversaries in the arena. This was also probably done because Haymitch doesn't spend much time training them in the movie. The film also doesn't have a trainer be enthusiastic about Peeta's camouflage skills because of his cake decorating. In the book, Katniss and Peeta are told by Haymitch to never leave each other's side, but in the movie, Haymitch barely gives any advice or encouragement to Katniss and Peeta. Chapter 8, Katniss storms to the elevator, hurling her bow and quiver aside. She shoves past the stunned Avoxes, slamming her fist onto the button for floor 12. The doors close and she ascends swiftly. She holds herself together until reaching her floor, but tears begin to fall. Ignoring the calls from the sitting room, she dashes to her room, bolts the door, and collapses onto her bed, giving in to her sobs. Katniss thinks she's ruined everything and fears severe punishment, imprisonment, execution, or becoming an Avox. She realized she acted out of anger, not intending to harm the game makers, only aiming at the apple to vent her frustration. Katniss dismisses her own fate, convinced she wouldn't win anyway, but fears for her family. She worries her actions might bring harm to her mother and Prim, losing their belongings, imprisonment, or worse. She dreads what the Capitol might do, knowing they wouldn't hesitate if it suits them. She wishes she had stayed to make amends or laughed it off, acting like a joke. Maybe then she'd earn mercy. Instead, she stormed out, defiant and utterly disrespectful. Haymitch and Effie knock on Katniss's door, but she yells for them to leave. After crying for an hour, she settles on the bed, idly running her fingers over the silk sheets, watching the sun set over the gaudy Capitol. Katniss anticipates guards coming for her, but as time drags on, it seems unlikely, and she eventually calms down. She knows they still need a girl from District 12, and if the game makers want revenge, they can do it in the arena, unleashing starving beasts without giving her a bow to fight back. She expects the game makers to give her a very low score, making it unlikely that anyone would sponsor her. She recalls how the scores, ranging from 1 to 12, are used to set the odds for betting and reflect the tribute's potential shown during training. Although high scores don't guarantee victory, they influence sponsorship, which can make a big difference. Katniss had hoped her archery skills might earn her a 6 or 7, but now she's certain she'll have the lowest score. Without sponsors, her chances of survival drop to nearly nothing. When Effie knocks for dinner, Katniss decides to go, knowing the scores will be televised tonight. She washes her face, but it stays red and blotchy. Everyone is at the table, even Cinna and Portia. Katniss wishes they weren't there, not wanting to disappoint them. She avoids eye contact, taking small bites of fish soup that taste like her tears. The adults discuss the weather while Katniss meets Peeta's gaze. He silently questions her, and she responds with a slight shake of her head. During the main course, Haymitch asks bluntly how badly she performed today. Peeta interjects, explaining that it likely didn't matter. By the time he arrived, the game makers were distracted, singing a drinking song. He threw some heavy objects until they dismissed him. Katniss finds some comfort knowing Peeta was also provoked. When Haymitch calls her sweetheart and asks what happened, the irritation pushes her to admit she shot an arrow at the game makers. Everyone is stunned, and Effie questions Katniss in disbelief, her voice confirming Katniss's fear. Katniss admits she shot an arrow near the game makers, frustrated by their indifference, and hit an apple from the roast pig's mouth in defiance. Cinna gently asks what the game makers said, and Katniss admits she left before they had a chance to respond. Effie, stunned, questions her leaving without permission, but Katniss asserts she dismissed herself. Remembering her promise to Prim weighs on her heavily. Haymitch comments that's that, then starts buttering some bread. Katniss asks if she could be arrested, but Haymitch doubts it, saying it would be troublesome to replace her now. She worries about her family facing consequences, but Haymitch reassures her it wouldn't make sense since revealing what happened would complicate things for the Capitol. He predicts they'll instead make things tougher for her in the arena. Peeta remarks that they've already promised that, and Haymitch agrees, unexpectedly lifting the mood. Haymitch picks up a pork chop, ignoring Effie's disapproving look, and asks how the game makers reacted. Katniss describes their shocked expressions, mentioning one even fell into a bowl of punch, making everyone laugh, except for Effie, who still tries to hide a smile. Effie then admits it serves the game makers right for ignoring Katniss just because she's from District 12, seeming surprised at her own boldness. Katniss states she'll likely get a poor score. Portia reassures her, explaining that unless a score is impressive, most people don't care. Some even hide their skills for a low score intentionally. Peter hopes others see his likely low score that way, joking that his performance, involving throwing a heavy ball, was far from remarkable. With one nearly hitting his foot, Katniss smiles, realizing her hunger, and starts eating. She finds comfort in knowing her family is safe, which eases her concerns. After dinner, Katniss and the others gather in the sitting room to watch the scores announced on television. The tributes are displayed with their scores below. Career tributes score between 8 and 10, while most others average 5. Rue surprises everyone with a 7, indicating she impressed the judges despite her small stature. District 12 is announced last, and Peter receives an 8, suggesting he caught some attention from the game makers. As Katniss's face appears on screen, she braces for the worst, but her score flashes as 11. Effie cheers loudly and everyone congratulates Katniss, though it feels unreal to her. She questions Haymitch about the high score, and he suggests they appreciated her fierce attitude, indicating they need exciting tributes for the show. Cinna hugs Katniss and hints at her interview dress, teasing that it will feature flames in a unique way. Katniss and Peter congratulate each other, creating another awkward moment. While both have performed well, uncertainty lingers about what that means for them. She quickly retreats to her room and hides under the covers, exhausted from the day's stress and emotions. As she drifts off, the score of 11 flashes in her mind. At daybreak, Katniss lies in bed, observing the beautiful morning light. It's Sunday, a day typically spent at home. She wonders if Gale is already in the woods, as they usually spend Sundays hunting and gathering supplies for the week before trading at the Hob. Katniss thinks about hunting without him, noting they're more effective as a team, especially when targeting larger game. Even for smaller tasks, having a partner makes the work lighter and more enjoyable. Katniss has been on her own for 6 months when she encounters Gale in the woods on a brisk October Sunday, the air thick with decay. After spending the morning gathering nuts and the afternoon wading through ponds for Katniss, she has only caught a single squirrel. Knowing winter will soon cover her food sources, she hurries home with her burlap sacks. On her way, she sees a dead rabbit hanging by its neck in a snare above her head and another nearby. Recognizing the snares from her father's teachings, she feels a mix of frustration and intrigue. Her attempts to set them over the summer have failed. Just as she reaches for the wire, a voice warns her that it's dangerous. Katniss jumps back as Gale appears from behind a tree, revealing he has been watching her. Although only 14, he stands over 6 feet tall and seems as capable as an adult. She recognizes him from the scene and school, recalling a time when she witnessed him receive a Medal of Valor in the Justice Building after losing his father in the same explosion that took hers. She remembers his 2 younger brothers clinging to their mother, who is heavily pregnant and due to give birth soon. Gale approaches and asks Katniss her name while freeing the rabbit from the snare. She softly replies, and he mishears, calling her Catnip. She insists her name is Katniss and states she isn't stealing, she just wants to examine his snare since hers failed to trap anything. Skeptical, Gale questions where she got the squirrel and Katniss shows him her bow. She has been practicing with a full-size version to eventually hunt larger game. Intrigued, Gale asks to see it and she hands it over, reminding him that stealing is punishable by death. This is the first time she sees him smile, transforming him from intimidating to someone more approachable, though it takes her months to return the gesture. They begin discussing hunting, and Katniss suggests she might get him a bow in exchange for knowledge. Over time, they share their skills, weapons, and secret locations rich with resources. Gale teaches her about snares and fishing, while she shows him which plants are edible and eventually gives him one of their precious bows. Without either of them saying it, they become a team, dividing the work and food to support their families. Gale gives Katniss a sense of safety she hasn't felt since her father's death. His presence fills the solitary hours she once spent in the woods, making her a more effective hunter, knowing someone is watching her back. Gale becomes more than just a hunting partner. He becomes her confidant, sharing thoughts she can't express beyond the fence, and he trusts her with his. Out in the woods with him, she experiences genuine happiness. Though she calls him her friend, the term feels insufficient. A wave of longing hits her. She wishes he were here, but she quickly rejects that thought, realizing she doesn't want him in the arena where he could die. She misses him and feels isolated. She wonders if he thinks of her too. Remembering her score of 11, she imagines how Gale would tease her about needing improvement while smiling at her. Katniss envisions returning that smile without hesitation. She compares her bond with Gale to her complicated relationship with Peter, where she constantly questions his motives. This comparison feels unjust. Gale and Katniss are united by their struggle to survive, while her connection with Peter is fraught with the knowledge that their survival threatens each other's lives. She wonders how she can navigate around that. Effie knocks at the door, reminding Katniss that another important day awaits. Tomorrow night will feature their televised interviews, and she knows the team will be busy preparing them for it. After a quick shower, being cautious about the button she presses, Katniss heads to the dining room. She finds Peter, Effie, and Haymitch gathered around the table, speaking in hushed tones, which seems unusual, but her hunger takes priority. She fills her plate with breakfast before joining them. Today's stew consists of tender lamb and dried plums served over wild rice. She is halfway through when she notices the silence around the table. Taking a sip of orange juice, she wipes her mouth and asks what's happening, expecting to be coached for the interviews. Haymitch confirms that they are, but then he mentions a change of plans regarding their strategy. Curious, Katniss asks for clarification, unsure of what their current approach is. Haymitch explains that Peter has requested to be coached separately. In the book, after shooting the arrow at the apple in the roasted pig's mouth, Katniss cries, thinking they are going to punish her or her family. However, in the movie, Katniss is proud of what she did. This change was probably meant to show off her rebellious side, which foreshadows the theme of uprising in the film. In the movie, the game makers give Katniss a score of 11 after that display she showed in the private session. The novel says that Peter gets jealous of Katniss and wants to train on his own from now on. One change the movie made was the conversation between President Snow and the head game maker, where Snow is worried that bringing hope to the districts will start a rebellion, which is foreshadowing the later movies. This is not in the books since everything we see is from Katniss's perspective. Chapter 9, Katniss feels an immediate sense of betrayal, which she finds absurd since trust has never existed between her and Peter. They are tributes, and although he risked punishment to help her, giving her bread, steadying her in the chariot, covering for her with the Avox girl, and advocating for her hunting skills, she questions whether she unconsciously trusted him. However, she feels relief that they can abandon the facade of friendship. The fragile bond they foolishly formed has been broken, which is timely since the games begin in 2 days, and she knows trust could become a liability. She suspects Peter's decision stems from her excelling during training and thinks she should feel grateful for this shift. Perhaps he has finally realized that recognizing their roles as enemies is essential for their survival. Katniss asks about the schedule, and Haymitch explains they will spend 4 hours with Effie for presentation and 4 with him for content, starting with Effie. She wonders what Effie could teach her for 4 hours, but quickly finds herself busy. In her room, Effie dresses Katniss in a gown and high-heeled shoes, instructing her on walking. Katniss struggles with the heels but is determined to keep up with Effie. The dress tangles around her legs. When Katniss tries to lift it, Effie insists the hem stays below the ankle. After she masters walking, they move on to sitting, posture, eye contact, hand gestures, and smiling. Effie emphasizes smiling more and makes Katniss practice trivial phrases while maintaining a smile. By lunchtime, Katniss's cheeks ache from overuse. Effie reminds Katniss that she wants the audience to like her. Katniss doubts this will happen, and Effie explains that glaring won't help, suggesting she think of them as friends. Katniss retorts that they are betting on her survival and are not her friends. Effie snaps back, urges Katniss to pretend, then beams at her, showing how to smile despite irritation. Katniss acknowledges Effie's attempt at a convincing smile before deciding to eat. She kicks off her heels and walks down to the dining room, hiking her skirt up to her thighs. Peter and Haymitch appear cheerful, leading Katniss to believe the content session will be better. But she is mistaken. Following their meal, Haymitch brings her to the sitting room, instructs her to sit, and frowns at her. Curious, Katniss asks what's wrong, and Haymitch explains he is trying to determine how to present her. He questions whether she will be charming, aloof, or fierce, noting that she is currently shining due to her actions, Cinna's work, and her top training score. While everyone's intrigued, they don't truly know her, and her upcoming impression will determine her sponsorship chances. Having observed Tribute's interviews her whole life, Katniss understands the need to appeal to the audience with humor, brutality, or eccentricity. She asks about Peter's strategy and whether she can inquire. Haymitch responds that Peter is likable, possessing natural self-deprecating humor, while she often appears sullen and hostile. Katniss protests, insisting she doesn't act that way. Haymitch challenges her, stating he hasn't seen the cheerful girl from the chariot since. Katniss counters that he has given her little reason to be cheerful. Haymitch reminds her that she doesn't need to please him, as he won't be sponsoring her. He instructs her to pretend he is the audience and to delight him. In response, she snaps back. Haymitch plays the interviewer, and Katniss tries to respond in an appealing manner. However, her anger at Haymitch and the questions clouds her ability to engage. Frustration over the Hunger Games swells within her, making her feel like a trained dog trying to please those she despises. As the interview continues, her fury surfaces and she begins to spit out answers. Haymitch interrupts, stating they need a new strategy. He mentions that Katniss appears unfriendly and that he knows little about her life, family, or interests, despite asking many questions. He stresses that the audience wants to learn about her. Katniss insists she doesn't want them to know anything personal since they are taking her future and cannot take her past as well. Haymitch tells her to create a story. Katniss admits she isn't good at lying. He urges her to improve quickly, remarking that she has the charm of a lifeless slug. Though his remark stings, he softens and suggests she act modest. Katniss echoes the word, and Haymitch explains she should express disbelief that a girl from District 12 has come this far. He advises her to mention Cinna's clothing, how nice the people are, and her amazement at the city. If she won't share personal details, he encourages her to compliment the audience and to be enthusiastic. The following hours are excruciating. It quickly becomes evident that she cannot express enthusiasm. They attempt to portray her as cocky, but she lacks the necessary arrogance. It seems she is too delicate to be fierce. She does not come across as witty, humorous, alluring, or enigmatic. By the end of the session, she feels like a blank slate. Haymitch, having started to drink after a few jokes, adopts a harsher tone, concedes, and advises her to simply answer the questions without revealing her disdain for the audience. That night, Katniss dines alone in her room, ordering excessive food and overindulging until she feels ill. She unleashes her frustration on Haymitch, the Hunger Games, and everyone in the capital by smashing dishes. When the red-haired girl enters to prepare her bed, she looks stunned at the mess. Katniss snaps at her to leave it, feeling judged as a coward and a pawn of the capital. She thinks that for the girl, justice is being served. At least her death might atone for the boy in the woods. Instead of leaving, the girl closes the door and returns with a damp cloth, gently cleaning Katniss's face and bloody hands. Katniss wonders about her actions and why she allows this care. Katniss whispers that she should have tried to save the girl, who shakes her head. Katniss wonders if this means they were right to stay passive and if forgiveness is granted. The girl taps her lips and points to Katniss's chest, indicating she would have ended up as an Avox 2 or worse. Katniss spends the next hour helping the red-haired girl clean the room. Once the trash is disposed of and the food is cleared, the girl prepares her bed. Katniss crawls under the sheets and lets her tuck her in, wishing she would stay until she falls asleep and be there when she wakes. As the day begins, Katniss wakes to find her prep team instead of the girl. Her sessions with Effie and Haymitch are complete, and the day belongs to Cinna, her last hope. She hopes he can transform her appearance so no one will focus on her words. The team works on her until late afternoon, turning her skin into radiant satin, applying designs on her arms, and painting fiery motifs on her nails. Venia styles her hair, intertwining red strands that wrap around her head and fall into a braid down her shoulder. They cover her face with light makeup and enhance her features. giving her dark eyes, plump red lips, and glimmering lashes. Finally, they dust her with powder that makes her shimmer. Cinna enters with what Katniss believes is her dress, but it's covered. He instructs her to close her eyes. She feels the heavy silk slide over her bare body, estimating it weighs about 40 pounds. Grasping Octavia's hand, she steps into her shoes, relieved they are lower than the ones Effie had her practice with. After some adjustments, there is silence. Katniss asks if she can open her eyes, and Cinna allows it. The figure in the mirror appears to come from another realm, where skin glistens and clothing is crafted from jewels. Her dress is adorned with reflective gems, red, yellow, white, and blue accents on the flame design. The slightest movement creates the illusion of being surrounded by fire. She realizes she is not just attractive or beautiful, she is as radiant as the sun. They stare at her for a moment, and Katniss whispers her gratitude to Cinna. He instructs her to twirl, and as she spins, the prep team cheers in admiration. Cinna dismisses them and has her move around in the dress and shoes, which are far more comfortable than Effie's. The dress allows her to walk without lifting the skirt, relieving one worry. He asks if she's prepared for the interview, and Katniss realizes he has spoken with Haymitch, who knows how terrible she feels. She confesses her frustration, mentioning Haymitch's remark about being a dead slug and her inability to meet his expectations. Cinna thinks for a moment and suggests she just be herself. Katniss argues that her true self isn't good enough, as Haymitch labels her unfriendly. Cinna grins, acknowledging her demeanor around Haymitch, but insists that others, including the prep team and the game makers, admire her spirit. This idea is new to Katniss. It implies she is a fighter. While she may not be overly friendly, she does care for some people. He holds her cold hands in his warm ones and asks her to imagine she's talking to a friend from home. When he asks who that would be, she quickly replies, Gale, but explains that sharing details with him wouldn't make sense since he already knows. Cinna then asks if she can think of him as a friend. Katniss finds him to be her favorite person she's encountered since leaving home. She thinks she could consider him a friend, but hesitates. Cinna explains he will be on the main platform with the stylist and instructs her to look at him during the interview, answering questions honestly. Katniss wonders if she should share her darkest thoughts, and Cinna encourages her to do so. He asks if she will try this approach, and she nods, seeing it as a plan to hold on to. It's soon time to leave. The interviews occur on a stage set up in front of the training center. Once she exits her room, it will be just moments before she faces the camera, the audience, and all of Panem. As Cinna turns the doorknob, Katniss stops him, overwhelmed by stage fright. Cinna reassures her that the audience already loves her and advises her to be herself. In the elevator, they meet the rest of District 12's group. Peter looks impressive in a black suit with flame accents. Katniss is relieved they are not dressed identically. Haymitch and Effie are also dressed up. Katniss avoids Haymitch but accepts Effie's compliments, noting Effie's annoying yet harmless demeanor. When the elevator doors open, the other tributes are lined up for the stage. All 24 tributes sit in a large arc during the interviews. Katniss will go last, following the girl tribute from her district. She wishes to go first to avoid listening to the others impress the audience. She worries the crowd will grow bored and notes she cannot shoot an arrow to regain their attention. Just before stepping onto the stage, Haymitch advises them to maintain the image of a happy pair. Katniss feels confused, believing they had abandoned that notion with Peter's request for separate coaching. They walk in a single line to their seats. Once on stage, Katniss struggles with rapid breathing and a pounding pulse. Reaching her chair is a relief as she fears tripping in her heels. The city circle is brightly lit, with a special area for distinguished guests and stylists in the front row. Cameras will focus on them during the crowd's reactions. A balcony is reserved for the game makers, while television crews occupy the other balconies. The area is packed with spectators, and every home in Panem is tuned in, ensuring there are no blackouts tonight. Caesar Flickerman, the longtime host of the interviews, bounds onto the stage, and his unchanged appearance is somewhat unsettling. He has the same face covered in bright white makeup, the same hairstyle dyed in various shades for each Hunger Games, and a midnight blue ceremonial suit adorned with tiny twinkling lights. In the capital, individuals undergo procedures to appear younger and slimmer, while in District 12, aging is regarded as an achievement due to the high mortality rate. Here, wrinkles are rare and a plump belly does not signify success. This year, Caesar sports light blue hair with matching eyelids and lips. He looks unusual but less frightening than last year when his crimson color made him appear as if he were bleeding. He starts with a few jokes to engage the audience before moving on to the interviews. The girl tribute from District 1 steps forward in a sheer gold gown, clearly benefiting from a savvy mentor. With her flowing blonde hair, striking green eyes, and tall, curvaceous figure, she embodies allure. Each interview lasts 3 minutes, followed by a buzzer signaling the next tribute. Caesar genuinely strives to make the tributes shine. He is warm, helps calm the anxious ones, laughs at weak jokes, and can transform an average response into a memorable moment through his reactions. Katniss sits elegantly as Effie instructed, while the districts pass 2, 3, 4. Each tribute emphasizes their persona. The imposing boy from District 2 is depicted as a brutal killer, while the fox-faced girl from District 5 is cunning and elusive. She notices Cinna as he takes his spot, but his presence doesn't alleviate her anxiety. As District 10 comes up, the quiet, crippled boy draws her attention. Her palms sweat profusely, but the jeweled dress isn't absorbent, and they slip right off when she tries to dry them. Rue, wearing a delicate gown with wings, flutters to Caesar, capturing the crowd's attention. A hush falls as she appears like a magical spirit. Caesar warmly praises her score of 7 in training, an impressive feat for someone so small. When he asks about her greatest strength in the arena, she confidently states that she is difficult to catch, emphasizing that if they can't catch her, they can't kill her. Caesar responds encouragingly, assuring her that he wouldn't underestimate her. The boy tribute from District 11, Thresh, shares Rue's dark skin but is a giant, likely 6.5 feet tall and muscular. He has turned down invitations from the career tributes, remaining solitary and showing little interest in training. Despite this, he scores a 10, suggesting he impressed the game makers. He ignores Caesar's attempt at light conversation, answering only with brief replies or silence. Katniss wishes she had Thresh's size, then her sullen and unfriendly demeanor would be acceptable. She imagines many sponsors are considering him, and if she had money, she would bet on him as well. When Katniss's name is called, she feels as if she is in a dream as she walks to the center stage. She shakes Caesar's extended hand, and he graciously avoids wiping it on his suit. Caesar asks her about her impressions of the capital compared to District 12. Confused by the question, Katniss feels her mouth go dry and locks eyes with Cinna, hoping to hear the right words. Remembering to be honest, she mentions the lamb stew, and Caesar laughs, sharing that he enjoys it as well. He compliments her costume from the opening ceremonies, prompting Katniss to joke about her fear of being burned alive. The audience laughs, and she praises Cinna's design as stunning. She lifts her skirt to show it off, and as the audience responds with admiration, Cinna subtly gestures for her to twirl. Katniss spins, and the crowd cheers, excited for the display. Caesar encourages her to continue, but she admits she's dizzy and starts giggling, an unfamiliar feeling for her. Caesar reassures her and makes a light-hearted comment about her mentor, Haymitch, prompting laughter from the audience. Caesar shifts the topic to Katniss's training score, asking for details about what happened inside. She glances at the game makers, feeling hesitant, and suggests she shouldn't disclose anything. A game maker chimes in, confirming her statement, and she apologizes, stating that her lips are sealed. He then inquires about the moment her sister's name was called during the reaping and her decision to volunteer. She reluctantly shares that her sister's name is Prim, and that she loves her deeply, causing a hush to fall over the audience. Caesar asks what Prim said to Katniss after the reaping. She swallows hard and shares that Prim urged her to try very hard to win. The audience remains silent, hanging on her every word. He gently prompts her for her response. Instead of warmth, she feels a cold rigidity take over her body, her muscles tensing as if preparing for a kill. When she speaks, her voice drops an octave as she promises that she swore she would. Caesar responds with encouragement, and as the buzzer sounds, he wishes her luck. The applause continues long after she takes her seat, and she looks to Cinna for reassurance. He gives her a subtle thumbs up. Katniss remains dazed during the start of Peter's interview, but he quickly captivates the audience with laughter and cheers. He highlights his background as the baker's son, comparing tributes to various breads, and shares a funny story about capital showers. He jokingly asks Caesar if he still smells like roses, leading to a playful exchange that delights the crowd. Katniss focuses when Caesar asks Peter about a girlfriend. Peter hesitates before shaking his head, seeming unconvincing. Caesar probes for a name, and Peter sighs, admitting he has had a crush on a girl for as long as he can remember, but thinks she didn't notice him until the reaping. The crowd empathizes with his unrequited love. Caesar asks if she is with someone else, and Peter acknowledges that many boys like her. Caesar encourages him, suggesting that winning would help his chances. Blushing, Peter reveals it won't work out because she came to the capital with him. Caesar inquires if she is with someone else, and Peter responds that many boys like her. Caesar encourages him, suggesting that if he wins, she won't be able to refuse him. Peter, blushing deeply, explains that it won't work out because she came to the capital with him. In the book, Katniss learns etiquette from Effie and content from Haymitch, while all of this is absent from the movie. Haymitch in the book tells Katniss that she needs to open up about her life to get the people to love her, or lie and make something up. In the novel, they try to do different approaches to her content and talking, but Haymitch says Katniss is hostile towards all of them. Katniss eventually takes Cinna's advice to just be herself because they already love her. During the interview in the novel, Katniss mentions the thing that has impressed her the most is the lamb stew. This is absent from the movie, as are most of the food-related scenes. Instead, during her interview in the film, Katniss twirls her dress and fake flames come out. Chapter 10, the cameras focus on Peter's lowered gaze as his words register. Katniss sees her own face, mouth slightly open in disbelief, as she realizes he means her. She presses her lips together and looks down, trying to hide her rising emotions. Caesar comments on the unfortunate situation, and the crowd murmurs in agreement, some letting out pained cries. Peter admits the situation isn't good and confirms that Katniss was unaware of his feelings until now. Katniss notices her evident blush and glances at the screen. Caesar suggests bringing her back for a reaction, and the audience eagerly agrees. He states that Katniss's time is up, wishing Peter well and saying the hearts of all Panem are with him. The crowd erupts in applause as Peter's confession overshadows everyone else. Once the audience settles, he quietly thanks them and takes his seat. They stand for the anthem, and Katniss raises her head in respect, unable to avoid seeing their images on every screen, separated by feet that viewers believe can never be bridged. Yet, she knows better. After the anthem, Katniss takes a separate elevator to avoid Peter, surrounded by other tributes and their entourage. Once on the 12th floor, she sees him stepping out of his car and shoves him, sending him into an urn, which shatters and cuts his hands. Peter asks what prompted her attack, and she yells that he had no right to say those things about her. Effie, Haymitch, Cinna, and Portia arrive as Effie and Cinna help Peter up. Haymitch questions her actions, and Katniss retaliates, blaming him for the entire situation. Peter admits it was his idea, and Haymitch just helps. Katniss snaps that Haymitch only helps Peter. Haymitch, in disgust, calls her foolish and questions if she thinks Peter harmed her, asserting that Peter provided her with something she couldn't achieve alone. Katniss counters, claiming he made her appear weak. Haymitch claims Peter makes Katniss look desirable, emphasizing that she needs the help. He notes she was once as romantic as dirt, but now everyone talks about her and that after her interview, he could only say she was nice. But now he can call her a heartbreaker, noting how the boys back home will now fawn over her. He questions which image will attract more sponsors. The smell of wine on his breath repulses Katniss, prompting her to push his hands away and step back to gather herself. Cinna approaches and reassures her that Haymitch is correct. Uncertain, Katniss expresses that she should have been informed to avoid looking foolish. Portia assures her that her genuine reaction was ideal, as knowing beforehand would have ruined the authenticity. Peter comments that Katniss is just concerned about her boyfriend, discarding a bloody shard. Katniss denies having a boyfriend, her cheeks warming at the thought of Gale. Peter dismisses her, suggesting Gale would see through the act since she never claimed to love him, so it doesn't matter. As words sink in, Katniss's anger fades, replaced by doubt. She wonders if she's been used or if she's been given an advantage. Haymitch's comments echo in her mind. While she survived the interview, her image felt shallow, a girl in a dress giggling. Her only genuine moment was when she mentioned Prim compared to Thresh's quiet power, making her feel forgettable. Now, Peter has made her appear as an object of affection, not just to him, but to many others. She recalls the audience's enthusiastic response to his confession. If they believed their love story, star-crossed lovers, it could benefit her. Then she worries about her previous reaction. Curious, she asks Portia if she thought she might fall for Peter after his confession. Portia responds affirmatively, pointing to Katniss's blush and averted gaze as signs. The others agree. Haymitch proclaims she will have sponsors lining up for her, leaving Katniss embarrassed about her reaction. She reluctantly turns to Peter, apologizing for pushing him. He brushes it off, joking that it was technically illegal. Concerned, Katniss asks about his hands, and he reassures her they will be fine. In the quiet that follows, the delicious aroma of dinner fills the air. Haymitch tells everyone to eat, and they move to the table. Peter's hands are bleeding too much, so Portia takes him away for medical care while the others begin their meal. When they return, Peter's hands are bandaged, and Katniss feels a pang of guilt, knowing they'll be in the arena tomorrow, and wonders if she'll ever stop being indebted to Peter after injuring him despite his help. They watch the replay after dinner. Katniss thinks she appears frivolous, spinning, laughing, though the others insist she's charming. Peter, on the other hand, seems genuinely captivating as the boy in love. Katniss, blushing and bewildered, made stunning by Cinna, appealing by Peter's confession, and unforgettable due to her situation. Once the anthem ends, silence takes over. Tomorrow, they'll be woken at dawn for the games, though they begin later to accommodate the capital's late risers. Haymitch and Effie will head to the games headquarters to secure sponsors, while Cinna and Portia will accompany them to the launch site. Final goodbyes are exchanged. Effie, teary-eyed, wishes them well, thanking them before adding that she hopes to be promoted to a better district next year. She kisses both of them on the cheek and rushes out, overwhelmed by either the emotional farewell or the thought of advancing her career. Haymitch folds his arms, giving them a final look. Peter asks for any final advice, and Haymitch tells them to run as soon as the gong sounds, avoid the fight at the cornucopia, create distance from the others, and find water. When Katniss asks what to do next, Haymitch repeats his earlier advice, to stay alive, but this time with a serious tone. They both nod, knowing there's nothing more to add. Peter stays to talk with Portia while Katniss heads to her room, relieved to put off their parting words until morning. Her bed is turned down, but the red-headed Avox girl is absent. Katniss wishes she had asked her name, though doing so might have put her at risk. The more Katniss tries to sleep, the more it escapes her. Eventually, she becomes too restless and starts pacing, and her heart racing and breathing shallow. The room feels confining, and she needs air. She rushes to the roof door, which is slightly open. Though the energy field makes escape impossible, she isn't looking to flee, just to breathe and see the sky one last time without fear. The roof is dark, but her feet touch the cool tiles, and she sees a figure outlined against the bright Capitol lights. The streets below are noisy with music, singing, and car horns, none of which reached her room. She could leave without being noticed, but the fresh air feels too good to return to her stifling room. It hardly matters if they speak or not. Katniss stealthily approaches Peter and suggests he should get some rest. He flinches but stays facing away, saying he doesn't want to miss the celebration meant for them. She joins Peter at the railing, observing the dancers below. She squints, questioning if they're in costumes. Peter remarks it's difficult to tell due to the Capitol's eccentric fashion, then asks if she couldn't sleep. Katniss guiltily admits her thoughts are consumed by tomorrow, not her family. Katniss notices Peter's bandaged hands and apologizes, but he dismisses it, claiming he's not a real contender. She challenges his outlook, and Peter admits he just wants to keep his dignity, fearing the games might turn him into a beast. Katniss struggles to understand his fear. She bites her lip, feeling inferior to Peter, who focuses on preserving his identity. She asks if he plans not to kill, and Peter admits he will fight, but wants to prove the Capitol doesn't own him, not a mere pawn in their games. Katniss states they can't escape being part of the system, but Peter insists they can still hold on to who they are. When Katniss dismisses his concern, Peter, frustrated, asks what else he could possibly care about at this stage. Katniss steps back, telling Peter to focus on staying alive as Haymitch advised. Peter sarcastically thanks her, mockingly calling her sweetheart. The comment stings of insult, and she retorts that if he wants a noble demise, that's his choice, but she'd rather imagine herself in District 12. Peter coldly says he wouldn't be surprised if she makes it back and asks her to give his mother his regards. Katniss assures him she will before leaving the rooftop. Katniss drifts in and out of sleep, imagining the sharp remarks she'll throw at Peter in the morning. She thinks about how he might react in the arena, convinced that under pressure he could become like Titus, a tribute from District 6 who went completely feral. Titus had turned to cannibalism, forcing the game makers to use electric guns to retrieve bodies. Though there are no rules in the arena, cannibalism is frowned upon by the Capitol audience. Many believed the avalanche that killed Titus was orchestrated to prevent a crazed victor. Katniss doesn't see Peter in the morning. Instead, Cinna arrives before dawn, handing her a simple garment and leading her to the rooftop. The final touches and preparations are to take place in the chambers beneath the arena. A hovercraft suddenly materializes just like the one she saw when the red-headed Avox girl was taken, and a ladder descends. She grips the lower rungs and immediately an electric current locks her in place, holding her firmly as she is lifted safely into the hovercraft. Katniss expects to be released from the ladder once she's inside the hovercraft, but she remains immobilized. A woman in a white coat approaches with a syringe, explaining that it's just for a tracker, and the more still Katniss is, the easier it will be. Katniss stands rigidly, but the sharp pain of the needle inserting the metal device beneath her skin still stings. Now, the game makers can monitor her every movement in the arena. They wouldn't want to lose track of a tribute. Once the tracker is inserted, the current releases her and the woman leaves. Cinna is brought up from the roof and they are led by an Avox to a room where breakfast is served. Despite the nervous tension in her stomach, Katniss eats as much as she can, though the taste barely registers. Anxiety consumes her and it feels as though she might be eating dust. The only thing that manages to distract her is the view outside, seeing the city fade away and the wilderness take over as they fly, imagining what birds must feel. But unlike the birds, she is neither free nor safe. Quite the opposite. The journey takes about half an hour when the windows turn dark, indicating they're closer to the arena. When the hovercraft lands, Katniss and Cinna move towards the ladder, which now lead them down into an underground tube that connects to the catacombs beneath the arena. They follow the instructions to reach Katniss's designated preparation room. The launch room, as it's called in the capital, is known in the districts as the stockyard, the place where animals go before slaughter. Everything in this room is pristine, meant solely for her use. After each games, the arenas are maintained as historical sites. Capital citizens often vacation there, watching past games, touring the catacombs, visiting the spots where tributes were killed, and even joining reenactments of the events. The food is said to be excellent, but Katniss struggles to keep her breakfast down while showering and brushing her teeth. Cinna braids her hair in her signature style, then her clothes arrive. Standard attire for all tributes. Cinna, unaware of the contents beforehand, helps her dress. Undergarments, plain tan trousers, a pale green shirt, a durable brown belt, and a lightweight black hooded jacket reaching down to her thighs. He notes the jacket is designed to retain body heat, hinting at cold nights. The boots are better than expected, soft leather similar to her boots at home, with a flexible rubber sole and treads, perfect for running. Katniss thinks she's ready until Cinna takes out the gold Mockingjay pin she had forgotten about. When she asks where he found it, Cinna says it was on the green outfit from the train. She remembers pinning it to her mother's dress. He secures the pin to her shirt, noting it barely passed review since it was suspected of being a potential weapon, though it was eventually approved. Cinna mentions a ring from the District 1 girl was banned due to a hidden poison spike. Despite her denial, she lost the token. Cinna tells Katniss she's all set and should move around to check her comfort. Katniss walks, runs in a circle, and swings her arms, confirming everything fits well. Cinna says all that's left is to wait for the call and asks if she can eat more, but she refuses, taking only a glass of water to sip. Sitting on the couch, she avoids biting her nails or lips, instead chewing the inside of her cheek, which hasn't healed yet, and soon tastes blood. Her nervousness turns to fear as she imagines what lies ahead. She could be dead in less than an hour. She repeatedly traces the lump on her forearm where the tracker was injected, pressing on it until a bruise starts to form. Cinna asks Katniss if she wants to talk, but she shakes her head. After a moment, she reaches out her hand and Cinna takes it in both of his. They sit quietly like this until an announcement calls them to prepare for launch. Still holding his hand, Katniss walks to the circular metal plate. Cinna reminds her of Haymitch's advice to run and find water first, assuring her that everything else will follow. He adds that if betting were allowed, his money would be on her. Katniss whispers if he means it, and Cinna confirms it, leaning down to kiss her forehead and wishes her luck. As a glass cylinder descends, it breaks their hold and separates them. Cinna gestures for her to keep her head held high. Katniss stands on the platform, raising her chin, and the cylinder lifts her up. She stands briefly in darkness before the metal plate pushes her into the open air. The sudden brightness disorients her, and she notices the scent of pine trees in the wind. Soon after, Claudius Templesmith's voice booms, announcing the start of the 74th Hunger Games. In the book, Katniss pushes Peter, breaking a pot and making him bleed. Meanwhile, in the film, she pins him against a wall. In the novel, Katniss learns that it was Peter's idea with help from Haymitch about the star-crossed lovers. Haymitch was right that it made Katniss more desirable. The film didn't include Katniss's goodbyes to Effie, where she mentions that she would love to be promoted to another district next year, which hurt Katniss. The film has Katniss with Peter on the balcony, where he says that he wants to die as himself and not the monster the Capitol portray him to be. Katniss says her goodbyes to Cinna before being sent out. He gives her the Mockingjay pin, which he had to get cleared for in the book. An interesting thing that was added in the book, but not the movie. Another tribute had their ring taken away because it had poison and spikes in it. Tributes are gathered in a helicopter in the movie, and they all get their tracking devices put into their arms. In the novel, Katniss gets her device inserted privately, and none of the tributes get to see each other before the games start. Chapter 11. Tributes must stand on their platforms for 60 seconds until the gong signals release, with early movement triggering landmines. Katniss observes the tributes and the cornucopia, a massive golden horn filled with crucial supplies like food, weapons, and clothing. Lesser items are scattered further from the cornucopia. A plastic sheet lies near her feet, useful in a rainstorm, but she notices a tent pack inside the cornucopia offering better protection. It would require fighting for it, something she was strictly warned against. Katniss stands on a flat expanse of hard dirt. Behind the tributes across from her, she sees nothing, suggesting a sharp drop or a cliff. There's a lake to her right, sparse pine woods to her left and back, exactly where Haymitch would want her to run. She hears Haymitch's voice in her head, urging her to avoid the fight and find water. However, the sight of supplies piled at the cornucopia is tempting. She notices a bow resting on a stack of blankets, feeling it's meant for her. She knows she's quick enough to reach it, but wonders if she could escape before others reach her. The risk of facing multiple tributes armed with spears or clubs makes her hesitate. She contemplates that others might ignore her, seeing bigger threats. Maybe Haymitch, if he had seen her run, would have told her to go for the weapon. The bow might be her key to survival, and she sees no other. As the last seconds tick down, she prepares to run, not towards safety, but toward the bow. Then she catches Peter's gaze. He seems to be shaking his head, but she's unsure. In those moments of hesitation, the gong sounds. Her chance slips away in those seconds of indecision. Frustrated, she shifts direction, grabs a plastic sheet and a loaf of bread. Angry at Peter for distracting her, she runs back and snatches a bright orange backpack, unwilling to leave with almost nothing. Katniss and a boy from District 9 reach the backpack simultaneously, briefly struggling over it. Suddenly, he coughs, splattering her with blood, and collapses, a knife lodged in his back. As tributes battle at the Cornucop IA, Katniss spots the girl from District 2 charging toward her, knives in hand. Katniss remembers her accuracy during training. Fear shifts into action as Katniss slings the pack over her shoulder and sprints for the woods. She hears a knife whistling through the air and instinctively lifts the pack to shield herself. The blade gets stuck in the bag. Securing the pack, she runs toward the trees, confident the girl will turn back for more supplies. A small grin forms on her face as she thinks about the free knife she gained. Katniss briefly looks back at the wood's edge and sees around a dozen tributes battling at the cornucopia, some already dead. The rest are fleeing into the woods or across open terrain. She keeps running until she's out of sight, then settles into a steady pace, alternating between jogging and walking for hours to distance herself from the others. Though she lost her bread during the fight with the boy from District 9, she managed to save the plastic, folding it neatly into her pocket. She also frees the knife, admiring its sharpness, and slips it into her belt. She moves on, wary of any signs of pursuit. Katniss knows she can keep going for a long time, but water is her next goal. Haymitch's advice sticks in her mind, especially since she failed the first part. She stays alert, looking for water, but finds nothing. The landscape changes as pine mixes with other trees, some familiar, others not. A sudden sound prompts her to draw her knife, but it's just a rabbit. She takes it as a hopeful sign that more could be nearby. The ground slopes downward, making her feel uneasy. Valleys make her feel trapped. She prefers high ground where she can see threats approaching but keeps moving regardless. Surprisingly, she feels alright. Days of eating well have given her stamina despite lacking sleep. The forest is energizing and the solitude, though false, feels good. Katniss knows she's likely on camera occasionally, though she's not the main focus with so many first-day casualties. Still, the viewers will see enough to know she's alive and on the move. The initial battles bring in high betting, but the real stakes will come as the number of tributes shrinks. By late afternoon, Katniss hears cannon shots, each representing a tribute's death, signaling the end of the initial cornucopia fight. Cannons aren't fired during the chaos because tracking deaths is too difficult. She pauses to count. 11 shots. 13 tributes remain. Wiping the dried blood from District 9 off her face, she assumes the boy is among the dead. She wonders if Peter has survived, knowing she'll find out once the dead tribute's images are shown in the sky. The thought of Peter already being dead suddenly hits her. She imagines him being sent back to District 12, no longer part of the games. She struggles to recall if she saw him after the fighting began, but her last memory is of him shaking his head at the gong. Maybe it's for the best if he's gone. He lacked confidence in surviving, and this way, she wouldn't face killing him. Katniss slumps next to her pack, exhausted, deciding to check its contents before it gets dark. She unhooks the straps and finds it sturdy, though the bright orange color will need to be camouflaged. The next morning, Katniss opens her pack, searching for water, but finds only a sleeping bag, crackers, dried meat, iodine, matches, wire, sunglasses, and an empty water bottle. The absence of water intensifies her dry throat and cracked lips after a long day. Haymitch's advice echoes in her mind. Water is crucial. She considers the lake she saw earlier, worried it might be the only source, forcing all tributes toward it for conflict. Remembering the rabbit she startled earlier, she takes comfort in knowing there must be another water source close by. As twilight approaches, she feels vulnerable. The trees are too sparse for cover, and the pine needles that muffle her steps also make it difficult to track animals for water. She moves further into the valley, anxious about her exposed position. Hunger gnaws at her, but she chooses to preserve her limited food, instead cutting into a pine tree to chew on the inner bark. After a week of capital luxury, it's hard to swallow, but she knows she can adapt. Katniss realizes she needs to find a camp as night descends, with animals beginning to emerge. She hears sounds of predators, unsure if they might also see her as prey. Despite her concern, she focuses on avoiding tributes, assuming many will keep hunting overnight with supplies from the cornucopia. Katniss hopes she has moved far and swiftly enough to remain out of their range. Before resting, Katniss sets 2 snares. It's risky, but food is limited. She walks another 5 minutes before finding a spot, a willow tree in a group for cover. She climbs up, picks strong branches near the trunk, and arranges her sleeping bag comfortably. She secures herself to the branch with her belt to avoid falling during sleep. As darkness falls and the air cools, she's relieved she grabbed the backpack. The sleeping bag will help keep her warm. While others may struggle to stay warm, she might actually rest, though her thirst still gnaws at her. As night falls, Katniss hears the anthem signaling the death recap. She can see the capital seal through the branches projected by a hovercraft. The anthem dies down and the sky briefly goes dark. Back in District 12, they would watch detailed footage of each death, but here in the arena, they only show headshots of the fallen tributes, with district numbers instead of scores. She takes a deep breath as the 11 fallen tributes are displayed. First is the girl from District 3, confirming that careers from 1 and 2 survived. The boy from District 4 is next, which surprises her as the careers usually survive the opening day. Then the boy from 5, meaning the fox-faced girl has survived. Both tributes from District 6 and 7 are gone, as well as the boy from 8. Both tributes from District 9 are also among the dead, including the one she fought for the backpack. Finally, the girl from District 10 appears. When the capital seal returns with its music, Katniss realizes Peter is still alive. As the darkness settles, the forest sounds come alive again. Katniss feels relief knowing Peter is still alive. She reminds herself that if she dies, his victory would best help her mother and Prim. This reasoning helps her understand her mixed feelings toward him. Gratitude for his declaration of love during the interview, frustration over his attitude on the roof, and the fear of facing him directly in the arena. 11 are dead, but District 12 is untouched. Katniss tallies the survivors: 5 careers, Foxface, Thresh, and Rue. Relief washes over her knowing Rue survived. This brings the total to 10, leaving 3 more to identify tomorrow. As night falls and she settles high in the tree, Katniss attempts to find some rest. She hasn't truly slept in 2 days and the journey has been exhausting. Gradually, she lets her muscles loosen and her eyes close. Her final thought is how fortunate it is that she doesn't snore. The snap of a breaking branch startles Katniss awake. She wonders how long she has been asleep, maybe 4 or 5 hours. Her nose is cold and she hears snapping again. This isn't the sound of someone stepping on a branch. It's the sharp crack of branches breaking from a tree several hundred yards away. She turns silently in that direction and sees a spark, followed by the glow of a small fire. A pair of hands appears over the flames, but she can't see more. Katniss bites her lip, furious at the fire starter. Lighting a fire at nightfall might have gone unnoticed, but now, with the careers searching the woods, it's practically an invitation for an attack. Trapped in the tree near this reckless tribute, Katniss knows any movement might draw attention. Angry and certain she could take out the fire starter if she got out of the tree, Katniss considers her options. Though she prefers running over fighting, this person is a threat, probably unarmed, while she has a knife. As dawn nears, Katniss thinks they might have been lucky enough to go unnoticed, until the sound of multiple footsteps shatters that hope. The fire starter must have fallen asleep and they reach her before she can run. Katniss hears the girls pleading, followed by a scream, then laughter. Someone yells that 12 tributes are down, with 11 remaining. Katniss isn't surprised. Early alliances among tributes are common. She knows this group is made up of careers from Districts 1, 2, and 4. As they search the dead girl's supplies, Katniss worries it might be Rue, but quickly dismisses the thought. Rue is too clever for such a mistake. After they talk, one of the careers suggests moving on to avoid the body's stench. To Katniss's horror, they head in her direction. Though unaware of her presence, the careers stop close to her tree. In the darkness, Katniss feels secure, but fears daylight will reveal her black sleeping bag. They argue about why the cannon hasn't sounded to confirm the girl's death. Suddenly, one tribute decides to finish her off. Katniss almost falls from her tree when she recognizes Peter's voice. In the books, Katniss's focus on the bow and arrow causes her not to realize the gong went off, and she hesitates for a couple seconds. However, in the movie, she doesn't hesitate and jumps right off the platform after the cannon goes off. Katniss grabs some bread and a piece of plastic in the book. This is absent from the movie. She grabs the orange backpack that another tribute goes for. In the movie, the boy attempts to kill her before the girl from District 2 kills him with a knife in the back. The girl from District 2 attempts to attack Katniss by throwing a knife, but she blocks it with the backpack. Katniss gets far enough away from everyone and she hears the cannons go off, signaling the dead tributes. In the book, she counted 11 dead tributes, but in the movie, there are 12. Meanwhile, in the movie, they announce the dead tributes at the end of the day, not during. Katniss sleeps in a tree when she notices someone below her starting a fire. She sees a girl when more tributes come out and kill her. One interesting change in the movie, Katniss finds water quickly, while in the book, it takes her 2 days and she is dehydrated. She also doesn't find a rabbit to eat right away, as portrayed in the movie. In the movie, they kill 13 tributes in the first day, only 12 in the book. Chapter 12, Katniss, secured by a belt after nearly falling from the branch, listens as the careers argue below, unaware of her presence. The boy from District 2 urges Peter to check on another tribute by the fire. Peter, bruised, limps toward the campfire, and Katniss recalls how he discouraged her from fighting for supplies, only to dive into the chaos himself, defying Haymitch. While she understands the allure of supplies, his alliance with the careers, despised for their capital favoritism, enrages her. She imagines the shame he'd face back home and realizes he's been manipulating her all along, vowing to see his demise, perhaps by her own hand. After Peter leaves, the careers quietly debate killing him, but they decide to keep him around for now, as he's useful for finding Katniss. They mock the romance and question if Katniss was naive enough to fall for it, wondering how she got her high score. When Peter returns, they ask if the girl by the fire is dead. Peter responds that she is now, just as the cannon sounds, confirming her death. As dawn breaks, the careers run off, leaving Katniss still trembling in her awkward position. She hoists herself onto the branch, thinking over what she heard. Peter is helping the careers hunt her, yet hasn't revealed her archery skills. She wonders if he's keeping that to stay alive or still pretending to love her for the audience. Suddenly, the birds fall silent and a hovercraft appears to collect the dead tribute. After it vanishes, Katniss packs up quickly, knowing the cameras will be on her once she moves. Aware the audience knows she overheard everything, she resolves to appear in control and ahead of the game. Katniss steps into the dawn light, pausing for the cameras and offering a sly smile. Before leaving, she checks her snares and catches a rabbit, quickly cleaning it. Needing a fire, she returns to the dead tribute's camp and cooks the rabbit over hot coals. While it cooks, she camouflages her orange pack with charcoal, wishing for mud but knowing she needs water first. Once ready, she packs up, eats half the rabbit, and heads in the opposite direction of the careers, saving the rest. Although the food helps, thirst becomes her priority. Aware that the Capitol is watching, she hides her emotions, wondering how Peter's actions are being dissected. She considers how it might affect their chances with sponsors and if they can still play off the star-crossed lover angle, thinking it might still work if she appears amused. The sun climbs higher, glaring even through the canopy. Katniss, dehydrated after just one day, coats her lips with rabbit grease and struggles to control her breathing. She knows water runs downhill, so she continues descending, hoping to spot a game trail or greener vegetation, but everything looks the same. As the day progresses, she realizes she's in trouble. Her urine turns dark, her head throbs, and her tongue stays dry. Even the sun hurts her eyes, but remembers the plant instructor's warning about unknown berries. She discards them despite her thirst. Fatigue sets in, heavier than usual, and she frequently stops to rest. Desperate, she climbs a tree to search for water, but the endless forest offers no clues. Pushing on until nightfall, she stumbles, then climbs into a tree to rest. Sucking on a rabbit bone to occupy herself, the anthem plays, revealing the death of the girl from District 8, the one Peter finished off. Though the career pack worries her, her thirst is a greater concern, and she considers heading back to the lake for water. Morning brings intense discomfort for Katniss as her head pounds and her joints ache. She falls from the tree rather than jumping, struggling for minutes to gather her gear. Her mind feels foggy, making it difficult to act with urgency. As she contemplates how to find water, her options seem bleak. Returning to the lake is impossible, and there's no rain in sight. Her only option is to keep searching, but anger suddenly strikes. Haymitch could send water. She believes she must have sponsors willing to help. She whispers for water, but no parachute arrives. Katniss feels something is wrong, suspecting Haymitch is withholding water despite likely having sponsors. As her mentor, he controls gifts, and though he dislikes her, letting her die would have consequences in District 12. She doubts he'd risk his reputation or access to liquor. She wonders if he's punishing her or favoring Peter, but dismisses the idea of neglect due to malice or drunkenness. Pressing her face into her hands, she knows no tears will come. Then it hits her. Haymitch may be sending a message, knowing she's close to finding water. Determined, Katniss forces herself up, grabs a branch for support, and pushes forward under the blistering sun, refusing to stop or rest, knowing she might not rise again if she does. Katniss realizes how vulnerable she is, so weak that even Rue could easily kill her, yet no one appears to be nearby. She feels completely isolated, as though she's far from any other living person, but not alone. She's certain a camera is tracking her, likely broadcasting her struggles unless there's a better fight elsewhere. Her thoughts shift to Prim, knowing updates will be shown at school. For Prim's sake, she tries to appear less desperate. By afternoon, Katniss's condition worsens, her legs tremble, and her mind grows foggy. After stumbling several times, she collapses and can't get up. As her eyes close, she believes she's misjudged Haymitch, convinced he won't help her at all. Katniss, lying on the cool ground, feels a soft breeze and the sweet scent of lilies, thinking it's a peaceful place to die. As she traces patterns in the mud, she suddenly realizes it's not just earth, it's pond mud, and she smells lilies. Crawling desperately, she drags herself into a nearby pond filled with blooming lilies. Fighting the urge to drink immediately, she fills her flask, adds iodine, and waits for the water to purify. Over the next few hours, she drinks cautiously, replenishing her strength. Feeling much better by nightfall, she eats some rabbit and a cracker before settling into her sleeping bag. Grateful for the water, she plans to rest, catch fish, and gather roots the next day. No tributes have died, and she clings to her water bottle, knowing it's her lifeline. Hours later, Katniss is jolted awake by the sound of pounding feet. Still groggy, she quickly realizes it's not yet dawn, but what's impossible to miss is the massive wall of fire closing in on her. In the book, Katniss is hiding in a tree when she overhears voices coming from below. She recognizes Peter's voice, and he and the career tributes talk about finding her. The career tributes say that they don't want to kill Peter because he is the key to finding Katniss. In the book, Katniss gets out of the tree and checks her snares to find a rabbit. She cooks it on the dead girl's coals that were still burning from the night before. Katniss is looking for any source of water in the book. She is so thirsty, she is sucking on the rabbit's bones from her dinner for substance. Katniss eventually finds a pond and takes her flask and fills it up, using the iodine from her backpack to purify it. This would have been good to show in the movie to showcase her survival skills. Chapter 13. Katniss instinctively tries to escape the tree but struggles with the strap holding her. Her clumsy fingers finally release it, sending her crashing to the ground, still tangled in her sleeping bag. With no time to gather her things, she hurriedly grabs her backpack and water bottle, already packed, stuffs the strap inside, slings the bag over her shoulder, and rushes away. The forest has become a blazing inferno, smoke filling the air. Flaming branches break from trees, dropping sparks around her. She follows the animals, rabbits, deer, and even a pack of wild dogs, trusting their instincts, but they move far too quickly as she stumbles over roots and fallen branches in her path. The intense heat surrounds Katniss, but the smoke is even more unbearable, threatening to choke her. She pulls her damp shirt over her nose, thankful for the thin shield it offers, and runs, gasping for air. Her bag pounds against her back and branches strike her face, appearing suddenly from the smoky haze. She runs because she knows she must. This isn't a typical campfire accident. The towering uniform flames closing in are clearly created by the game makers. The day has been too uneventful, with likely no deaths or fights, causing boredom for the Capitol audience. The fire, she realizes, is a tactic to flush everyone out and force them together. Though not the most creative trick, it's extremely effective. Katniss jumps over a burning log, but her jacket catches fire. She rips it off, stamps out the flames. She stuffs the scorched jacket into her sleeping bag, hoping to smother the embers as it's all she has left to survive. Within minutes, her throat and nose sting from the smoke, and soon coughing racks her body as her lungs feel scorched. The discomfort intensifies, turning into agony with each breath. She finds refuge beneath a stone overhang just before the vomiting starts, losing her meal and what little water remains. On her hands and knees, she retches until there's nothing left. Katniss knows she has to keep moving, but feels weak and breathless. She quickly rinses her mouth, takes a few sips of water, and allows herself a minute to rest. In that time, she reorganizes her supplies, crams her sleeping bag into her backpack, and forces herself to get up. The smoke has left her disoriented, and the animals she was following have disappeared. She's in unfamiliar territory, unsure where the game makers are pushing her. She wonders if they're driving her back to the lake or into new dangers. As she contemplates trying to skirt the fire and return to water, a fireball suddenly crashes into the rock near her. Fear jolts her into action, and she darts from her hiding spot. The game takes a sharp turn as the fire pushes them into action, and the audience is about to see real excitement. Katniss hears a hiss and drops flat as a fireball ignites a tree nearby. Staying still means death. She stands just before another fireball hits where she was, sending flames skyward. She frantically dodges, unsure of the source but certain it's not from a hovercraft. The area is likely rigged with hidden launchers controlled by game makers. Her plan to return to the pond fades as she zigzags and leaps to avoid the small but powerful fireballs. Her instincts take over as she knows some areas are set for specific attacks. She just needs to escape this one. Katniss can't tell how long she's been dodging fireballs, but the attacks finally subside. She starts retching, acidic bile burning her throat and nose. Her body convulses, trying to expel the toxins. She pauses, expecting the next hiss, but it doesn't come. Tears fill her eyes and her sweat-soaked clothes cling to her. The smell of burnt hair reaches her. Fumbling with her braid, she finds several inches have been scorched off. As she stares at the crumbling strands, another hiss sounds. Katniss reacts, but too slowly. A fireball crashes beside her, grazing her calf. Seeing her pants on fire sends her into a panic. She scrambles backward, screaming in terror. Regaining control, she rolls her leg to put out the flames, then rips away the scorched fabric with her hands. Sitting on the ground, her leg throbs and her hands blister. Shaken, she wonders if the game makers will finish her. The irony of being the girl who was on fire crosses her mind, and she imagines the game makers laughing. Perhaps Cinna's costumes inspired this torment, though she knows he cares. The attack ends, and Katniss knows the game makers don't want her dead yet. They could wipe out the tributes at any moment, but the real show is watching them kill each other. Occasionally, they take a life to remind everyone of their control, but usually they push the tributes into direct confrontation. Since the fire has stopped, she realizes another tribute must be nearby. Though she wants to climb into a tree for safety, the smoke is still too thick. Forcing herself to stand, she limps away from the wall of flames, now surrounded by black clouds. As daylight breaks through the smoke, visibility is limited to about 15 yards, enough for a tribute to hide. She considers drawing her knife but doubts she can hold it due to the pain in her hands, which pales in comparison to the agony in her calf. Burns are the worst kind of pain, something she's always hated, and this is far worse than any she's experienced before. Exhausted, she doesn't realize she stepped into a pool until she's ankle deep. The spring-fed water is cool, and she plunges her hands in, feeling instant relief. Her mother's advice about treating burns with cold water comes to mind, though this injury is far more serious than anything her mother had in mind. Katniss lies at the pool's edge, soaking her hands and inspecting the chipped remnants of the flames on her fingernails. She washes the blood and ash from her face, reflecting on burns, a common injury in the seam. She recalls a man brought to her mother with a severe burn down to the bone. Despite their efforts, the man died, and the memory haunts her. Afraid to look at her own burn, Katniss worries it might be as bad. Encouraged by the thought that severe burns might not cause pain, she finally examines her leg. It's bright red and blistered, but not blackened, which brings some relief. Carefully, she soaks her leg in the cool water, resting her boot on a rock to avoid soaking the leather. As the smoke clears, Katniss wonders if she should move on, but the intense pain in her leg keeps her rooted to the spot. She takes small breaks to organize her gear, filling her water bottle, treating the water, and eating a cracker to settle her stomach. Her sleeping bag has survived with only a few marks, but her jacket is badly burned. She cuts off the damaged part, leaving a shorter but still usable jacket. Despite the pain, drowsiness begins to set in. Though she considers climbing a tree, leaving the pool feels impossible. Katniss organizes her supplies, eats a small meal of rabbit and water plants, and watches the sun move across the sky. She leans back, thinking that if the careers find her, so be it, before drifting into sleep. She wakes to the sound of footsteps and immediately runs, darting across the pool into the underbrush. Her injured leg slows her down, but her pursuers aren't as fast either, coughing and calling to one another. As they close in like a pack of dogs, Katniss does what she's always done, She climbs a tall tree. Despite the pain, she quickly ascends, and by the time they reach the base, she's 20 feet up. They pause, surveying one another. Katniss hopes they can't hear the pounding of her heart. Katniss's earlier confidence fades, leaving her exhausted and in pain. She's too weak to eat, and even if she survives the night, she dreads what the morning might bring. Trying to rest is impossible with the burns keeping her awake. The sounds of night, birds, an owl, and even the faint scent of a skunk fill the air. Her attention is drawn to a pair of eyes reflecting in the firelight from the career's torches. At first, she thinks it's an animal, but quickly realizes it's Rue, silently watching from a nearby tree. They lock eyes for a moment before Rue, without a sound, extends her hand and points to something above Katniss's head. Chapter 14, Katniss finds herself stuck in a tree while the career tributes camp beneath her. Rue, who has seen her predicament, silently points out a tracker-jacker nest above Katniss in the branches. Tracker-jackers are capital-engineered wasps with venom that causes severe hallucinations and, in large doses, can even be deadly. Realizing that the nest may be her only chance of escape, Katniss decides to drop it on the careers below, despite the danger it poses to her as well. As the Capitol Anthem begins, signaling the end of the day, Katniss climbs higher in the tree to reach the nest. Using her knife, she starts sawing at the branch, intending to bring the entire thing down. The venomous wasps are currently subdued by smoke from the forest fire, giving Katniss the opportunity to work without immediately being attacked. However, cutting through the branch proves to be slow and painful, and by the time the anthem ends, she has only managed to saw 3/4 of the way through. Rather than risk moving the nest prematurely in the dark, Katniss decides to wait until dawn to finish the task. Katniss descends from the tree and returns to her sleeping bag, where she finds a gift from her sponsors, a small pot of ointment sent by Haymitch to treat her burns from the fire. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Katniss applies the balm, and its cooling effect quickly soothes her pain. Reassured that Haymitch is still supporting her and that she has a chance of survival, Katniss falls into an exhausted sleep, knowing she will need her energy for later. At dawn, Katniss wakes to find her burns significantly healed. She eats a little food, drinks water, and mentally prepares herself for action. Glancing down at the ground, she sees the careers still asleep, with Glimmer, one of the tributes, assigned as the lookout, having fallen asleep against a tree. Katniss decides to proceed with her plan. Before she does, she calls out softly to Rue, who had warned her about the nest, to ensure that the young girl is out of harm's way. Once Rue disappears into the trees, Katniss climbs back to the nest, carefully positioning herself near the branch. Just as she is about to finish cutting through, she notices a tracker-jacker beginning to stir. Realizing that the others will soon wake as well, she hastily finishes sawing the branch and sends the nest plummeting toward the ground. In the process, Katniss is stung multiple times, once on her knee, cheek, and neck, but she manages to cling to the tree and tear out the stingers before the venom fully spreads through her body. Chaos breaks out below as the tracker-jackers attack the career tributes. Katniss watches as Glimmer and another girl from District 4 are overwhelmed by the wasps. Their screams fill the air as they flail in vain to escape the attack. Katniss hears someone shout that they should head to the lake, hoping the water will protect them from the tracker-jackers. Peter, along with some others, bolts away, but Glimmer and the District 4 girl are not so lucky. Katniss watches in horror as Glimmer convulses from the venom before falling silent. The District 4 girl disappears from view, though Katniss doubts she will survive. Once the tracker-jackers leave, Katniss descends from the tree, still wobbly and disoriented from the venom in her system. She sprints in the opposite direction from the careers, seeking refuge. She reaches a small pool of water and submerges herself, hoping to rinse off any remaining tracker-jackers or venom. While the water soothes her, the venom's effects already starting to take hold. Katniss feels the telltale signs of hallucinations coming on, and her body feels weak from the multiple stings. As Katniss catches her breath, she remembers something important. Glimmer had a bow and arrows. She realizes that if she doesn't act quickly, the hovercraft will retrieve Glimmer's body, taking the weapons with it. Despite her pain and dizziness, Katniss forces herself to return to where Glimmer's body lies. The sight is gruesome. The tracker-jacker stings have distorted Glimmer's body, making her almost unrecognizable. Swollen and disfigured, her skin bursts with venom, leaking foul-smelling green liquid. Fighting nausea and the effects of the venom, Katniss breaks Glimmer's fingers with a rock to retrieve the bow. The sheath of arrows is pinned beneath Glimmer's body, and as Katniss tries to roll her over, the dead girl's flesh disintegrates in her hands. Sickened, Katniss struggles to keep herself together, knowing she needs the weapons to survive. She finally frees the arrows, but just as she secures them, she hears footsteps approaching. The careers are coming back, and Katniss knows she doesn't have the strength to run. She pulls an arrow from the sheath, but her vision is distorted by the hallucinations. The bowstring appears to split into 3, and she is unable to properly position the arrow. The scene becomes more surreal as the venom causes the trees to bleed, butterflies to grow enormous, and her vision to blur. Just as she braces for an attack from the careers, Peeta bursts through the trees with a spear in hand. To her surprise, instead of attacking her, Peeta yells at her to run. Confused and disoriented, Katniss hesitates, but Peeta shoves her away, screaming at her to flee before the others catch up. Still clutching the bow and arrows, Katniss stumbles through the forest, colliding with trees as the venom's effects worsen. She eventually falls into a pit, where the hallucinations overwhelm her senses. In her final moments of consciousness, she realizes Peeta has just saved her life. Then, with the venom overtaking her mind, Katniss blacks out, her body succumbing to the deadly effects of the Tracker-Jacker stings. The film doesn't have a long, drawn-out sequence where Katniss struggles throughout the night to cut the branch while dealing with her injuries and exhaustion. Also, Katniss's hallucinations are more internalized in the books. Additionally, Peeta's role in saving Katniss is more dramatic in the book, where he surprises her by helping her flee. In comparison, the film appears to rush through this scene, focusing more on Katniss's hallucinations. Chapter 15. Katniss awakens from a tormenting nightmare induced by Tracker-Jacker venom. She repeatedly wakes from vivid hallucinations, only to plunge back into even more horrifying scenarios, many of which involve her worst fears, her sister Prim's death, the loss of her father, and her own body being torn apart. These hallucinations are so real that, at first, Katniss can't distinguish between what is real and what is a product of the venom. Each time she surfaces from sleep, she believes it's over, only to find herself falling back into a new form of psychological torture. The Tracker-Jacker venom is designed to target the fear center of the brain, and it does so with horrifying precision. When Katniss finally comes to, she lies still, hesitant to move, waiting for another wave of nightmarish images. Slowly though, she realizes that the venom has worn off, and she is back in the arena. Her body feels weak and fragile, and she struggles to even sit up, racked with pain and exhaustion. She notes that her clothes are damp, though she can't tell if it's from pond water, dew, or her own sweat. Her mind is still foggy from the venom, and she can barely summon the strength to assess her surroundings. Even something as simple as watching a beetle crawl up a honeysuckle bush feels like a monumental task. As Katniss surveys her body, she tries to estimate how long she has been unconscious. She recalls it was morning when she succumbed to the hallucinations, and now it is afternoon. However, the stiffness in her joints suggests she has been out for much longer, perhaps even 2 days. The time lost to the Tracker-Jacker's venom leaves her anxious, wondering about the state of the games and which tributes have survived. She knows that Glimmer and the girl from District 4 are likely dead, but there were others, Cato, Clove, Peeta, and others, who may have survived the attack. Rue's fate also lingers in her thoughts, though Katniss reasons that the younger girl's quick reflexes may have allowed her to escape. Katniss is plagued by a vile taste in her mouth, remnants of the venom and the toll it took on her body. She tries to cleanse her palate by sipping water, but it offers little relief. Her gaze shifts to a honeysuckle bush nearby, and she remembers the sweet nectar from her time in District 12. In a small attempt at comfort, she plucks a flower and sips the nectar, allowing the sweetness to momentarily transport her back to memories of home, gale summer evenings in the woods, and a sense of security she hasn't felt since entering the arena. It is during this moment of calm that her thoughts drift to Peeta, and she begins to recall how he saved her life during the chaos of the Tracker-Jacker attack. The venom left her uncertain of what was real and what was imagined, but deep down, she trusts her instincts. Peeta had protected her. This raises even more questions in Katniss's mind. Was Peeta's rescue of her simply part of the act he had started during their interview, the star-crossed lovers angle that he and Haymitch seem to be pushing for the audience? Or was Peter's action genuine, driven by a desire to keep her alive? The conflicting thoughts frustrate Katniss, as she can't reconcile why Peter, who had allied with the career tributes, would also risk his life for hers. Katniss briefly thinks about how Gale would have interpreted Peter's actions, but she quickly pushes these thoughts aside. Gale and Peter do not coexist comfortably in her mind, and thinking of them together only brings forth more confusion. Instead, she focuses on the one clear advantage she has gained from the chaos. She now possesses a bow and arrows. With 12 arrows in total, Katniss feels an unfamiliar sense of empowerment. For the first time in the games, she no longer feels like prey. She begins to envision herself as a true competitor, someone who could potentially win this brutal contest. If someone like Cato were to appear now, she wouldn't run, she would fight back. But before she can think about facing the other tributes, Katniss knows she must regain her strength. She is severely dehydrated, her body weakened from lack of food, and the burns and stings from the trackerjackers still throb painfully. She tries using ointment from her survival pack on the stings, but it offers no relief. She remembers that her mother used a type of leaf to treat these wounds back home, but Katniss can't recall what the plant looks like. Resigned to her current state, she decides that her first priority must be finding water. Though moving causes her body to ache, Katniss sets off in search of water, adopting a slow, measured pace that she would use when hunting back home. After a short time, she successfully shoots a rabbit with her bow, though her aim is less precise than usual due to her weakened condition. Eventually, she finds a stream where she can drink and rest. The water is cool and soothing, and Katniss takes a moment to strip down and wade into the current. She lets the water cleanse her, washing away the dirt, blood, and remnants of her hallucinations. For a brief moment, she allows herself to feel renewed. After cleaning herself, Katniss purifies her water and sits by the stream, eating some of the sparse rations left in her pack. She notes how much weight she has lost since entering the arena, her body once again resembling the frail figure she had after her father's death. Yet, despite the physical toll, her mind feels sharper and she has regained some sense of control. Continuing upstream, Katniss kills a bird, what she assumes to be a wild turkey, and decides to cook it over a small fire, trusting that the dusk will conceal the smoke. As the meat begins to cook, she hears the snap of a twig. In an instant, Katniss has her bow drawn and ready, but she soon recognizes the childlike figure hiding behind a tree. Rue emerges from the shadows, her face cautious but curious. Katniss greets Rue with a smile and invites her to share the food, offering her an alliance. Rue, though hesitant at first, is enticed by the warmth and sustenance, and she eventually agrees. Katniss realizes that Rue is not only a potential ally, but a valuable resource. Rue knows the plants in the arena and offers to treat Katniss's trackerjacker stings. Rue chews some leaves and applies them to the stings, immediately alleviating the pain. As the two girls eat and rest by the fire, they begin to exchange stories about their lives in their districts. Rue reveals the harsh realities of District 11, where workers are forbidden from eating the crops they harvest. Punishments are severe, and even children are publicly whipped for minor infractions. Katniss is shocked by the cruelty Rue describes, realizing how little she knows about life in the other districts. Though District 12 is poor, the capital largely ignores it as long as the coal quotas are met. Rue's revelations paint a picture of a world far more oppressive than Katniss had imagined. Rue and Katniss quickly bond, their trust solidified by their shared experiences of hardship. Rue provides valuable information about the careers camp by the lake, explaining that they have amassed a large supply of food and weapons. Katniss begins to form a plan, realizing that the careers' strength lies in their abundance of provisions. Without these supplies, they would be forced to hunt and scavenge like the others, a skill they likely lack. This insight gives Katniss a new goal: disrupt the careers' stockpile and level the playing field. Before they settle in for the night, Rue offers more advice, explaining that the sunglasses Katniss had dismissed are actually meant for night vision. This revelation reinforces the importance of their alliance, as Rue's knowledge of the arena's plants and supplies continues to prove invaluable. The two girls climb into a tree to sleep, using Katniss's sleeping bag to keep warm. As they drift off to sleep, Katniss realizes that her alliance with Rue is more than just a strategy. Rue reminds Katniss of her sister Prim, and the bond they form is based on trust, empathy, and the shared will to survive. Katniss is no longer just fighting for herself, she is fighting for Rue as well. Together, they devise a plan to target the career's supplies, marking the beginning of Katniss' shift from survival to offense. In the book, much of the chapter is spent inside Katniss' mind, reflecting on her trauma from the Tracker Jacker venom, her confusion about Peter's motives, and her deepening bond with Rue. These internal monologues are mostly absent in the film because they didn't want to use voice-over. Katniss and Rue's relationship is also more developed in the book, as they slowly build trust, share stories about their districts, and work together to plan an offensive against the careers. In the movie, their alliance forms quickly, and much of their conversation about district life and Rue's resourcefulness is shortened. Peter's role is also simplified in the film. The book delves into Katniss' inner conflict about whether Peter's actions are genuine or part of a strategy, while the film can't offer as much exploration of her emotional struggle. Additionally, Katniss' acquisition of the bow and arrows symbolizes her shift from prey to predator. The film portrays this more as a plot point than a significant turning point in her mindset. Chapter 16, Katniss and Rue's bond grows significantly, as both tributes share a rare moment of peace and companionship. The chapter begins just after the anthem of Panem plays, signaling the end of the day. Rue shows her complete trust in Katniss by curling up beside her to sleep, and Katniss too feels secure in Rue's presence. She reflects on the fact that if Rue had ever wanted to betray her, she could have done so by allowing the Tracker Jackers to attack her without warning during their earlier encounter. The notion that only one of them can survive the games is present in Katniss' mind, but she chooses to push it aside for now, focusing instead on the immediate threat posed by the career tributes. Katniss contemplates the next step in her strategy. Having observed the careers and their reliance on their hoard of supplies, she concludes that they are ill-prepared to survive if their stockpile is destroyed. This is a key difference between the careers, who come from wealthy districts and are accustomed to easy access to food, and tributes like herself and Rue, who have grown up learning how to hunt, gather, and forage just to survive. Katniss is confident that if they can find a way to destroy the career's supplies, it would give her and Rue a significant advantage. Still, the exhaustion from her injuries and the lingering effects of the Tracker Jacker venom leave her too tired to plan in detail that night. As she drifts off to sleep, she reassures herself that by tomorrow the tables will turn and the careers will have to worry about their survival. The next morning, Katniss is jolted awake by the sound of a cannon, which signifies the death of another tribute. The early morning light is just beginning to streak the sky, and the birds are already chattering in the trees. Rue is sitting across from Katniss, cupping something in her hands. The two wait, listening for additional cannon shots, but none follow. The death of another tribute prompts them to speculate who it could have been. Rue runs through a list of the remaining tributes, naming the boy from District 1, the two tributes from District 2, the boy from District 3, Thresh from District 11, herself, Katniss, and Peter. She also mentions the boy from District 10, who has a bad leg, but the identity of one more remaining tribute eludes them. They briefly discuss the possibilities, but there's no way to know for sure who has died until the faces of the fallen are displayed in the evening. For breakfast, Rue reveals that she has collected 2 large eggs from a marshy area nearby. While the eggs would be better cooked, neither of them is willing to risk lighting a fire that could give away their location. Instead, they suck out the contents of the eggs and complement the meal with rabbit meat and berries they had gathered earlier. As they eat, Katniss proposes the plan to destroy the career's food supplies. Rue is instantly intrigued by the idea and eager to participate, but she asks how they will accomplish such a bold task. Katniss admits that she hasn't worked out all the details yet, but she's confident that they can figure it out as they go. The two spend the morning foraging and hunting while Katniss probes Rue for more information about the career's camp. Rue has been observing the careers from a distance and provides valuable insights into their setup. The careers have established their camp beside the lake, and their food and supplies are stored about 30 yards away from their main camp. During the day, the boy from District 3 is left behind to guard the stash. Katniss is surprised that the boy from District 3, who is not known for his physical strength, is part of the careers group. Rue explains that he has been serving as their lookout in exchange for his life after the Tracker-Jacker incident by the lake. Still, Katniss is suspicious of the arrangement as the food is left out in the open, seemingly unprotected. Something about the setup doesn't sit right with her, but she can't pinpoint exactly what is off. Katniss begins brainstorming ways they could destroy the food. She considers burning it, dumping it into the lake, or soaking it in fuel. Jokingly, she pokes Rue in the belly and suggests they simply eat it all, which makes Rue giggle. Despite her playful demeanor, Katniss knows that she'll need a more serious plan. Destroying things is easier than creating them, she reminds herself. The conversation turns more personal as they continue foraging. Rue opens up about her life in District 11, describing how she's the oldest of 6 siblings and often gives up her own food rations to ensure her younger siblings have enough to eat. Katniss is touched by Rue's selflessness and is reminded of her own relationship with her younger sister Prim. Rue also shares her love of music, revealing that in her district, music is a common pastime. She explains how she communicates with mockingjays while working in the orchards back home, using a special 4-note song to signal the end of the workday. Rue's musical connection to the mockingjays gives new meaning to Katniss's mockingjay pin, which Rue says made her trust Katniss in the first place. Katniss offers the pin to Rue, but Rue insists that Katniss keep it, saying it looks better on her. By lunchtime, Katniss and Rue have devised a plan. Rue will light 3 campfires in different locations to lure the careers away from their camp, while Katniss will make her way to the lake to destroy the food. Before they part, Katniss gives Rue her sleeping bag and makes sure she has enough food and matches. Rue teaches Katniss her mockingjay signal, explaining that if Katniss hears the song being sung by the birds, she'll know Rue is safe, even if she can't return immediately. The two share a brief emotional hug before Katniss sets off on her mission, feeling a pang of anxiety about leaving Rue alone in such a dangerous situation. As Katniss follows the stream back toward the careers camp, her thoughts drift to Peter. She wonders if the cannon they heard earlier was for him and what his current state might be. Was he killed by the careers in revenge for helping her? Or is he still alive somewhere, possibly wounded? The uncertainty gnaws at her as she makes her way through the woods. When she reaches the lake, Katniss carefully approaches the careers camp, her senses on high alert. She finds a dense thicket where she can observe the camp without being seen. Katniss notes the presence of 4 tributes: Cato, the girl from District 2, the boy from District 1, and the boy from District 3, who is fiddling with a small box of some kind. The food supplies are piled in a pyramid a short distance from the camp, covered by a net that seems to serve no real purpose other than possibly keeping birds away. The setup is perplexing, and Katniss's suspicion grows. Why would the careers leave their supplies so exposed and trust the scrawny boy from District 3 to guard them? The arrangement seems too careless for such experienced fighters. Suddenly, Cato shouts, pointing toward the distant woods where Rue has lit the first of her decoy fires. The careers quickly arm themselves and prepare to head off in pursuit of whoever lit the fire, assuming it to be another tribute. Cato orders the boy from District 3 to come with them, claiming that his job guarding the supplies is done, and reassures the others that Peter is too badly wounded to pose any threat to their camp. Katniss's heart leaps at the confirmation that Peter is still alive, but the conversation leaves her with more questions about his motivations and his current condition. Once the careers leave, Katniss remains hidden for a while, trying to figure out how to approach the supplies. She knows the supplies are likely booby-trapped, but the exact nature of the trap eludes her. As she contemplates her options, movement catches her eye. Foxface, a sly and elusive tribute, emerges from the woods. Katniss watches in astonishment as Foxface carefully navigates the ground around the supplies, hopping and tiptoeing in a strange, deliberate pattern. It becomes clear that Foxface has figured out how to avoid the mines that are rigged to protect the food. Foxface manages to steal a few items from the supplies without triggering the trap, taking only small amounts to avoid raising suspicion. Once she has what she needs, she dances her way back out of the danger zone and disappears into the woods. Katniss is impressed by Foxface's cleverness, but grows frustrated as she realizes that her own task won't be as simple. The mines are a more complex obstacle than she initially thought. After some thought, Katniss has a breakthrough. She notices a large bag of apples hanging from the supply pyramid and realizes that if she can sever the rope holding the bag, the apples will fall and trigger the mines. Positioning herself carefully, she takes aim with her bow and shoots 3 arrows in succession. The first arrow tears through the burlap bag, the second widens the hole, and the third releases the apples. As the apples hit the ground, the mines detonate in a massive explosion, throwing Katniss backward into the air. The film condenses a lot of this chapter. One significant omission is the deeper bond between Katniss and Rue. In the book, they share personal stories, and Rue's love for music and her connection to the Mockingjays is emphasized, providing emotional depth and showcasing how Katniss gives Rue her Mockingjay pin. This backstory and Rue's significance to the pin are skipped in the movie. Chapter 17, after successfully triggering a chain reaction of explosions by shooting arrows at a pile of apples, Katniss is thrown to the ground by the force of the explosion. The impact is so intense that it knocks the wind out of her, and the hard-packed earth below does little to cushion her fall. She manages to protect her face with her arms, but debris, some of it burning, rains down around her, and the air fills with acrid smoke, making it difficult for her to breathe. Katniss realizes the mine she triggered must have set off other hidden explosives in the vicinity, creating a catastrophic chain reaction. She can't hear the blasts themselves at first, which adds to her disorientation. For a moment, the only sensation she can process is the vibration of the earth beneath her. When the ground finally stops shaking, she rolls onto her side and takes in the scene. The once formidable pyramid of supplies is now a smoldering wreck. Katniss feels a brief moment of satisfaction at the sight, knowing that the careers will be devastated by the loss of their precious food and equipment. The explosion destroyed everything, leaving nothing for them to salvage. However, Katniss knows she needs to get out of the area quickly. The careers will undoubtedly come running to investigate, and in her current state, she is vulnerable. When she tries to stand, dizziness overwhelms her. It's not just a momentary disorientation. The world around her spins uncontrollably, making it impossible for her to balance. With panic beginning to set in, she attempts to walk but collapses onto her hands and knees. Her inability to move freely terrifies her, especially because she knows she's being watched by the entire nation of Panem. Katniss places a hand to her left ear and is alarmed to find blood. She fears that the explosion has caused permanent hearing damage, which could be a significant disadvantage in the arena, where she often relies on her keen hearing as a hunter. Despite her fear, Katniss pulls her hood over her head to soak up the blood and hide the injury from the cameras. She forces herself to crawl slowly, heading toward the shelter she shares with Rue in the hopes of concealing herself from the careers. The terrain offers little cover, and she knows she can't risk being caught in the open. With each movement, Katniss feels more vulnerable and begins to think of Prim, her younger sister, who might be watching from District 12. The thought of Prim witnessing her suffering and possible death strengthens her resolve to keep moving. Katniss struggles to reach the edge of the woods when another Stray's mine, set off by the collapse of a nearby crate, detonates, throwing her to the ground again. This happens several more times as the remaining mines continue to explode unpredictably. The situation reminds her of the way popcorn kernels slowly finish popping after most of them have already burst. Exhausted and barely able to keep herself moving, she finally reaches the safety of the bushes at the base of the trees, just as Cato and the other careers arrive at the scene. From her hiding spot, Katniss watches in terror as Cato storms onto the plain, followed closely by his allies. His reaction is as violent as Katniss anticipated. He tears at his hair, beats the ground with his fists, and screams in rage. The sight of him thrashing about would be almost comical if it weren't for the fact that his anger is directed at her, the one responsible for his loss. Katniss knows that if Cato finds her, he will kill her in the most painful way possible. She is grateful for the cover of the bushes which hide her from the cameras. The last thing she wants is for the audience in Panem to see her in such a vulnerable state, gnawing on her nails and trying to stifle her terror. As Cato's rage builds, the boy from District 3 who was responsible for setting the mines begins throwing stones into the wreckage to ensure that all the mines have been detonated. Once he confirms that the danger is gone, the careers approach the remains of their supplies, looking for anything that might have survived the explosion. Their search is futile. Everything has been destroyed. Kato's fury grows and he turns on the boy from District 3, blaming him for the failure. In a swift and brutal act, Kato kills the boy by snapping his neck, displaying his terrifying strength. The other Koreas try to calm him down, but Kato remains on edge. At this point, Katniss realizes that the Koreas believe the tribute who triggered the explosion, presumably her, must have died in the blast. They have no idea that Katniss survived by using her arrows to set off the mines with precision. Because the explosion was so massive, it would have drowned out any sound of a cannon signaling a tribute's death. The Koreas assume that whoever caused the explosion was killed in the process and that the hovercraft has already removed the body. They retreat to the other side of the lake to wait for the game makers to collect the body of the boy from District 3. As night falls, Katniss sees the capital seal appear in the sky, signaling the start of the anthem and the nightly display of the day's deaths. She watches as the faces of the fallen tributes appear, first the boy from District 3 and then the boy from District 10, who must have died earlier in the day. With only 8 tributes remaining, the tension in the arena is reaching its peak. Katniss knows the Capitol is likely airing special features on each remaining tribute, possibly interviewing their families and friends. She takes some satisfaction in knowing that for the first time in many years, 2 tributes from District 12, herself and Peter, are still alive. Katniss spends the night in her hiding place, eating the food she and Rue had gathered earlier. Although her left ear remains deaf, she notices that her hearing in her right ear is slowly returning. The ringing in her ear is a sign of recovery, and Katniss takes some comfort in that. Despite her improved condition, she decides it's safer to stay hidden for the night. The next morning, Katniss wakes up to the sound of distorted laughter. When she peers through the bushes, she sees Foxface, the clever girl from District 5, picking through the rubble of the destroyed supplies. Foxface's ability to scavenge useful items from the ashes impresses Katniss, but she remains cautious. There is something about Foxface that Katniss doesn't trust, and she decides against revealing herself or attempting to form an alliance with her. Katniss briefly considers shooting Foxface with her bow, but before she can act, Foxface hears something and darts into the woods. With Foxface gone, Katniss decides it's time to head back to the stream, eager to reunite with Rue and tell her about the destruction of the Korea's supplies. As she makes her way through the woods, Katniss finds fresh boot prints in the mud, indicating that the Koreas have recently passed through the area. She strips off her boots and socks, opting to walk barefoot in the stream to avoid leaving tracks that could be followed. The cool water of the stream revives Katniss, both physically and mentally. She shoots 2 fish, eating one raw and saving the other for Rue. Her hearing in her right ear continues to improve, but her left ear remains completely deaf. The deafness frustrates Katniss, making her feel off balance and vulnerable to attacks from her blind side. She knows that this injury may never fully heal, and she struggles to adjust to the loss. When Katniss reaches the rendezvous point where she and Rue were supposed to meet, she finds no sign of her ally. This is unusual, as Rue should have returned by now. Katniss grows increasingly worried, especially when she realizes that the third fire Rue was supposed to set remains unlit. Rue had clearly prepared the firewood but never ignited it. Something must have happened to her between the second and third fire signals. Katniss tries to stay calm, reminding herself that Rue is still alive, at least according to the lack of a cannon shot. But the possibility that Rue is in danger gnaws at her. Determined to find Rue, Katniss sets off to search for her. As she moves stealthily through the forest, she hears Rue's 4-note song being repeated by mockingjays. The sound brings a sense of relief, as it means Rue has been nearby recently. Katniss sings back to the birds, hoping Rue will hear her and know that it's safe to reveal herself. But as Katniss moves closer to the source of the sound, she hears a scream, a child's scream. The scream belongs to Rue. Katniss's heart races as she sprints toward the sound, fully aware that it could be a trap. She calls out to Rue, hoping to distract the Koreas if they are the ones attacking her. When Katniss bursts into the clearing, she finds Rue trapped in a net, helpless and vulnerable. Rue reaches out to Katniss, but before she can be freed, a spear is thrown and it hits Rue, piercing her body. The book differs significantly from its movie portrayal in several key aspects, with how afraid she is after her temporary hearing loss, which is only briefly touched upon in the movie. In the book, there's a lengthy description of Katniss watching Cato's violent reaction and the subsequent murder of the boy from District 3, whereas in the movie, this scene is very brief. Additionally, Katniss's detailed interactions with Fox-Face at the ruins are omitted in the film. Finally, Rue's capture and tragic death are more emotionally drawn out in the book. Chapter 18. Acting on instinct, Katniss shoots an arrow into his neck, killing him before he can finish off Rue. Despite her quick action, it's too late. Rue has been mortally wounded by a spear. Katniss rushes to Rue's side, pulling her free from the net. But the sight of the wound in Rue's abdomen leaves her feeling hopeless. The spearhead is buried deep, and Katniss knows that there's nothing she can do to save Rue. In a moment of quiet resignation, Rue acknowledges her fate. Despite the unbearable pain, Rue's thoughts are not for herself, but for Katniss. She asks if Katniss managed to blow up the career's food supplies, and Katniss confirms that she destroyed every last bit. Rue then makes Katniss promise that she will win the games, a promise that Katniss makes fiercely, even though she knows the odds are stacked against her. Rue's death is imminent, and her only request in these final moments is for Katniss to sing to her. This request brings Katniss back to memories of her own family, specifically her father, who used to sing with her before his death, and Prim, her younger sister, whom Katniss would comfort with songs when she was scared or sick. The song that comes to Katniss is a simple lullaby, one that mothers in her district sing to soothe their children. As she begins to sing, Katniss struggles to keep her voice steady. Her throat is tight with emotion, and tears slide down her face as she sings for Rue. The lullaby, an old song from District 12, promises peace, rest, and safety. A bitter contrast to the brutal world of the Hunger Games. It speaks of a place where dreams are sweet, where tomorrow brings hope. As Katniss sings, Rue's eyes slowly close, her breathing becomes shallow, and eventually she passes away in Katniss's arms. The moment is deeply emotional for Katniss, who feels the weight of Rue's death, not just as a personal loss, but as a symbol of the injustice and cruelty of the games. As soon as Rue dies, the Mockingjays take up Katniss's song, echoing it through the trees in an eerie, mournful chorus. This moment marks a significant shift for Katniss. Until this point, she has been focused primarily on survival, but Rue's death forces her to confront the full horror of the Capitol's control and the game's brutality. She recalls Peter's words on the roof before the games began, when he expressed his desire to show the Capitol that they don't own him. For the first time, Katniss truly understands what he meant. She feels an overwhelming need to do something to defy the Capitol, to show that Rue was more than just a piece in their games, that she was a human being with worth and dignity. Katniss decides to give Rue a proper tribute, a gesture of defiance aimed directly at the Capitol. She gathers wildflowers from the surrounding forest, violets, yellows, and whites, and begins to decorate Rue's body with them. She covers Rue's wound, wreathes her face, and weaves flowers into her hair. It is a deeply symbolic act, one that contrasts with the violence of the games. By covering Rue with flowers, Katniss is reclaiming her humanity and Rue's, showing the world that Rue was not just a victim of the games, but a person who deserved to be honored. This is Katniss's first act of open rebellion, a subtle yet powerful statement that she will not let the Capitol reduce her or Rue to mere entertainment. Katniss steps back and looks at Rue, now lying peacefully as if asleep. She presses her fingers to her lips and raises them in a silent salute, a gesture of respect and farewell. Then, without looking back, she walks away, knowing that the Capitol will have to show Rue's body when they retrieve it, and her act of defiance will be seen by all. As Katniss leaves the clearing, she is still filled with anger and grief. She begins to wander through the forest, not sure where to go or what to do next. Her mind is heavy with thoughts of Rue, and the feeling of home she briefly had while with Rue is now gone. She reflects on the Capitol's cruelty and begins to feel the weight of her hatred for them, as well as her own powerlessness to fight back. Yet, in the midst of this despair, Katniss's thoughts turn to Peter's words once more. His desire to retain his humanity in the face of the Capitol's dehumanizing spectacle resonates with her now more than ever. As night falls, Katniss receives a sponsor's gift, a small loaf of bread from District 11, Rue's home district. The bread is dark and sprinkled with seeds, a stark contrast to the fine white bread of the capital. Katniss recognizes this as an extraordinary gesture. District 11 is one of the poorest districts in Panem, and for the people there to send her bread is a significant sacrifice. It is a message of solidarity, a thank you for how Katniss treated Rue with respect and compassion. Deeply moved, Katniss lifts her face to the sky and thanks the people of District 11, wanting them to know that she understands the full value of their gift. That night, Katniss climbs a tree to sleep, but her mind is restless. She dreams of Rue, still adorned with flowers, laughing and singing as if nothing has happened. It's a peaceful dream, one that momentarily comforts her. However, when Katniss wakes up, the weight of her grief returns, heavier than ever. She feels paralyzed by sorrow, unable to move or do anything. The thought of Prim watching her on the screens back home is the only thing that pulls Katniss out of her despair. She forces herself to sit up, drink water, and sort through the supplies she's gathered from Rue and the boy from District 1. Katniss continues to reflect on the events of the day before. She realizes that the boy from District 1 was her first direct kill. While she has caused deaths before, like with the Tracker Jacker nest, this was the first time she killed someone knowing the full consequences. She feels a brief moment of sorrow for him, thinking about his family and friends, but the thought of Rue's death quickly banishes any guilt. Her hatred for the capital and the careers, the tributes allied against her, remains strong. As Katniss goes about her day, she notices that no new deaths have been announced. This signals that the remaining tributes are either too spread out or too cautious to engage. Katniss knows that soon the game makers will force them together again, likely through some new twist in the games. In the meantime, she focuses on gathering food, finding a flock of grooslings and shooting 3 of them for her next meal. She lights a signal fire, hoping it will draw the careers out, but no one comes. The arena feels eerily empty, and Katniss's isolation only deepens her sense of loss. As night falls again, Katniss is about to settle down when she hears the familiar trumpets that precede an important announcement. Claudius Templesmith, the voice of the game makers, congratulates the remaining tributes and then delivers a shocking piece of news. There has been a rule change. For the first time in the history of the games, 2 tributes from the same district can be declared winners if they are the last 2 standing. The implications of this rule change hit Katniss immediately. If both she and Peter survive, they can win together. This revelation fills Katniss with a new sense of hope and determination. Before she can stop herself, she calls out Peter's name. So, the book focuses much on Katniss's internal monologue, her grief over Rue's death, her fury at the Capitol, and her decision to make Rue's death a moment of defiance by covering her in flowers. These complex emotions are narrated, allowing readers to understand Katniss's growing resolve to rebel against the Capitol. The film, however, can't do this. It also shortens the lullaby Katniss sings to Rue, probably due to runtime constraints. Additionally, Katniss's thoughts about Peter's earlier words about not wanting to be just a piece in their games are omitted in the movie. Chapter 19. Katniss abruptly claps her hands over her mouth, alarmed by her own recklessness. She realizes the sky has turned black, and a chorus of frogs begins to sing. But what truly troubles her is that she may have alerted her enemies by calling out Peter's name. Though Peter had previously been her opponent, a change in the rules has made him her official ally. Now, the realization dawns on her that there are only a few tributes left in the arena, and with Peter no longer a threat, the situation becomes more focused on survival than rivalry. Katniss's initial uncertainty about Peter fades away as she concludes that neither of them would harm the other. They would both be shunned by District 12 if they did. For Katniss, protecting Peter is now an obligation, not just a choice. The 2 of them have been portrayed as star-crossed lovers, a narrative that has been instrumental in gaining public sympathy. Katniss finally accepts that Peter must have been playing this angle all along, working to make their romance resonate with the Capitol audience. And it is likely this popular narrative that pushed the game makers to change the rules of the games. The realization makes Katniss smile as she reflects on how Peter has consistently acted to protect her, even when she had her doubts about him. Whether it was urging her to stay away from the cornucopia or fighting Cato, Peter's actions seemed designed to keep her alive, rather than eliminate her. Katniss takes stock of the remaining tributes, considering Foxface, Thresh, and the careers Cato and Clove. Foxface's strategy of evasion and stealth makes her a lesser threat in Katniss's mind. She has kept her distance and focused on survival rather than direct confrontation. Thresh, on the other hand, is a distinct danger, though he hasn't appeared since the games began. Katniss theorizes that Foxface's alarm during an earlier encounter may have been due to Thresh's presence. However, Katniss is comforted by the belief that Thresh remains far from her, in a region of the arena that seems to be his own territory. The true threat lies with the careers Cato and Clove. They are likely celebrating the new rule that allows two victors from the same district, believing it will work in their favor as well. Despite her fears, Katniss feels confident that they won't attack during the night. Remembering that they avoided her fire earlier, instead, they will likely come at a time that suits them, on their own terms. Despite her anxieties, Katniss tries to rest, knowing that tomorrow will be her chance to find Peeta. In the morning, she is extra cautious, aware that the careers might attempt to ambush her. She makes sure to fully prepare herself for the day, eating a solid breakfast, securing her pack, and readying her weapons before descending from her tree. Everything seems peaceful on the ground, but she remains alert, knowing that she must be meticulous in her search for Peeta. As she begins her hunt for him, Katniss reflects on the last time she saw him, glimmering in the sunlight and telling her to run. She wonders how Peeta, despite his injuries, managed to escape from Cato. Katniss remembers that Peeta was also stung by the tracker jackers, which would have weakened him, and this puzzles her. How far could he have traveled, stabbed, and poisoned, and how has he survived this long? The question gnaws at her until she realizes one important clue. Peeta must be near water. No tribute could survive for long without access to a water source. Katniss rules out the lake as it's too close to the career's base camp. She considers a few spring-fed pools, but they would make Peeta an easy target. The stream, however, is a more likely option. Following the stream would allow Peeta to remain close to water and cover his tracks, perhaps even giving him the chance to catch fish for food. With this theory in mind, Katniss sets off downstream, carefully moving through the water to avoid leaving any trail for her enemies. She briefly considers calling Peeta's name, but decides against it. The risk is too great. She needs to rely on her eyes and ears to find him. Besides, she reasons, Peeta knows she will be looking for him. He wouldn't think she'd abandon him after the new rule announcement. As she moves along the stream, Katniss reaches the area where she and Rue made their camp and where she earlier encountered the careers. She finds no sign of Peeta here, which doesn't surprise her. She has been through this part of the arena several times since the tracker jacker incident. Peeta, if he were here, would have left some kind of trace by now. The stream curves into a new area of the woods, with muddy banks and large rocks that make the terrain more difficult to navigate. The farther she goes, the more trapped she feels by the dense vegetation and rugged rocks. Just as Katniss begins to doubt her plan, she notices something, a dried streak of blood on a boulder. Though it's long dried, the streak suggests someone tried to wipe it away. Hugging the rocks, Katniss moves slowly, following the trail of blood. She finds more evidence, a few threads of fabric stuck to the rock, but still no sign of Peeta himself. Desperate, she calls his name softly, but hears only the mockingjays repeating her words. Frustrated and worried that Peeta may have moved on, she is about to turn back when she hears a weak voice from the left. The voice, hoarse and teasing, belongs to Peeta. He teasingly asks if she is here to finish him off. Katniss whips around but sees nothing. His voice came from nearby, but his camouflage is so perfect that he is practically invisible. After a moment, Peeta opens his eyes, revealing bright blue irises in the midst of brown mud and green leaves. Katniss gasps in amazement. Peeta has used his cake decorating skills to blend into the muddy bank, becoming one with the landscape. His face and body are covered in such an intricate camouflage that it's nearly impossible to distinguish him from his surroundings. Relieved but horrified by his condition, Katniss kneels beside him and begins to clean him up. Peeta jokes that all those hours decorating cakes have paid off, and though the situation is dire, Katniss appreciates the humor. As she works, Peeta asks if Cato cut him, and he reveals that he's been badly injured in the leg. The gash is deep, inflamed, and infected, and Katniss realizes that Peeta's condition is much worse than she anticipated. Katniss pulls Peter into the stream, but the process is excruciating for him. He can barely move, and each attempt to shift his body results in sharp cries of pain. She finally manages to get him into the shallow water, washing away the mud to reveal the extent of his injuries. His chest is covered in bruises, burns, and tracker-jacker stings, and his leg is swollen and oozing pus. Katniss feels overwhelmed, doubting her ability to treat such severe wounds. She recalls how, back home, her mother and Prim would handle such situations with calm expertise, while she usually fled at the sight of such serious injuries. Despite her lack of confidence, Katniss does her best to clean Peter's wounds. She cuts away his clothes, removes the tracker-jacker stingers, and applies leaves to the infected areas to draw out the poison. Peter, though weak, continues to joke, teasing Katniss about their supposed romance and suggesting that it's alright for her to kiss him anytime she feels like it. Katniss, still playing the part of the star-crossed lovers, brushes off his comments but can't help smiling at his persistence. After cleaning his upper body, Katniss turns her attention to Peter's leg, where Cato's sword cut deep into the flesh. The wound is horrifying, and the smell of festering flesh makes Katniss gag. She fights the urge to run away, knowing that there is no one else who can help him. Despite her revulsion, she treats the wound as best as she can, applying more leaves to draw out the infection. The process is slow and painful, but eventually, pus begins to drain from the wound, and Katniss reassures herself that this is a good sign. Still, Peter's condition remains precarious, and his fever shows no sign of breaking. As the day wears on, Katniss realizes they can't stay in their current location. She helps Peter dress, leaving his feet bare so they can wade through the water without leaving tracks. Together, they attempt to move downstream, but Peter can barely walk. After only a short distance, he collapses, forcing Katniss to find a new hiding spot quickly. She discovers a small cave nestled in the rocks and decides it will have to do, though she knows it's far from ideal. She sets up camp in the cave, laying pine needles on the floor and tucking Peter into her sleeping bag. She feeds him some medicine to reduce his fever, though he refuses to eat much, his appetite gone. As Peter drifts into a restless sleep, Katniss steps outside to find a parachute floating down from the sky. Inside is not the medicine she desperately hoped for, but a pot of hot broth. The message from their mentor, Haymitch, is clear. If Katniss wants more help, she'll need to give the audience something to root for, something more than just survival. It's a reminder that the games are as much about playing to the audience's emotions as they are about staying alive. Determined to keep Peter alive, Katniss returns to the cave and wakes him gently, adopting a soft, loving tone, reminiscent of how her mother used to speak to her father. She feeds him the broth, trying to maintain the illusion of a romance for the cameras, though her growing care for Peter is beginning to feel less like an act. Peter, though weak, smiles at Katniss, playing his part perfectly, and for the moment, they are safe, at least from the Capitol's eyes. In the book, Katniss's thoughts provide critical insight into her feelings about Peter, the star-crossed lover's strategy, and her realization that Peter has been protecting her all along. This internal conflict is largely absent in the film. The process of Katniss finding Peter and discovering his impressive camouflage is visually similar in the film, but happens more quickly and with less detail. Peter's injuries, particularly the severity of his leg wound, are downplayed in the movie. In the book, his leg is severely infected, and Katniss spends significant time tending to him, dealing with his fever and the pus from his wounds. The film shortens these scenes, focusing more on the emotional bond between Katniss and Peter, especially during their first kiss. Chapter 20, Katniss faces the challenge of getting Peter to drink broth, an arduous task that takes nearly an hour. She coaxes, begs, and even resorts to kisses to persuade him to swallow the warm liquid. Finally, after much effort, Peter finishes the pot, and Katniss allows him to drift into sleep. Watching over him, she tends to her own hunger, eating a meal of roasted grusling and roots. Her mind turns to the day's events and the inevitable report that will flash in the sky. Though there are no new deaths, she takes comfort in knowing that the day was eventful enough to keep the audience entertained, hoping the game makers will grant them a peaceful night in return. As the temperature drops rapidly, Katniss instinctively looks for a tree to nest in, but then remembers her current situation. She can't leave Peter unguarded. The situation has drastically changed. Where once she relied on her independence and agility to survive, now she is tethered to Peter, a severely injured ally, and her mobility is limited. They've only moved 50 yards from Peter's last hiding spot by the stream, and Katniss knows she's made herself far more vulnerable by staying with him. As she settles in for the night, she prepares her weapons and watches the area vigilantly, trying to remain alert. The biting cold eventually forces her into the sleeping bag beside Peter. Although it is toasty warm inside the bag, she quickly realizes that the heat she's feeling isn't just from the cold weather, it's coming from Peter's fever, which has worsened. His forehead is burning and his skin is dry. Katniss feels helpless, unsure of what to do to bring the fever down. Should she leave him in the bag and hope the heat breaks the fever, or should she remove him and expose him to the cold night air? In the end, she settles on a simple approach, dampening a strip of bandage and placing it on his forehead. The gesture feels insufficient, but Katniss is afraid to take more drastic measures, unsure of how to care for someone this sick. Throughout the night, Katniss alternates between sitting and lying beside Peter, refreshing the bandage and reflecting on the choice she made by teaming up with him. She acknowledges the vulnerability she has brought upon herself. In many ways, she's in more danger now than when she was alone. Her survival is tied to Peter's, and his deteriorating condition makes them easy prey. However, despite these grim realizations, Katniss holds onto the hope that her decision to save him was the right one. Deep down, she trusts the instinct that led her to find him. As dawn approaches, Katniss notices a sheen of sweat on Peter's lips, signaling that his fever has broken. Though he isn't fully recovered, his temperature has come down, and Katniss feels a sense of relief. She sets off to gather water and comes across a bush of ruse berries, which she strips and mashes into a broth to give to Peter. Her thoughts briefly turn to Rue, and she feels a pang of sadness, remembering the young tribute whose life was cut short. Rue's death is still fresh in her mind, but she pushes the grief aside, focusing on the task at hand, keeping Peter alive. When Katniss returns to the cave, she finds Peter awake and struggling to sit up. His immediate concern is for her, worried that she might have been attacked while she was gone. This protective instinct surprises Katniss, considering Peter's own vulnerable state. He expresses fear that Cato and Clove, the dangerous tributes from District 2, might have hunted her down during the night. Katniss laughs at the irony of Peter's concern, given his severe condition, and teases him about it. However, Peter remains serious, reminding her of the ongoing threat posed by their competitors. Peter's protective nature contrasts sharply with his physical weakness, and the situation underscores the deepening bond between them. Katniss feels a mixture of emotions. On the one hand, she's touched by Peter's concern, but on the other hand, she's acutely aware of the role they're playing for the cameras. The romantic gestures they've shared thus far have largely been performative, meant to please the audience and increase their chances of receiving sponsorships. Yet, when Peter reaches out to touch her hand and presses it to his lips, the gesture feels genuine, reminding Katniss of the tenderness her father once showed her mother. She wonders where Peter learned such a gesture, as it seems so unlike the harsh environment he grew up in with his unkind mother. Katniss quickly shifts back to survival mode, reminding Peter that he won't receive any more kisses until he has eaten. Peter obediently eats the berry mush she feeds him, though he once again refuses the grusling. As they sit together, Peter insists that Katniss take some rest. Despite her protests, Peter points out that she can't stay awake forever, and she reluctantly agrees, knowing she's exhausted. Katniss lies down on the cave floor, her bow at the ready in case of an attack, and Peter promises to keep watch. His gentle touch as he brushes the loose strands of hair from her forehead lulls her into a deeper sleep than she intended. When Katniss awakens, it's already afternoon, and she immediately feels defensive, realizing she slept much longer than planned. Peter, still sitting beside her, looks unchanged, but his lips are dry and his fever has returned. Katniss chastises herself for sleeping so long, feeling guilty for letting her guard down. She checks Peter's condition and finds that although some of his minor wounds have improved, his leg has worsened significantly. The infection is spreading, and there are red streaks crawling up his leg, a clear sign of blood poisoning. Katniss's heart sinks. She knows that without proper medicine, Peter is going to die. Her makeshift remedies, chewed up leaves and ointments, won't stop the infection. The only thing that can save him is powerful medicine from the capital. Katniss considers the cost of such medicine and realizes it would be astronomically high at this point in the games. Sponsorship gifts increase in price as the competition drags on, and Katniss doubts that Haymitch has been able to secure enough funds to send them the medicine Peter desperately needs. Despite the dire situation, Katniss tries to remain hopeful for Peter's sake. She lies to him, downplaying the severity of his condition and telling him that he just needs to outlast the other tributes. She tries to reassure him that they'll receive the care they need if they win. Peter, however, knows the truth and can sense the desperation in Katniss's voice. Though he plays along for her benefit, it's clear that Peter doesn't believe he'll survive. Determined to keep Peter's strength up, Katniss sets to work making soup. Using the heat of the sun and hot stones, she concocts a simple broth of grusseling and roots, careful not to light a fire that might attract attention. As she prepares the meal, she thinks about the other tributes and wonders how they're faring now that the career's food supply has been destroyed. Cato and Clove, in particular, relied heavily on the stash of supplies, and Katniss suspects they're struggling to find food. Thresh, on the other hand, may be faring better, as he likely shares Rue's knowledge of edible plants and roots. Katniss worries that any of them could be watching her and Peter, waiting for the right moment to strike. When Katniss returns to the cave with the soup, Peter looks more miserable than ever. She tries to cool him down with damp cloths, but his fever is relentless. Desperate to distract him from his discomfort, Peter asks Katniss to tell him a story, something happy. Caught off guard, Katniss struggles to think of a happy memory. Most of her good memories involve hunting with Gale, and she knows those stories won't play well with Peter or the audience. After some thought, she decides to tell Peter the story of how she got Prim's goat, Lady. Katniss begins the story carefully, aware that her words are being broadcast across Panem. She doesn't want to implicate Gale, Greasy Say, or the other people involved in her illegal hunting, so she modifies the story slightly. She recounts how, the day before Prim's 10th birthday, she and Gale were hunting in the woods, hoping to trade their catch for a present for Prim. After a lucky encounter with a yearling buck, they managed to sell the deer to the butcher, Ruba, for a good price. With her share of the money, Katniss bought the injured goat from the goat man, intending to give it to Prim as a gift. As Katniss tells the story, Peter listens intently, clearly enjoying the tale of her kindness toward her sister. The memory of Prim's joy when she received the goat brings a rare smile to Katniss's face. Peter, however, picks up on the deeper meaning behind the story. He points out that the goat wasn't just a valuable asset, it was a symbol of Katniss's love for her sister. Peter's observation touches Katniss, but it also makes her feel vulnerable. She isn't used to discussing her emotions, especially in such a public way. The moment is interrupted by the sound of trumpets, signaling an announcement from Claudius Templesmith. Katniss rushes to the mouth of the cave, eager to hear the message. As expected, Templesmith announces a feast at the cornucopia, but this feast comes with a twist. Each tribute will find something they desperately need in a backpack marked with their district number. For Katniss, this means one thing: medicine for Peter. Though the opportunity is tempting, Peter immediately forbids Katniss from going. He refuses to let her risk her life for him, knowing that the cornucopia will be a deadly battleground. Katniss, however, can't bear the thought of watching Peter die. They argue, with Peter insisting that if Katniss goes, he'll follow her, despite his injury. Katniss realizes that Peter is just stubborn and desperate enough to drag himself after her, and she knows that his presence would doom them both. Torn between her desire to save him and her fear of losing him, Katniss is forced to reconsider her options. The argument ends in a stalemate, with Katniss pretending to agree not to go to the feast. However, she's already formulating a plan. When a parachute arrives from Haymitch, Katniss hopes it contains the medicine she needs to save Peter. But to her disappointment, it's only a vial of sleep syrup. Initially, Katniss is frustrated, but she quickly realizes that the sleep syrup is exactly what she needs. If she can knock Peter out, she'll be able to attend the feast without running the risk of him following her. Katniss mixes the syrup with some berries and feeds them to Peter, pretending it's a treat. Peter eats the berries without suspicion at first, but as he begins to feel the effects of the syrup, he realizes he's been tricked. Despite his attempts to resist, Peter falls into a deep sleep, and Katniss feels a mix of guilt and satisfaction. She knows Peter will hate her for what she's done, but she also knows it's the only way to save his life. With Peter unconscious, Katniss is free to attend the feast and retrieve the medicine. Though the path ahead is dangerous, she steels herself for the challenge, determined to do whatever it takes to keep Peter alive. One major difference in the film is Peter's worsening condition and the time spent on Katniss coaxing Peter to eat and drink. In the book, the infection is much worse and has more time dedicated to Katniss tenderly taking care of him, which helps buy into the love story, while in Katniss' head for taking care of him was always a strategy. Also, the story about Prim's goat, which provides insight into Katniss's deep love for her sister, is entirely left out of the movie. Chapter 21, Katniss is preparing for a pivotal event called the Feast. Claudius Templesmith, the game maker, has announced that each remaining tribute will receive something essential to their survival, delivered in backpacks at the cornucopia. Katniss knows that the backpack marked with a 12 inches will contain the medicine Peter desperately needs. However, the feast is also a death trap, as it will draw the strongest remaining tributes together for a bloody confrontation. Katniss spends the last hours before nightfall reinforcing her hideout. She collects rocks and does her best to camouflage the cave she shares with Peter, trying to make it appear as just another pile of rocks in the area. After her hard work, the cave entrance is barely noticeable, with only a small opening left for her to crawl through. This gives her some peace of mind, knowing that if she doesn't return from the feast, Peter will be hidden but not entirely trapped. Though Peter is in bad shape, suffering from his severe leg wound, he tries to persuade Katniss not to go to the feast. He is fully aware of the risks and tells her that it's not worth her life to fetch the medicine. Despite his protestations, Katniss is resolute. She knows that without the medicine, Peter won't survive much longer. In her mind, there is no choice. She must retrieve the backpack, even if it costs her life. Before leaving, Katniss does her best to prepare for the coming confrontation. She cleans her weapons, checks her remaining supplies, and fills all her water containers from the stream, carefully purifying the water. She debates whether or not to leave Peter with the knife for protection, but realizes that it would be futile. Peter's ability to camouflage himself will be his best defense while she is gone. As for her, she prepares for whatever danger might await her at the cornucopia, acknowledging that her 9 arrows could make the difference between life and death. Katniss reflects on her likely opponents at the feast. She knows that Cato and Clove, the vicious careers from District 2, will surely be there, and she expects Thresh from District 11 to show up as well. Foxface, the clever girl from District 5, is a wild card. Katniss suspects that Foxface will avoid direct confrontation, as it isn't her strength, but may linger in the background to scavenge whatever she can. Nevertheless, Katniss is aware that the feast will be deadly. Feasts always result in fatalities. As night falls, Katniss curls up next to Peter in the sleeping bag. She forces herself to stay awake, fearing that if she sleeps through the dawn, she might miss her chance at the feast. The night is bitterly cold, likely another twist engineered by the game makers. Katniss presses close to Peter, trying to absorb his fever heat, but the emotional distance between them weighs on her. Despite their physical proximity, Peter seems unreachable, lost in his pain and fever. As the cold seeps into her bones, Katniss's thoughts drift to her family, her mother and Prim. She wonders if they will sleep at all, knowing that the feast is imminent and that her survival will be put to the test. She imagines her family gathered around their old, static-filled television, or perhaps watching on the large screens in the district square. Katniss also thinks of the people of District 12, who must be rooting for her and Peter, especially now that the two of them have formed a team. In a rare moment of reflection, she wonders what Gale, her best friend, thinks of her and Peter's public displays of affection. She knows Gale is watching, though he would never be one to cheer. She contemplates whether their relationship would have taken a different path if she had opened that door. She muses about Gale's stoic nature and his suggestion that they could have run away together. Was it simply practical, or was there more to it? With the hours slipping away, Katniss keeps watch over the moonlit sky. At what she judges to be around 3 hours before dawn, she begins her final preparations. She leaves Peter with water and the medical kit, knowing that if she does not return, these will only extend his life for a short time. After some hesitation, she takes his jacket. knowing he won't need it in the warmth of the sleeping bag and that it will help her endure the cold. She pulls on Rue's spare socks, which she has modified into makeshift gloves, and checks her supplies one last time before crawling through the opening in the rocks. Once outside, the cold air hits her immediately, sending small clouds of vapor from her breath into the night. She begins her journey back to the cornucopia, following the familiar path up the stream. Though the woods are dark and strange, distorted by shadows, Katniss keeps to her route, knowing that trying anything unfamiliar could be dangerous. Along the way, she encounters no other tributes, leading her to believe that either she is the first to arrive or the others have already positioned themselves near the cornucopia. Katniss hides in the underbrush near the cornucopia and waits. The minutes tick by slowly, and the sky gradually lightens with the approaching dawn. Her nerves are on edge, but she tries to keep calm by chewing mint leaves. As the sun begins to rise, a disturbance occurs on the plain in front of the cornucopia. The ground splits open, and a round table draped in a white cloth rises from the earth. On the table are 4 backpacks, each marked with a district number. Katniss spots the small orange pack marked with 12, which she knows contains the medicine Peter needs. Before Katniss can act, Foxface appears. The nimble tribute from District 5 darts out from her hiding spot, grabs her backpack, and disappears into the trees before anyone else can react. Katniss marvels at Foxface's clever strategy. By moving quickly, Foxface avoided any direct conflict and left the other backpacks untouched, ensuring that no one would pursue her for fear of losing their own pack. Katniss realizes she must act now before another tribute takes her backpack. Without hesitation, Katniss sprints toward the table. As she reaches for her backpack, a knife comes flying toward her. Katniss deflects it with her bow and fires an arrow at Clove, who has revealed herself as the attacker. The arrow hits Clove in the arm, but she is still able to throw another knife, which catches Katniss in the forehead. Blood pours from the wound, blinding her as she staggers. Clove tackles Katniss, pinning her to the ground. With Katniss helpless beneath her, Clove taunts her, enjoying the moment. She teases Katniss about her alliance with Rue, the young girl from District 11. Clove's mention of Rue enrages Katniss, but she is powerless to stop her as Clove prepares to mutilate her. Clove chooses a knife from her collection and starts tracing Katniss's lips, planning to start the torture by cutting her mouth. Suddenly, Clove is yanked off Katniss and thrown to the ground. Thresh, Rue's fellow tribute from District 11, has arrived. Furious at Clove's taunts about Rue, Thresh demands to know if Clove was responsible for her death. Clove, now terrified, denies it. But Thresh doesn't believe her. In a fit of rage, Thresh slams a rock into Clove's head, killing her instantly. Thresh then turns his attention to Katniss, who is still lying on the ground, blood streaming from her forehead. She explains her alliance with Rue and how she tried to save her. Moved by Katniss's actions and the bread District 11 sent her after Rue's death, Thresh decides to spare her life. He tells Katniss that they are now even and warns her to run before Cato arrives. Katniss flees into the forest, weak from her head wound and terrified that Cato might follow her. She knows that Cato will be enraged by Clove's death, but she hopes that he will go after Thresh, who has taken Cato's backpack, rather than chase her. Despite her exhaustion, Katniss pushes herself to keep moving. When she finally reaches the stream, she plunges in, hoping to clean the blood from her wound. Eventually, Katniss makes it back to the cave. She crawls through the opening and immediately retrieves the small orange backpack. Inside, she finds a single hypodermic needle containing the medicine for Peter. Without hesitation, she injects Peter with the medicine, hoping it will save him. As exhaustion overtakes her, Katniss collapses, her hands slick with her own blood. The last thing she remembers before blacking out is a beautiful green and silver moth landing on her wrist. In the film adaptation, this chapter is condensed and slightly altered. The film reduces the time Katniss spends preparing for the event at the cornucopia and contemplating the dangers ahead. Additionally, the intense interaction between Clove and Katniss is shortened, and Clove's taunts about Rue and her plans to mutilate Katniss are less drawn out. Thresh's rescue of Katniss and his motivation to spare her remain intact, but the film simplifies and minimizes the dialogue. Furthermore, Foxface's clever escape with her backpack is less emphasized in the film, with more focus given to the immediate battle. The portrayal of Katniss's injury is also less graphic. Chapter 22. Katniss Everdeen begins to regain consciousness, lulled by the soft, steady rhythm of rain tapping against the roof of the cave where she and Peter are hiding. Her mind initially deceives her into believing she is back home in District 12, wrapped up in the warmth of her bed, perhaps recovering from an illness with her mother gently stroking her cheek. She desperately clings to this illusion, trying to sink back into sleep, but the discomfort in her body pulls her back to reality. As she becomes more aware of her surroundings, she realizes that the gentle touch isn't from her mother at all, and that she is far from home. When she finally opens her eyes, her fleeting sense of security vanishes. The cave around her is cold and dim, and she immediately notices the sharp smell of blood. Katniss quickly locates the source of her unease. Peter, who has been watching over her, is pale and haggard, but alive and alert. Relief washes over her as he greets her with a weak smile, joking, "Hey, good to see your eyes again." Katniss, still disoriented, asks how long she has been unconscious. Peter explains that she has been out since the night before and recounts his panic when he woke to find her lying next to him in a pool of her own blood. Although she is in bad shape, Peter reassures her that the bleeding has stopped and encourages her not to move too much. Weakly, Katniss touches her head, feeling the bandages that Peter must have applied. Even this small movement leaves her dizzy, and Peter helps her drink from a bottle of water to regain her strength. As the conversation unfolds, Peter reveals that he has recovered significantly thanks to the medicine Katniss risked her life to retrieve at the feast. The swelling in his leg has mostly disappeared, and he seems grateful, even impressed by Katniss's efforts. He does not appear angry about her tricking him into consuming the sleep syrup so that she could leave him behind, as Katniss had feared. Instead, his tone is gentle, and he insists that she focus on healing while he takes care of her for the time being. Peter has already eaten some of the food from their dwindling supplies, a grusling they caught earlier, and Katniss encourages him to continue eating. She promises to go hunting soon, but Peter insists that she shouldn't rush. He is determined to take care of her, which leaves Katniss feeling both grateful and guilty, especially since Peter himself is still far from fully recovered. As they talk, Peter feeds her small bites of grusling and dried fruit, ensuring that she stays hydrated and warm by wrapping her feet in his jacket. The sense of intimacy between them grows stronger, a stark contrast to the deadly circumstances of the arena. Peter then remarks on the storm raging outside, curious about whom the game makers are targeting with the harsh weather. Katniss immediately speculates that the rain and thunder are intended to drive the remaining tributes, Cato and Thresh, into a confrontation. As she speaks, memories of the feast flood back into her mind, particularly the violent encounter with Clove, who had nearly killed her before Thresh intervened. She informs Peter that Clove is dead, confirming that Thresh crushed her skull in retaliation for Rue's death. Peter is shocked that Thresh spared Katniss, leading her to explain that he did so as a way of repaying a debt. This conversation brings up deeper themes of indebtedness and survival, as Katniss reflects on how debts between individuals can define life and death choices in the arena. She tries to explain to Peter that Thresh's decision to let her go was his way of clearing the emotional ledger, of ensuring that he owed her nothing. However, Peter struggles to understand this reasoning, especially given his background. Growing up in a family of bakers where food and security were never as scarce as they were in the Seam, Peter has difficulty grasping the complexity of these unspoken debts. Katniss compares Thresh's actions to her own feelings of indebtedness toward Peter, harkening back to the bread he once gave her as a child, a gift that she has never felt able to fully repay. Despite Peter's insistence that Katniss owes him nothing, especially after she risked her life to save him during the feast, Katniss continues to wrestle with her feelings of guilt and obligation. The conversation shifts to lighter topics, with Peter joking about the food they have left and his lack of hunting skills. However, the strain of the Hunger Games hangs heavy over them both, especially as they contemplate the possibility of having to face Thresh or Cato in combat. While Peter expresses the grim hope that Cato will kill Thresh, Katniss silently wishes for a different outcome. She finds herself admiring Thresh and believes that, under different circumstances, they might have been friends back in District 12. The conversation turns somber as Katniss admits to Peter that she wants to go home. Her voice, almost childlike in its vulnerability, betrays the depth of her exhaustion and longing. Peter, ever the optimist, assures her that they will make it home, though both of them know that the odds are stacked against them. He comforts her with a kiss, a gesture that both soothes and complicates their growing relationship. As the rain continues to fall, Katniss drifts off to sleep again, her mind clouded with conflicting emotions, guilt, gratitude, fear, and a growing attachment to Peter. When Katniss wakes again, the storm has worsened and their cave has started to leak. Peter has done his best to patch up the holes in the ceiling, using their meager supplies to deflect most of the water away from them. The rainwater trickles through the cave, and Peter has placed their pot underneath the worst leak to catch the water. Katniss feels stronger now and is able to sit up, though hunger gnaws at her stomach. Together, they assess their remaining food: 2 small pieces of grusling, some dried fruit, and a handful of roots. Knowing they need energy to continue, they decide to finish the food rather than try to ration it. Both of them eat quickly, their hunger overwhelming any attempt to savor the meal. As night falls, the arena's nightly broadcast shows no new deaths, meaning Cato and Thresh are still alive. Katniss wonders aloud about where Thresh might be hiding, and Peter describes the vast field of tall grass he saw during the games. The field seems dangerous to Peter, filled with hidden threats like snakes and wild animals, but Katniss speculates that it might also contain grain that Thresh could use to survive. She reflects on how different their perspectives are. Peter, the baker's son, sees danger in the unknown, while Katniss and Thresh, both raised in poverty, view it as an opportunity for survival. The conversation shifts to a lighter tone when Peter jokes about wishing for a bread bush that could feed them. Katniss laughs, recalling the warm bread sent to her by the people of District 11. However, her thoughts quickly turn to the unspoken rules of the games and the importance of maintaining their romantic storyline for the audience. She remembers how Haymitch had sent them broth after their first kiss, signaling that their public display of affection is crucial to winning over sponsors. Katniss knows she needs to reignite that narrative if they hope to receive more help. But she struggles with the idea of faking emotions she doesn't fully understand. In an attempt to steer the conversation in the right direction, Katniss brings up Peter's confession during their pre-games interview, when he admitted to having a crush on her since childhood. Peter's response is unexpectedly heartfelt and detailed. He recounts the exact moment he first noticed her. On the first day of school, when she wore a red plaid dress and had her hair in 2 braids. He tells her how his father pointed her out, revealing that he had once been in love with Katniss's mother before she married a coal miner. Peter recalls how, during a music assembly, Katniss sang a song so beautifully that even the birds outside fell silent. His memory is vivid and full of admiration, leaving Katniss stunned by the depth of his feelings. As Peter continues his story, Katniss feels conflicted. She knows that part of their romance is a strategy for survival, yet Peter's sincerity makes her question how much of it is real. His recollections stir something inside her, forcing her to confront emotions she has been avoiding. When Peter mentions how he struggled for years to work up the courage to talk to her, Katniss feels a pang of guilt. She wonders how much of their connection has been built on genuine feelings and how much is a result of the games. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of something landing outside the cave. Peter rushes out into the rain and returns with a silver parachute carrying a basket of food: fresh rolls, goat cheese, apples, and a tureen of lamb stew, the very dish Katniss had mentioned as her favorite during her interview with Caesar Flickerman. The feast is a gift from Haymitch, a reward for their efforts to play up their romance. As they sit down to eat, Katniss realizes that their survival now depends not just on their physical strength, but on how well they can manipulate the narrative of their love story for the Capitol's audience. Again, this chapter is mostly condensed in the film, where Peter recounts the story of his long-standing crush on Katniss, including detailed memories of her singing on the first day of school. The parachute scene is also shortened, with less emphasis on the strategic importance of their romance in gaining sponsors. Chapter 23, Katniss and Peter receive a meal from their sponsors, a rich lamb stew with rice, a roll, and an apple. The food is luxurious compared to what they've been surviving on, and Katniss is eager to devour it. But Peter reminds her to be cautious. He recalls their first night on the train to the capital, when the abundance of rich food made him sick, even though he wasn't as hungry as they are now. He urges her to eat slowly, and despite her desire to inhale the meal, she agrees. They share the stew in small portions, savoring each bite while trying to make it last. Katniss remarks that she could easily eat more, but Peter suggests they wait an hour and see how their stomachs handle the food before eating more. While they wait, Peter playfully teases Katniss about something she said earlier, that he's the best thing that ever happened to her. Katniss, embarrassed, deflects his teasing, hoping the dim lighting in their cave hides her blushing face. Peter presses closer to her, seeking warmth, and they nestle together in the sleeping bag. Katniss reflects that Haymitch is likely watching their every move, urging her to keep up the act of romance. She engages Peter in a conversation about girls in their district, asking if he ever noticed anyone else. Peter admits he noticed other girls, but says none made a lasting impression except her. The conversation turns to their potential future. If they win, they'll live in Victor's Village, a part of town reserved for Hunger Games victors. As Peter mentions this, Katniss realizes with some discomfort that their only neighbor would be Haymitch. The thought of living near their gruff, alcoholic mentor is both amusing and unsettling. Peter, however, jokes about the three of them having cozy gatherings and sharing stories by the fire. Katniss can't help but laugh, imagining Haymitch as a close companion, despite their rocky relationship. She acknowledges that Peter might be right. Haymitch has never openly expressed hatred toward her, though he remains a difficult figure to understand. Their conversation drifts to Haymitch's past, and Katniss finds herself pondering a question that had never occurred to her before. How did Haymitch win the Hunger Games? He's not physically imposing like some of the other tributes, nor does he have the charm that typically draws sponsors. Peter shares Katniss's thoughts, concluding that Haymitch must have outsmarted the other tributes. This realization makes Katniss view her mentor in a new light. Despite his drinking and surly demeanor, Haymitch clearly has a sharp mind, and she wonders if he sees some of that same intelligence in her and Peter. Perhaps that's why he's been so committed to helping them survive. As they finish their meal, Peter presses his face against a crack in the cave wall to check the sky. The anthem is playing, signaling that a tribute has died, but Katniss is more interested in their stew than the sky. She assumes there won't be anything to see as they haven't heard a cannon. However, Peter solemnly tells her that Thresh is dead. Katniss is stunned. She had hoped that if she and Peter couldn't win, Thresh might. After all, he had spared her life earlier in the games out of respect for Rue, her young ally who was killed. Katniss doesn't feel the relief she expected at the news of Thresh's death. Instead, she feels a deep sorrow. His death brings back painful memories of Rue's death, which still haunts her. Despite her inner turmoil, Katniss knows she can't show too much emotion. In the arena, the audience won't sympathize with a tribute mourning her competitors. While Rue's death was different, she was young, innocent, and Katniss's ally, no one will understand her sorrow over Thresh. She reminds herself that his death brings her and Peter one step closer to victory, though this thought provides little comfort. Peter tries to console her, but Katniss is lost in her thoughts, reflecting on how Thresh's mercy had allowed her to survive this long. Peter is pragmatic about the situation, reminding Katniss that with Thresh gone, Cato will be back hunting them. He points out that Cato has likely regained access to supplies, making him a more formidable opponent. Katniss, however, speculates that Cato might be injured from his fight with Thresh. She imagines Thresh wouldn't have gone down without a struggle, especially since the fight occurred in his territory. Peter agrees, hoping that Cato is weakened, which might give them an advantage. After finishing their meal, Peter offers to take the first watch while Katniss gets some rest. She burrows into the sleeping bag, pulling the hood over her head to block out the cameras. Under the cover of the hood, she allows herself a moment of privacy to mourn Thresh's death. She silently thanks him for sparing her life and vows to remember him, just as she remembers Rue. Katniss promises that if she wins, she'll do something to help Thresh's family and Rue's family back in District 11. With these thoughts, she drifts into sleep, comforted by the warmth of Peter beside her. When Peter wakes her later, he offers her half a roll spread with goat cheese and topped with apple slices. The taste of the goat cheese reminds Katniss of Prim, her younger sister, who makes similar cheese at home. As she eats, Peter talks about how his family's bakery makes a goat cheese and apple tart, but it's too expensive for them to eat unless it goes stale. This revelation surprises Katniss, who always assumed that the shopkeepers in District 12 had easier lives than those in the Seam, where she and her family live. However, Peter's comments about living on stale bread and food scraps paint a different picture. Katniss reflects on how, despite the scarcity of food in her own home, the game she hunts is always fresh, a luxury Peter has rarely experienced. During Katniss's shift on watch, the rain that had been pouring for days suddenly stops. The moon emerges, casting light over the arena. Katniss is unsure if the moon is real or a projection by the game makers, but she clings to the hope that it's the same moon she would see from District 12. This small connection to home gives her comfort in the surreal and hostile environment of the arena. She begins to think about the possibility of winning, of returning home to fame, wealth, and a house in Victor's village. Yet, the thought of living without the constant struggle for survival leaves her feeling uncertain. For so long, her identity has been tied to hunting and providing for her family. Without that, she's unsure of who she'll become. Katniss also worries about the future. While victory would bring her and her family financial security, it doesn't guarantee their safety. She knows that if she has children, they would still be subject to the capital's cruel reaping system. This realization strengthens her resolve never to marry or have children, as she couldn't bear to see them face the horrors of the Hunger Games. She also thinks about Haymitch, who lives a lonely, drunken existence despite his wealth. Katniss fears that winning might bring her a similar fate. As the sun rises, Katniss wakes Peter and they prepare to leave the cave. Their mood shifts to seriousness as they acknowledge that they are back in the thick of the games. The temporary reprieve provided by the rain and the shelter of the cave is over, and they must now face Cato, the last dangerous opponent. They pack up their belongings and Katniss gives Peter her knife, as he has lost his weapons. With only a few arrows left, Katniss is acutely aware of how precious her remaining resources are. They head toward Katniss's old hunting grounds in search of food, but Peter's injury slows them down. His movement is loud and clumsy, scaring away any potential game. Katniss tries to help him move more quietly, but Peter struggles, unused to the silence and stealth required in the woods. Frustrated but understanding, Katniss eventually suggests that Peter stay behind and gather roots while she hunts. Though reluctant to leave him alone, Katniss knows they need food to survive, and Peter agrees to the plan. Katniss teaches Peter a simple bird whistle they can use to signal each other and heads off into the woods. As she hunts, the familiar sounds of the forest return, and Katniss quickly catches 2 rabbits and a squirrel. However, she soon realizes that she hasn't heard Peter's whistle in a while. Growing concerned, she hurries back to their meeting spot, fearing that something might have happened to him. When she finds Peter, he's unharmed but confused by her panic. He had been by the stream collecting berries and didn't hear her whistle because of the noise of the water. Relieved but angry, Katniss scolds him for not staying within range. Peter tries to comfort her, but Katniss is shaken, still haunted by the memory of Rue's death, which occurred under similar circumstances. As they argue, Katniss notices that some of their cheese is missing and accuses Peter of eating it without her. Peter denies it. And as they bicker, Katniss realizes that the berries Peter has gathered are nightlock, a deadly poison. Before she can warn him, a cannon fires, signaling that another tribute has died. Katniss looks up just in time to see Foxface's body being retrieved by a hovercraft. Foxface had stolen some of Peter's berries and accidentally poisoned herself. Katniss explains the situation to a horrified Peter, who hadn't realized the berries were poisonous. Though shaken by the accidental death of Foxface, Katniss knows that they are now one step closer to winning. However, the threat of Cato still looms, and they prepare for the inevitable confrontation with their final opponent. In the film adaptation, the deep conversation between Katniss and Peter about Haymitch, his past, and their reflections on potentially winning the games are significantly shortened. Additionally, Foxface's death by the nightlock berries is depicted with less emphasis on Peter's accidental role in her demise. Finally, the film downplays the emotional weight of Katniss's relationship with Thresh and her feelings of sorrow over his death, which are more pronounced in the book. Chapter 24, Katniss recounts how Foxface had cleverly stolen small amounts of food from their supply pile, avoiding detection, but how she made a fatal mistake by consuming berries that Katniss recognized as poisonous. Foxface, clever though she was, wouldn't have questioned the safety of food Peter and Katniss had seemingly gathered for themselves. Peter expresses regret, feeling responsible for her death, as it was his mistake in gathering the deadly berries that led to her demise. Katniss reassures Peter, telling him that Foxface's death brings them one step closer to survival, reminding him that if she hadn't recognized the Nightlock berries, they could have both died. Despite his initial guilt, Peter begins to grasp the significance of their situation. They are now among the final tributes. Katniss then comes up with an idea. If the berries fooled Foxface, perhaps they could trick Cato as well. She fills a pouch with some of the berries, planning to use them as bait in case Cato gets close to them. The plan involves pretending to accidentally drop the pouch, hoping Cato might eat them in pursuit. As Peter disposes of the remaining berries, they consider the possibility that Cato might have already seen the hovercraft retrieve Foxface's body, which would alert him to their location. Peter, understanding the gravity of the situation, suggests that Cato might come after them now. Katniss agrees, but instead of hiding, she proposes starting a fire to cook their food, reasoning that the fire would signal strength rather than weakness. Cato, knowing there are two of them, might hesitate to attack, especially if he assumes they were hunting Foxface and that Peter is now fully recovered. With Peter's fire-building skills, they quickly have a strong blaze going, and Katniss begins to roast their food: rabbits, squirrel, and roots. They work efficiently, taking turns gathering greens and keeping watch for Cato, but as Katniss expected, he doesn't appear. Once the food is ready, Katniss packs most of it up for later and they decide to keep moving. Although Katniss wants to head higher into the woods to find a tree for the night, Peter resists, reminding her that he can't climb due to his injured leg. He suggests returning to the cave instead, arguing that it's near water and easier to defend. Initially reluctant, Katniss reflects on how Peter has followed her lead all day, enduring her nagging about his noise and disappearing act. She realizes she hasn't been very kind to him recently, and remembers the playful romance they had while in the cave earlier in the games. With these thoughts in mind, she gives him a kiss and agrees to return to the cave. Peter, relieved, jokes about how easy it was to convince her. Before they leave, Katniss retrieves one of her arrows, careful not to damage it, knowing how vital her arrows are for their survival. They throw more wood onto the fire to keep it burning, hoping it will mislead Cato for a few more hours. As they walk, they notice that the stream's water level has dropped significantly, making it easier to travel along its path. Walking in the stream not only covers their tracks, but also quiets Peter, who had been noisier on land. The hike back to the cave is long and arduous, made worse by their exhaustion and undernourishment. Although Katniss remains alert, keeping her bow ready for any threats, including Cato, there is an eerie silence in the woods, and even the stream seems devoid of fish. By the time they reach the cave, both Katniss and Peter are physically drained. After filling their water bottles, they settle into the cave, which feels like a home in the midst of the wilderness. It provides warmth and shelter from the cold wind that has begun to blow. Katniss sets out dinner for them, but Peter is so exhausted that he falls asleep halfway through the meal. Katniss puts the rest of his food aside and orders him into the sleeping bag. She tenderly pulls the bag up to his chin and kisses his forehead, not for the cameras or the audience, but out of genuine gratitude. She's thankful that Peter is still alive and with her, especially after her earlier fear that he had died by the stream. Katniss then contemplates the looming threat of Cato. She reflects on his brute strength, recalling how easily he could snap someone's neck and how he had overpowered Thresh, one of the strongest tributes. She also realizes that Cato has probably hated her since she outscored him in training, something that likely bruised his ego. Unlike Peter, who wouldn't have been bothered by such a slight, Cato's volatile temper could drive him to lose control. Katniss remembers how unhinged Cato had been when their supplies were destroyed, wondering if he might be mentally unstable. Despite her own tendency toward anger, Katniss recognizes that losing control in the arena is dangerous, and she worries that Cato's rage might make him even more unpredictable. As night falls, the seal of the capital appears in the sky and Foxface's face shines brightly before disappearing, signaling her death. Katniss, though not particularly attached to Foxface, admires her intelligence and cunning. She reflects on how Foxface might have been the smartest tribute in the arena, capable of sensing a trap if they had set one. In a way, Foxface's downfall was due to Peter's ignorance rather than any malice on their part. Katniss is reminded of the importance of not underestimating opponents, but also realizes that overestimating them can be just as dangerous. Her thoughts turn to Kato once again, and she tries to analyze him. While she had a good sense of who Foxface was and how she operated, Kato remains a more elusive figure. He is strong and well-trained, but Katniss isn't sure if he is as clever or as controlled as Foxface had been. His temper, which often leads to impulsive actions, could be his greatest weakness, something Katniss is determined to exploit. Katniss stays awake for most of the night, allowing Peter to rest. When she finally wakes him in the early morning, Peter is surprised that she let him sleep for so long. He expresses concern that she didn't wake him for his shift, but Katniss brushes it off, feeling more rested than she expected. They talk about Cato's absence and speculate on how much time they have before the game makers force them into a final confrontation. Peter notes that it has been nearly a day since Foxface's death, and the Capitol audience is likely getting bored, which means the game makers will soon intervene. Feeling that the end is near, Katniss and Peter prepare for the day, eating as much food as they can to ensure they are well nourished for the inevitable fight. As they finish their meal, they pack their remaining gear, and Katniss notices how dirty she feels, covered in grime from days of traveling in the wilderness. She hopes to clean up a bit when they reach the stream. However, when they arrive at the stream, they are shocked to find it completely dried up. Katniss realizes that the game makers have drained the water to force them toward the lake, where the final showdown will take place. Though Peter suggests checking the nearby ponds, they both know there won't be any water left. The game makers are herding them into a trap, ensuring that there will be no escape from the final bloody confrontation. Katniss and Peter discuss their next move and agree to head to the lake immediately, preferring to face Kato while they are still rested and fed. As they walk, Katniss reflects on how, from the very beginning, Kato has been her true opponent. The deaths of the other tributes now seem like distractions, mere obstacles on the path to this final battle between her and Kato. Yet, she is not alone. Peter is by her side, and she feels a deep sense of connection and solidarity with him as they prepare for the inevitable fight. When they reach the lake, there is still no sign of Kato. The golden cornucopia stands empty, glowing in the fading sunlight. They fill their water containers and wait by the lake, sitting in full view. Katniss knows that hiding is pointless now. The game makers want a fight, and they are going to get one. As they wait, Katniss sings Rue's melody, and the mockingjays in the trees respond, creating a beautiful harmony that brings a moment of peace in the midst of the tension. This calm is shattered when Kato suddenly appears, charging at them from the trees. He isn't carrying any weapons, and when Katniss shoots an arrow at him, it bounces off, revealing that he is wearing body armor. Despite his terrifying appearance, Kato doesn't attack them directly. He is running from something. Moments later, Katniss sees what is chasing him, terrifying mutant creatures that are rapidly closing in on them. Katniss, Peter, and Kato are all forced to run for their lives as the final, deadly phase of the games begins. While the film shows Foxface eating the Nightlock berries, it doesn't delve into Peter's guilt or Katniss's strategic thinking about using the berries to trick Kato. Additionally, Katniss and Peter's return to the cave and their discussions about Kato's temperament and the game's final stages are implied rather than explored in the film. Lastly, the film presents the arrival of the mutant creatures more abruptly, without the gradual build-up in the book. Chapter 25, the terrifying mutations that have just emerged resemble enormous wolves, yet there is something distinctly unnatural about them that Katniss can't seem to put a finger on just yet. They walk on their hind legs, their eerie intelligence evident as they communicate through high-pitched yips and gestures. Kato is already making a desperate sprint for the cornucopia, a massive metallic structure that has served as both battleground and refuge throughout the games. Without hesitation, Katniss follows him, aware that the cornucopia is their only viable shelter against the mutts. Although she could risk hiding in the trees, Peter, with his injured leg, would be unable to keep up or climb. Her loyalty to him sharpens her focus, compelling her to ensure their survival. As she runs, Katniss becomes acutely aware of how close the mutts are to catching Peter. He's falling behind, hobbling quickly, but the creatures are closing in fast. In a frantic attempt to buy them some time, Katniss turns and fires an arrow into the pack, striking one of the mutts. It collapses, but many more surge to take its place. Peter yells for her to keep climbing, urging her to reach the top of the cornucopia, for that is their only chance at survival. With no other choice, Katniss begins scaling the horn, gripping the searing metal with her hands and feet despite the pain of its heat from the sun's relentless rays. At the summit of the cornucopia, Cato lies on his side, gasping for air, visible fear and distress etched across his face. Katniss realizes she has an opportunity to finish him off, to end his life and secure victory for herself and Peter. Yet, just as she is about to draw her bow, Peter cries out in pain. He's reached the base of the cornucopia and the mutts are right on his heels. Katniss shoots down another mutt about to get him, but they continue to advance, undeterred by the loss of their packmates. Peter manages to start climbing, though he struggles against his injury and the weight of his knife. Katniss helps pull him up to her level, but the danger remains. The mutts leap at the cornucopia, and their relentless pursuit is evident. As Katniss looks down at the pack, something strikes her as strange. These creatures are more than engineered predators. Their thick coats of fur vary in color, some sleek and others curly, and their eyes glint with a chilling intelligence. It is only when one of the mutts comes close enough for her to see clearly that Katniss realizes the horrifying truth. These mutts possess the eyes of the fallen tributes. The mutt that nearly gets her has blonde fur and disturbingly human green eyes. As it snarls, Katniss notices the jeweled number 1 on its collar, recognizing it as a twisted version of Glimmer, one of the tributes who died earlier in the games. She realizes that the Capitol has repurposed the bodies of the dead tributes, transforming them into these grotesque mutations, further dehumanizing them even in death. This revelation shakes Katniss to her core, and she struggles to maintain her composure as the full horror of the Capitol's cruelty sinks in. Peter, confused by her reaction, asks what's wrong. Katniss tells him the truth. The mutts are the dead tributes brought back in this monstrous form. She spots others among the pack, including Foxface and Rue, each bearing the same eyes and traits they had in life. The mutts' human-like appearance and their clear focus on the remaining tributes, Katniss and Peter, lead her to wonder if these creatures have been imbued with memories or even the consciousness of the fallen. Could they be programmed to harbor hatred toward her and Peter for surviving while they perished? Katniss shudders at the thought, yet there is no time to dwell on it as the mutts continue their relentless assault. The mutts split into groups, using their powerful hind legs to launch themselves higher up the cornucopia. One comes dangerously close to biting Katniss's hand, and Peter cries out in pain again as a creature nearly pulls him over the edge. In the chaos, Katniss manages to shoot another mutt, recognizing it as Thresh by its immense size and strength. For a fleeting moment, she feels a sense of relief, believing they may have climbed high enough to evade the mutts' reach. But that relief is short-lived when Cato, having regained his strength, grabs Peter in a vicious headlock. Cato's grip on Peter is brutal, and Katniss realizes he plans to use Peter as a human shield. Peter, already weakened from blood loss, struggles to breathe as Cato tightens his hold. Katniss raises her bow, but Cato taunts her, knowing that if she shoots him, Peter will die. They are locked in a deadly stalemate, neither willing to make the first move. Cato, however, is not just relying on brute force. He wears high-grade body armor that protects him from most attacks, leaving Katniss with limited options. As Peter's breathing becomes more labored, Katniss knows she must act swiftly before he suffocates. Peter, with bloodied fingers, draws an X on the back of Cato's hand, signaling Katniss to shoot him there. Understanding immediately, Katniss fires an arrow into Cato's hand, causing him to release Peter. Cato loses his balance and plummets from the top of the cornucopia, landing below where the mutts swarm him. Despite being mortally wounded, Cato is kept alive by his armor. The mutts tear into him, but they cannot kill him outright due to the protection. His screams echo through the arena, forcing Katniss and Peter, frozen atop the cornucopia, to listen to his agonized cries throughout the night. Ever eager for dramatic entertainment, the Capitol prolongs Cato's suffering for their audience, refusing to let him die swiftly. As the night drags on, Katniss turns her attention to Peter, whose leg wound worsens. Blood continues to flow despite her makeshift tourniquet, and she knows that without proper medical attention, Peter could die. The temperature drops and the once blistering surface of the cornucopia becomes icy cold. Katniss strips off her jacket, intending to use it as a bandage, and she and Peter huddle together for warmth, acutely aware that they must survive both the mutts and the chilling night. By morning, Cato remains alive, though barely. His screams have quieted to whimpers, and Katniss understands that the Capitol will not end the games until he is dead. Out of pity, she uses her last arrow to shoot Cato, putting him out of his misery. The cannon fires signal his death, yet Katniss and Peter are not immediately rescued. Claudius Templesmith's voice booms over the arena as they wait for the hovercraft to arrive, announcing a final twist. The rule allowing 2 winners has been revoked. Only one tribute can claim victory. In a last act of cruelty, the Capitol forces Katniss and Peter to face the reality that one must kill the other. Peter, ever self-sacrificing, immediately offers to die, telling Katniss to kill him and go home. He throws his knife into the lake, showing that he has no intention of fighting her. But Katniss refuses. She cannot bring herself to kill Peter, knowing that if he dies, she will never truly be able to go home. In a moment of desperation, Katniss devises a plan. She recalls the poisonous nightlock berries she had earlier in the games and suggests they both consume them, denying the Capitol a victor. Peter hesitates, but ultimately agrees. They take the berries, and just as they are about to consume them, the frantic voice of Claudius Templesmith calls for them to stop. The Capitol, unwilling to let both die, declares them the joint victors of the 74th Hunger Games. So, the book has the mutations bear the eyes and traits of fallen tributes, which is pretty traumatizing, like the fallen tributes have come back from the dead for revenge. However, the film has them just like big dogs or wolves. Cato's final speech is more tragic in the film, where you do feel for him that he was brainwashed by the Capitol. Also, his death is another change. His drawn-out suffering is cut short on screen. Similarly, Katniss and Peter's decision to eat the berries is more rushed in the movie. Chapter 26, Katniss and Peter narrowly escape death. The nightlock berries, poisonous and deadly, are the last card they can play. Together, they force the game makers to crown them both as victors. As soon as the announcement is made, they rush to rinse their mouths, terrified that even a trace of the deadly berries lingers. The relief they should be feeling is muted, weighed down by exhaustion and the terror of the games. Collapsing into each other's arms, they find comfort that they have survived. Yet neither fully believes the danger has passed. However, their ordeal isn't over. A hovercraft soon arrives to collect them. Peter's leg bleeds heavily, his face pale from the loss of blood. Katniss grips his jacket tightly, unwilling to let go, even as the electrified ladder pulls them upward. The crackling hum of the ladder numbs their muscles, freezing them into place. She glances at Peter, her heart sinking as she notices his condition worsening. His leg, a mess of blood and torn flesh, is the immediate threat. But there is nothing she can do at this moment but cling to him and hope. The games are over, yet the gnawing uncertainty of what comes next casts a shadow over her, replacing the relief she expected to feel. Inside the hovercraft, Peter crumples, collapsing into unconsciousness as doctors rush forward. Katniss's grip on his jacket tightens instinctively, but she is pulled away, the distance between them growing as she is dragged to another part of the hovercraft. They push her into a small room and lock her behind a glass door, leaving her to watch helplessly as the doctors swarm around Peter. Panic rises in her chest like a wave, and she slams her fists against the glass. Her mind flashes back to District 12, to the countless times she watched her mother and Prim treat the sick and injured. The same sense of powerlessness envelops her now, dread pressing down on her as she watches them work on Peter, his life hanging in the balance. She slumps to the cold floor, her body drained of energy. A Capitol attendant, dressed impeccably in white, hands her a glass of orange juice, but she barely notices. The luxury of her surroundings feels wrong, alien. Her skin still carries the grime and blood of the arena, her mind still reeling from the horror she has faced. The bright, clean interior of the hovercraft only serves to remind her how out of place she is. Despite being alive, she feels trapped, like an animal in a cage, unsure of what is coming next. Through the glass, Katniss watches with wide, unblinking eyes as the doctors hover over Peter's still form. She freezes when she sees them scramble, the panic in their faces making her realize his heart has stopped. Once, then twice. Her breath catches in her throat, The adrenaline that has carried her through the games surges again, her pulse quickening as though she is still being hunted. For a moment, the Doctor seemed no different than the mutts or other threats she faced in the arena. However, there is nothing else she can do. She tries to breathe. When she wakes, it is in a stark, sterile room. Bright lights bear down on her, and for a moment, she thinks she might still be dreaming. Her body feels different, cleaner. Her skin is soft and her scars are barely visible. Even her hearing, which she lost temporarily during the games, has returned. As her eyes adjust to the brightness, she realizes she is strapped to the bed, a band holding her in place. Panic flares, but as her eyes dart around the room, she spots the red-headed Avox girl she had seen before the game started. The girl moves silently, bringing food to her bedside. Though unable to speak, the Avox nods when Katniss asks about Peter, confirming that he is alive. A wave of relief washes over her, but it is fleeting. The restraints on her body, the sedatives still running through her veins, all of it reminds her that the capital is still in control. She may have survived the arena, but she is far from free. Time blurs after that. Days pass, or perhaps hours. Katniss can't be sure. She drifts in and out of consciousness, her body mending while her mind remains heavy with exhaustion and confusion. Eventually, the restraints are gone. The IVs are removed. When she finally stands and examines her body, it is as if the arena has left no physical mark on her. Even the scars she carried for years, earned from countless hunts in the woods, are gone. The capital has erased the evidence of her struggle, leaving her feeling like a stranger in her own skin. A new outfit is laid out for her, a replica of the one she wore in the arena. The sight of it stirs up memories she wishes she could bury. Nevertheless, she dresses quickly, driven by one thought: she has to find Peter. As she steps into the hallway, the sterile smell of the capital meets her, and her heart races. Then she hears her name, but the voice is not Peter's. The voice belongs to Effie Trinket. Rushing down the hall, Katniss finds Effie, Haymitch, and Cinna waiting for her. Overcome with emotion, she throws herself into Haymitch's arms, surprised by her reaction. "Nice job, sweetheart," he whispers, the sarcasm usually lining his voice gone. For Katniss, this feels strange, hearing him speak to her with such sincerity. Effie fusses over her, oblivious to the emotional weight on her shoulders, while Cinna offers a warm, reassuring hug. But something feels off. Portia, Peter's stylist, is missing, leaving an uncomfortable knot in Katniss's stomach. Haymitch reassures her that Peter is alive, but their reunion must wait. They will see each other at the victory ceremony, streamlined on Capitol television. A pang of frustration shoots through Katniss. She wants to see him now, to know he is all right. But Haymitch's words are a reminder. They are still being watched and manipulated by the Capitol. Cinna leads her to prepare for the ceremony, and as they walk through the eerily empty training center, the faces of the fallen tributes swim in her mind. Rue, Thresh, even Cato. Each death weighs on her, their absence a reminder that her survival comes at a cost. Guilt clings to her, a heavy chain she can't shake. The arena may be behind her, but it has left a permanent mark on her soul. They reach the 12th floor, where Katniss's prep team awaits her. As they recount the game's events, the excitement in their voices grates against her nerves. It is all a spectacle to them, a source of entertainment. They have no understanding of the horrors she endured. Katniss tries to block them out as they work on her appearance, preparing her for the ceremony. Cinna presents her with a soft, yellow, and glowing gown when they are done. The innocence it portrays starkly contrasts the hardened fighter Katniss has become. Yet, as always, she trusts Cinna's choices. His designs are never without purpose. Beneath the stage, the reality of her situation hits her like a tidal wave. Haymitch appears, pulling her into a quick, unexpected hug. He tells her that the Capitol is furious, that Katniss has made them look like fools. His voice is low and serious. The Capitol doesn't take kindly to being outsmarted. Katniss's stunt with the Nightlock berries made a mockery of their power, and they are looking for retribution. Her life and the lives of those she loves now hang in the balance. The games may have ended, but a new, more dangerous game has begun. Katniss understands that now. As the stage rumbles beneath her, she prepares to face the world as a victor, her mind racing with the implications. Peter, who has always been a step ahead of her in understanding the Capitol's manipulation, will also suffer if they don't play their roles convincingly. Katniss struggles to untangle her complex feelings for him, unsure of how much of their relationship is real and how much is a strategy for survival. Each layer of her feelings, her affection for Peter, her anger at the Capitol, her determination to protect her family, blurs, and she realizes she may never fully understand them. Ultimately, Katniss resolves to do whatever it takes to protect herself, Peter, and her loved ones. But she knows that the Capitol is watching her every move. The games may be over, but the battle with the Capitol has only just begun. A significant difference in the film is the omission of Katniss's emotional breakdown after Peter collapses in the hovercraft. In the book, she frantically watches the doctors try to save him, banging on the glass and feeling overwhelmed with fear and trauma. Additionally, in the book, Katniss learns about the Capitol's anger from Haymitch in more detail, emphasizing the dangerous consequences of her defiance. The movie presents this warning more briefly and quickly. Suzanne Collins, the author, reveals that she had originally just planned to make The Hunger Games a standalone book. It was never meant to be a trilogy. However, due to the unexpected surge in popularity, she decided to make a sequel, eventually leading to Catching Fire and later Mockingjay. Chapter 27, the anthem blares in Katniss's ears, signaling the start of the Victory Tour. Caesar Flickerman, the Capitol's charismatic and polished host, steps forward with his trademark dazzling smile, addressing the audience. He introduces the tributes team, starting with Flavius, Venia, and Octavia, who, with their extravagant appearance, seem more concerned with their own outfits than the tour itself. Next come the mentors, Effie, Portia, and Cinna. Effie Trinket, with her garish clothes and somewhat clueless demeanor, receives applause despite her often misguided approach. Haymitch, however, earns the loudest cheers for his remarkable achievement of guiding 2 tributes to victory. As Katniss is lifted onto the stage, the bright lights and deafening applause overwhelm her momentarily. Her eyes immediately find Peter standing a few yards away. He looks well, as handsome as ever, but the cane he holds is a grim reminder of the injuries he sustained in the arena. Despite the cane, Peter's smile is warm and genuine, and Katniss is caught up in the moment's emotion, rushes to him, and embraces him tightly. The audience roars its approval as Peter pulls her close and kisses her. Even as they hold each other, Katniss remains on edge, wondering if Peter understands the danger they now face. Their defiance in the games has not gone unnoticed by the Capitol. After a long embrace, Caesar Flickerman gently interrupts, his voice smooth and jovial. Ever the crowd pleaser, Peter waves him off with a smile, drawing even louder cheers. Eventually, Haymitch steps in, ushering them toward their seats. The Capitol, ever keen on spectacle, has provided a plush love seat for the pair instead of the usual single chair. It is an apparent attempt to reinforce the narrative of their romance. Katniss sits close to Peter, leaning into him as Haymitch discreetly signals her to act the part. She complies, curling her feet beneath her and resting her head on Peter's shoulder. Peter, ever the supportive partner, wraps his arm around her, playing his role seamlessly as they prepare for the broadcast of the Hunger Games recap. Katniss braces herself as the lights dim and the program begins. She knows that watching the recap will be difficult. It will force her to relive the horrors of the games, the deaths of her fellow tributes, and the violence they endured. Though she lived through it all, the Capitol's version of events is heavily edited, designed to emphasize the love story between her and Peter and minimize the brutal reality. The opening scenes flash by, the reaping, the chariot ride, and their training scores. All of it is set to an upbeat, almost celebratory soundtrack, which feels disturbingly out of place given how many of the people shown are now dead. The Capitol audience, however, is enthralled, entirely captivated by the spectacle. The focus soon shifts to the arena. The bloodbath at the cornucopia is shown in vivid detail, though the Capitol spares the audience from lingering too long on the more graphic moments. The tributes' deaths are interspersed with scenes highlighting the connection between Katniss and Peter. Peter's devotion to her is repeatedly emphasized. How he misled the careers to protect her and stayed awake watching over her when she was in danger. The Capitol paints him as a selfless romantic hero, sacrificing everything for love. On the other hand, Katniss feels that her portrayal is colder and more distant. In the early stages of the games, her focus was solely on survival, and the broadcast reflects that, showing her as detached and calculating. The more ruthless aspects of her strategy, dropping the tracker-jacker nest on the careers and destroying their food supply, are downplayed, overshadowed by moments like her alliance with Rue. A wave of sorrow crashes over Katniss when the program reaches Rue's death. The footage spares no detail, Rue being speared, Katniss's frantic attempts to save her, and the haunting lullaby she sings as Rue dies in her arms. The Capitol has chosen to include the entire song, ensuring the audience feels the emotional impact. However, Katniss notices with bitterness that the part where she covers Rue's body with flowers has been omitted. The act of rebellion, however small, is something the Capitol cannot allow its citizens to see. Watching the scene unfold, Katniss feels a strange sense of detachment, as though she is watching someone else's story. The numbness grows, and by the time the scene ends, she feels disconnected from the images on the screen. The program quickly shifts back to the supposed romance between her and Peter. When the Capitol announces that two tributes from the same district can win, the focus narrows in on Katniss's desperate search for Peter. The broadcast lingers on the moments in the cave where Katniss cares for Peter after he is gravely wounded. The Capitol's narrative is straightforward. Their love is the central theme of the games. The more brutal moments, the mutation attack and Cato's violent death, are shown, but Katniss barely registers them. She feels as though they happened to someone else. The climax of the broadcast comes with the Nightlock berries. The Capitol audience watches in stunned silence as Katniss and Peter prepare to eat the poisonous berries, their final act of defiance. Katniss can feel the tension in the room as the moment unfolds on screen. The Capitol ends the broadcast with Katniss pounding on the glass door of the hovercraft, screaming Peter's name as they attempt to revive him. It is Katniss's most potent moment of the night, not because it cements her role as Peter's devoted lover, but because it reminds the Capitol of how close they came to losing control. With the recap over, President Snow steps onto the stage to crown the victors. There is a brief moment of confusion when only one crown is brought forward, but Snow quickly resolves it by twisting the crown apart, separating it into two halves. As he places one half on Katniss's head, his eyes meet hers, cold and calculating. Katniss immediately understands the message behind his gaze. She is being held accountable for her actions. Despite the applause and cheers that follow, a deep sense of dread settles over her. She may be a victor, but she is also a threat to the Capitol, and Snow has no intention of letting her forget that. The victory banquet follows, held in the opulent halls of President Snow's mansion. Katniss and Peter are paraded before Capitol officials, sponsors, and the elite, forced to smile for photos and endure countless congratulations. The atmosphere is festive, but Katniss feels only unease. Snow's presence is a constant reminder of the danger she is in. Despite Peter's reassuring presence beside her, Katniss can't shake the feeling that the Capitol is already planning its next move. Every smile and handshake feels like part of a trap that Katniss knows she cannot escape. Later that night, Katniss hopes to speak to Peter privately, but Haymitch intervenes, telling her there will be time to talk when they return to District 12. Frustration gnaws at her, the sense of being controlled at every turn weighing heavily. When she tries to find Peter later, she discovers that her door has been locked from the outside, a stark reminder of her captivity. She may have survived the games, but she is far from free. The Capitol may call her a victor, but in reality, she is a prisoner, her every move watched and monitored. The next morning, Katniss has her final interview with Caesar Flickerman. She is dressed in a gauzy white gown designed to make her look innocent and pure. She steps onto the stage, acutely aware that this interview is yet another test. Caesar, ever the charmer, guides the conversation with his usual blend of humor and warmth. But it isn't long before he turns the subject to her relationship with Peter. When Caesar asks when she realized she was in love with Peter, Katniss stumbles over her words. Sensing her hesitation, Caesar steps in to help, suggesting that it was when she called out Peter's name in the arena. Grateful for the assist, Katniss plays along, knowing that her survival depends on convincing the Capitol of their love. The interview takes a somber turn when Peter reveals that he now has a prosthetic leg. The news hits Katniss like a punch to the gut, the guilt overwhelming her. Despite Caesar and Peter's attempts to comfort her, Katniss buries her face in Peter's shirt, fighting back tears. The interview concludes with a discussion of the Nightlock berries, and Katniss decides to deliver a heartfelt explanation. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Peter. The Capitol audience seems satisfied, and the interview ends triumphantly, with Katniss and Peter once again celebrated as the Capitol's beloved victors. As the train pulls away from the Capitol, Katniss reflects on how much she has changed. The Capitol has shaped her into someone she barely recognizes. Returning to District 12 feels strange, as though her life there belongs to someone else. Sitting across from her, Peter finally asks the question that has been weighing on his mind: how much of their relationship was real, and how much was just strategy? Katniss, unsure of her own feelings, cannot give him an answer. Peter is hurt, and the silence between them grows heavy. As the train arrives in District 12, the cameras are waiting to capture their return. Though emotionally distant, Peter reaches for Katniss's hand one last time for the cameras, and together they face their uncertain future. So, the film barely shows Katniss and Peter returning to the Capitol for final interviews. Nor does Peter have a new prosthetic leg that Katniss feels guilty about. However, both film and book do have Katniss confused about her feelings for Peter. The film version condenses this chapter and shifts the story to focus on the Capitol's manipulation of Katniss and Peter's love story to avoid the potential of widespread rebellion, which in the book Katniss has no way of knowing about. Whereas the film would cut away to show the rebellion in District 11 after Rue's death, so the audience knows the stakes at play. Also, the Snow and Seneca Crane scenes weren't in the book, so as a reader, you have no idea about the broader context of what is going on behind the scenes, or Haymitch talking to Seneca, where he pitches the star-crossed lovers narrative. Moreover, Haymitch's role by the end of the Hunger Games movie as a caring and cautious guardian for Katniss and Peter is a stark contrast to his dismissive attitude towards the two at the film's beginning. This is because, since Haymitch was the only victor in District 12, he would have solely mentored and lost 46 tributes over the past 23 years before Katniss and Peter came, which would explain why he did not harbor much hope when the two were reaped, and thus did not want to get too attached. He probably did try really hard and care at the beginning, but after a decade of losing tributes each time, he probably just gave up. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.